Today is Wednesday, September 6th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September 2023. May I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Before we get started this morning, I'd like to ask that everyone please silence your cell phones so that we don't have any interruptions. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today we'll be covering all items noted on our September agenda. Madam Secretary, let's please proceed with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment section cannot be acted upon by the board. But of course, we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as from members of the board. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none, let's go to Las Vegas. Please step forward, state your name and spell it for the record. Just for the record, everyone should understand that although she isn't here in the room, there is someone transcribing this meeting. So it's important that you spell your name for her and speak slowly so that she can understand you.
Zachary Poppel, Zachary Poppel, here on behalf of the Culinary Union. We have other public comments, but I just want to say prior to this public comment that I had a brief conversation with Mr. Krieger, who's up for hearing. Morning, Mr. Krieger, today, and I spoke with him in the lobby and just made a request to do a polite meeting with 5 employees who are here today and would be after the hearing, wouldn't interrupt the proceedings at all, and would be a courteous meeting. Mr. Krieger and the chief legal officer for the company refused that meeting, which is upsetting. Mr. Krieger's executive employment agreement filed with the SEC, is basically his job description talks about promoting the interests of the company. The interests of the company, right, are in this room, right? They're the workers, they're the people who make the drinks, who clean the rooms, who serve the food, who haul the trash, right? And they came down to have a meeting with Mr. Krieger about the interests of the company. And so I'm hoping potentially they will change their mind and have that meeting after the proceedings, and we will keep it polite and short and in the hallway there. And I just want to remind a few things here. We had a meeting with the board of directors member, Mr. Cashel. It's the same thing. We came down, we introduced ourselves, and it did not interrupt the proceedings at all, and had a polite meeting out in the hallway that was extremely respectful in our view. And that's all we're asking for. So if it's good for the board of directors, in our view, it would be good enough for the president. This is about democracy and respect in our view. The workers at Station Casino Properties have voted overwhelmingly to unionize and are fighting for a fair contract and respect, right? And we believe it's up to Mr. Krieger to, sort of, I guess, change his mind during this meeting and have an opportunity to meet with the workers. So thank you for your time, and we have other public comment as well.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Rory Kirkendall. Spell it, it's R-O-R-Y. Last name is K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L. I'm a member at the Flamingo and currently working as a researcher at the Culinary Union. Red Rock Resorts Incorporated is the parent company of Station Casinos. And I want to comment on Mr. Krieger's responsibility as president of Red Rock Resorts Incorporated and what we believe that responsibility requires him to do about Station Casinos mud lists. Mr. Krieger's March 2022 employment agreement with Stations Casinos parent company states that it is his responsibility to devote his full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company and shall use his best efforts, skills, and abilities to promote the interests of Red Rock Resorts Incorporated and Stations Casinos. Today, we are asking Mr. Krieger to use his efforts, skills, and abilities to address the harm done to our community by Stations Casinos mud lists. Stations Casinos executives ordered supervisors to create mud lists since 2019 to keep track of which employees were pro-management, pro-union, or don't know. The company then used this information in deciding which workers to rehire following the COVID-19 pandemic. The Culinary Union has counted 2,261 names of employees that appeared on mud lists from station properties in 2020. It is illegal for an employer to discriminate based on union preference when hiring workers. Using mud lists in employment decisions is a violation of federal law. So today we ask Mr. Krieger to simply go on the record stating whether Station Casinos putting any person from our community on a mud list was right or wrong. Mr. Krieger may suggest that the mud lists were before his time at the company and that the mud lists are part of ongoing proceedings before the National Labor Relations Board. However, the president of the company should be able to answer whether it was right or wrong for the company to put its employees on mud lists. And we encourage the board to ask him that simple question today. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Brianna Carbajal, that is Briana Carbajal for the Culinary Union. I want to comment on a couple questionable text messages by a Station Casinos property general manager in 2020 and ask if the current president of the company, Mr. Krieger, believes it is right or wrong for management to violate workers' rights and federal labor law. An employer like Station Casinos violates the National Labor Relations Act by encouraging, promoting, or providing assistance to employees seeking to decertify their union. Very simply, workers vote in a union and then workers can vote out the union, but management cannot encourage, promote, or assist. The two questionable text messages come from the general manager of Palace Station in 2020, where the company had recognized the workers as unionized. The first text message refers to management help with this decertification. The Palace general manager says the corporate director of human resources instructed him to get a list of people who can help decertify the union. On January 11th, 2020, Dave Horn, the general manager or GM of Palace Station, texted a colleague, and I quote, "Phil says to get me the names of the people who can help with the decertification, but don't get directly involved." 9 months later, the same Palace Station general manager writes about how his involvement in completing the decertification came at a personal cost. And I quote, "I got the decertification of the union completed." Horn texted a colleague on September 22nd, 2020. "We submitted to them yesterday. Effing lost part of my life in that process. Craziest deal ever." The colleague responded, "Awesome, congratulations. You have to be approaching Golden Boy status." Dave Horn, referred to as Golden Boy status, is now the general manager of Durango Station. Station Casinos management violates federal labor law by encouraging, promoting, or providing assistance to employees to decertify their union. So today we asked Mr. Krieger to simply go on the record stating what he believes the Station Casinos general manager meant when he texted, "I got the decertification of the union completed." Is that an admission of violating federal labor law, or is it not? And we urge the board to ask him that simple question today. Thank you.
Morning.
Hi, good morning. Diamante Asbury, Diamanteasberry, here on behalf of the Culinary Union as well. Today, I would like to talk about what Mr. Krieger, president of Red Rock Resorts, Inc., can do about benefit-based discrimination against unionized Station Casinos employees. Mr. Krieger's March 2022 employment agreement with Station Casinos' parent company states that it's his responsibility to devote his full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company and shall use best efforts, skills, and abilities to promote the interest of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. and Station Casinos. So today, we want to ask Mr. Krieger to address the company's practice of discriminating against union workers workers when it comes to benefits. Under station's enhanced benefits, which went into effect January of this year, team members are entitled to things like paid parental leave, 6 months of continued insurance for their families after death, and the ability to cash out paid time off hours. But the catch is you don't qualify for these benefits if you're in a job that's represented by a union. So to clarify, this means that if you're in a station casino's job that's represented by a union and you give birth to a child, the company says you don't qualify for paid time off to care for that child. If you're in a station casino's job that's represented by a union and you die, your family members don't qualify for continued health insurance. So, Mr. Krieger might say, as company documents also claim, that workers represented by the union are not eligible for these enhanced benefits due to the company's legal obligation to bargain with the union about benefits. However, last December, the Culinary Union agreed, as the elected representative for a bargaining unit of workers, that station casinos should give a set of new enhanced benefits to all represented workers at Sunset Station, Green Valley Ranch, and Red Rock Casino. So station casinos could have given those benefits to all workers at any time, but the company still has not done the right thing and has just given those new benefits to those non-union workers at those properties. So today we ask Mr. Krieger to go on the record stating whether he thinks station casinos should stop discriminating against its workers and provide enhanced benefits equally to all team members. Thank you. You'll also hear from 2 station casinos workers today as well. So
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. My name's Barbara Lee Tivas, BARBRALEETIVAS. I worked at Green Valley Ranch Hotel and Stations Casino since April of 2007. I was a full-time banquet server for GVR. Excuse me. I was also on the campaign to unionize GVR and negotiate a fair contract. We won our election, but Station Casinos has never agreed to a collective bargaining agreement. For 14 years, I was part of a family of workers that had many of the same issues and concerns in common. We all wanted to provide for our families, work hard, take vacations when needed, and plan for a retirement with dignity. Many union members have this common goal achieved. As a collective, we made sure that Station Casinos was successful. All of that changed when the COVID pandemic hit. The company closed its doors like many companies did. The only difference is Green Valley Ranch reopened in June of 2020. Having only been closed for a few months, I thought for sure they'd start calling us back to work. Boy, were we wrong. We all had to ask, did this consortium use the pandemic to relieve themselves of having to negotiate with workers for a fair contract? Since I was instrumental in unifying workers to unionize, was this the reason I was not called back? The company did recover financially with the help of locals returning to the casinos. They have recovered and then some, using their resources to open a new Durango station. Many unrepresented workers, including myself, went to lawmakers in Carson City to make station casinos do the right thing and get the right to return laws implemented. Why wouldn't they just hire everyone back? It's not right that we as workers continue to struggle. I've never received a call back. I went to a job fair at GVR where I worked for years. I had a fresh resume, new haircut, and my head held high. When myself and other laid off workers arrived, the line had already begun to grow. We were servers that had arrived to claim our jobs back. I stayed strong and smiled through the heartbreak of feeling cast aside by the company I was so loyal to. They asked the standard questions like, how are you a good fit for the company? And what skills can you bring to stand out against other applicants? I answered their questions and I had a great interview. These questions made sense for a few applicants, but for myself, I found it degrading. To be forced to sell myself to the company again was a slap in the face. What they know, but seem to forget, my job was more than a job. It was my identity, my future builder, my stability. So now I work odd jobs hovering over the Vegas Valley, waiting for the chance to have my dignity returned, waiting for my recall rights that might never come. I'm suffering from chronic ulcerative colitis and depression since the company fired me. I'm grateful to be alive to address this board and Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger. Workers are human beings who are not garbage to be tossed away.
That's
a union
the-
contract would have protected my
Excuse
job
me,
and
that's the
thousands of
time
others.
limit. So go ahead and take a couple seconds and wrap up.
I'm wrapping up, sir. Thank
Wonderful.
you for the time.
Thank you.
My job is probably lost to the greed and arrogance of this company. So I'm here on behalf of those that currently work for the company and get mistreated daily. We are asking that you as a board be our allies. Please use your voice to show the support you have for all of us forgotten workers. Use your voice to tell station casinos that we have rights. Pause the madness of stations' greed and give workers a voice. Please be a part of our community coalition against companies that do harm. We have a legal right to have a contract now. We are asking that the company honors our rights as workers. Support our efforts to protect future generations from their harm. Thank you so much.
You. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Robert Franz, or OBERTFRANZ. I'm here today to tell you about my experience working at Red Rock Casino and why I believe we need a union and a union contract there. I started working at Red Rock as a banquet server in November 2006. I worked there 14 years. I worked my way up from on-call to full-time. Full-time meaning that I was scheduled first when events were booked. I was loyal to the company and passed on opportunities to go work at new properties such as Resort World and Caesars Forum. I even bought a house near Red Rock. In 2020, everything changed. When Red Rock reopened after the shutdown, I was not brought back to work despite my years of service and excellent performance over the years. Instead of bringing me back, they hired new people into the banquet department who had no experience with the company. I was told to interview for my old job. I was not offered the job. I was eventually rehired in the summer of 2021, but I lost all my seniority and I would only be working on call. Now I have to compete with other banquet workers despite my 14 years with the company. I have represented my coworkers as a union committee person since late 2018. I knew back then that we would need a union and a union contract to protect our jobs. That is why I still fight for a union contract with Red Rock. It's not fair what this company did to me and other workers who never got their jobs back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? Morning.
Good morning. My name is Cassandra Northwick, CASSANDRANORTHWICK. I am a member of Station Casinos, and I did not prepare anything, so I'm just going to speak to you from my heart. I moved to Vegas about 7 years ago, and I started with Station Casinos. I have a small nonprofit background. I do not come from the casino world. I do not come from the restaurant world, and Station Casinos took a chance on me. And over the past 7 years, I've worked myself up from an assistant room chef to an executive chef of Boulder Station. Station Casinos has taken care of me. They've taken care of my family. They offer me the same benefits that I had at my small nonprofit. And it's very much a family atmosphere. I know all of the corporate people. I know all of my bosses. I've had meetings with the president. I've had meetings with the owners. So I am very unclear as to how anybody could look at this company and say that this is anything other than a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is AJ Uriarte, AJ, and then URIARTE. I'm born and raised in Las Vegas. Worked for Red Rock for about 4.5 years, and I'm currently at the Durango Hotel as Director of Hotel Operations, and then worked in hotel business in general for 17 years. My dad moved here in 1977. He's kind of worked various roles throughout the Vegas Strip, anywhere from a janitor up to a dealer. And kind of one thing he always taught me very early on was to kind of treat everybody with that same level of respect, regardless of the position they held. So that's something that's always been instilled in me very, very early on. Always be fair and consistent. So again, when I first started working for Red Rock, I was completely shocked in my first week of being there, just seeing all my team members from valets to bellman to front desk. They just having conversations with various senior leadership roles, from CEOs to presidents and they know their family members' names and just having just very easygoing conversations. And I just thought that was very interesting to see that type of position, speaking with all levels, which was really good, kind of aligned to what I was taught early on. So again, just my 5 years of experience with stations has been phenomenal. I'm very prideful to work for a company that really aligns with the same values that I was taught very early on. Treat everybody fair, consistent, with respect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Hink, RyanHink. I'm currently employed at the Durango Resort. As a third generation Las Vegas native, I'm proud to work for a company that's built its roots in this company just as my family has done. The care my company provides for my family, this great valley, and its team members is a beacon for us all. And thank you a lot for the time to allow me to speak today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Pearson. I'm the assistant pool manager at Red Rock. That's Melissa Pearson. SON, excuse me. I just wanted to say I didn't prepare anything, but I was a bartender at Red Rock 10 years ago. Actually, now it's been 13 years ago. My former bar back has moved up within the company. I had to move away to Philadelphia because my ex-husband, who's a corporate litigator, moved us there because of a job promotion he'd received and wanted to practice in Delaware. We moved back. My marriage fell apart unexpectedly. I was put in a position at 45 years old that I didn't expect to be in. I didn't really know what I was going to do. And my friend, who was my former bar back, reached out to me when he knew I was in a time of crisis and asked me, "Do you want to come back?" I jumped at the opportunity. Stations has always taken care of me. Before I left, they had promoted me to sommelier. I had trained. I didn't expect them to call me back because I left that opportunity to follow my family. They showed me that they respected that. And again, I'm also a second generation Las Vegan. I've lived here for a very long time. And I was so grateful for that opportunity. And they brought me back and I was able to reinstate myself. And now I'm in this position and I'm working hard to move up. Thank God for companies like Stations that promote based on merit, that know their hard workers, that recognize them, that help them out, that reach out to them. I'm more than a number on a piece of paper. I'm more than just my seniority and a number on a list. And thank God for companies like that really promote and look out for their workers, that want to show excellence and want to strive for opportunities. And that's really all I have to say. And I'm glad that this company exists. Their growth is it's an example of why they've grown so fast, because they are in pursuit of excellence. And we need companies like this. We need workers need options that are besides the union. I have all the respect in the world for union. Thank goodness they exist for certain people, but other kinds of people need other kinds of options. So thank God for Stations Casinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning. I didn't prepare anything. I just coming up because it's in my heart, I need to say.
Please.
My name is John Harris, JONHARRIS.
Thank you.
I worked for Station Casinos for almost 30 years. Worked at Palace Station for all that time. I worked at Palace Station since I was 21 years old. Worked as a bellman and a limo driver. I worked with Mr. Horn directly for several of those years, and have known him to be a wonderful man from when he was parking cars. So I have a great respect for him and respect for a lot of our leaders that I've known and grown with and seen them grow in the company. I moved into engineering and had plenty of opportunity to move anywhere in this company that I wanted to be. I left the company for 2 years after going into engineering to go to work for a school district because I live 100 miles north of here. And I drive in every day 100 miles because of the love of this company. I came back after 2 years and seeing that it wasn't family like Station Casinos is family to me, and always has been family to me and to my family. My grandkids, my kids, we all love coming to Station Casinos, and they know that they see that the love that my company has for me, and has always showed that and showed to our community in dealing with the elementary schools, dealing with the employees, dealing with everyone, and including us to help with that. And I just wanted to say that and leave that with you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Brian Stanton, BrianStanton. I've worked for stations for a little over a year now. And one of the things I give a speech every week to the new hires is, after working for several big companies on the strip, in orientation, everybody tells you, oh, this is the greatest company you're ever going to work for. And then 2 weeks later, you're number 13579. I have not found that to be the case with stations. I have really found them to be helpful when they need to be helpful with the community, with your families. And then the biggest thing I think is great for this community is the ability to work in your community, a local casino where you don't have to drive to the strip or drive from the suburbs, and you can go to work somewhere close so that you can spend time with your family and your friends when you're off of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none, we will close the public comment section. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Member Judge Assad, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I would just like to make note of the fact that last month, Art Marshall passed away on August 7th. He was a member of the Nevada Gaming Commission for quite a long time, up until about 2010. He will be remembered as one of the historic pioneers in Las Vegas. He served many charitable organizations. He was a community leader, served with the Anti-Defamation League, the Jewish Federation, exceptionally smart businessman. And he was very much loved and beloved by the community and his family. He'll be survived by a very large family. And as a former member of the Gaming Commission, I just thought we should recognize our former colleague. So our thoughts and prayers are with his family. Also, one other thing, Chairman, I'd like to thank Chief Hoffman and his entire crew, Deputy Chief Nathan Allen, Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, the entire staff, along with Mike Soames, Deputy Attorney General Ed McGaugh, Deputy Attorney General Tiffany Breitling, Deputy Attorney General John Michaela, Chief Deputy Attorney General Darlene Peruso for their excellent preparation each and every week of getting us prepared for these meetings. Their acumen, their legal skills, their knowledge is exceptional. And I thank God that you guys are here every day for us. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. And I had the honor of being an attorney for Commissioner Marshall back when I was with the Attorney General's office. And I echo your comments. He was a wonderful gentleman and a great commissioner. So thank you for those words on his behalf. If there's nothing else for public comment, we will close the public comment section. Madam Secretary, that brings us to the first item on our agenda today.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for August 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We've all had the opportunity to read last month's dispositions. I didn't have any questions, corrections, or comments. If either of the board members had comments or questions, please state so now. Otherwise, this would be ready for a motion.
No questions by me.
Not for me.
All right, and we would take a motion on the dispositions.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move to approve last month's disposition.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Madam Secretary, please read in our first non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Stephanie Sino Miles and Suzanne Sino Knoll for finding suitability as a trustee and for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Peppermill Casinos, Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Alonso. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants. It's read into the record by Madam Secretary. I would like to introduce the applicants to the board. Stephanie Sino Miles is to the right of me, and Suzanne Sino Knoll is to the right of her sister Stephanie. The matters before you today are for identical approvals for both applicants who are currently licensed as beneficiaries of Thomas A. Sino and Noreen E. Sino 2008 Trust for Stephanie and Suzanne. The applications are for approval for final transfers of interest of 516 Class B non-voting shares of stock in Peppermill Casinos, Inc. to each of the applicant individually, and then following transfers of stock into their own personal gaming trusts. The other approvals are for findings of suitability of the applicants as trustees of the transferor trust. That approval became necessary because of the death of the former trustee, Robert Rossi, in August of 2022. And we worked with staff and that became an easy route to do this. Once they become trustees, if all of these matters are approved, they have a few jobs to do as those trustees. They would make the transfers of interest and then wrap up the trust, because the only assets remaining in the trust are the shares of stock that we're talking about today. Both of the applicants were first licensed in connection with Peppermill Casinos, Inc. in 1998 and Wendover Casinos, Inc. in 2002. And with that, I'll turn to questions, but if you'll indulge me for a moment, I would like to take a moment to recognize your staff for the great work they did and their professionalism during the investigation. Specifically, I would like to recognize Special Agent Zinn, Agent Hearn, Supervisor Kaufman, Deputy Chief Rippey, and Chief Hoffman. They were great to work with. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Good morning, Ms. Sino Miles and Ms. Knoll. Pleasure to have you here. My understanding is that this is all simply estate planning. Is that correct?
Yes.
And neither of you have any day-to-day operations involving the licensed property?
No.
Yeah, very good. We have a thorough workup on all of the background material as well as the estate planning documents. So I didn't have any questions on those. Clearly, your family's been involved in the market and licensed property for many, many years, a successful property. So congratulations to you on that. And as far as these matters, thank you, Mr. Alonso, for walking through the couple of steps we had involved here to get to the end result we're looking for. So appreciate you working with staff to make that happen. I didn't have any other questions. Questions from board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just confirm for the record what the reason for the two-step process is?
Yes, Member Watkins. The trust, the Tom and Noreen Sino 2008 trust provide that the individuals are the beneficiaries, not their trusts. So from Estate Planning Council, which I am not, I was told that we really couldn't transfer directly into their gaming trusts, that was somewhat risky. And so in talking to Chief Hoffman and Barry Chilton, we decided to do the two-step process because their gaming trusts are already registered and have been registered with the commission for a long time. And they wanted to ultimately get those shares of stock into their gaming trust. And so the safe route was to do the two-step process, transfer them individually, and then they individually will transfer into their own gaming trust.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. And thank you to the two applicants for confirming that you won't have day-to-day obligations with regard to the entities. Thank you.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome. Good morning. I have no questions. Our staff prepared us very well. It's pretty straightforward transition of interest. There were no areas of concern, no conditions, so I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, we'd accept a motion on non-restricted number 1.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1 to the Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Scott Krieger for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer and or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Before we begin this item, I'd like to make a disclosure for the record. Regarding non-restricted items numbers 2 through 7, I'd like to make a disclosure that is not required by Nevada's ethics laws, but is something I want to do for the purpose of my belief in full transparency. I'm making this disclosure today because this is the first time that a matter has appeared on an agenda during my term regarding Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos. This public knowledge is that I was an executive employee of a company that was majority owned by Frank Fertitta III and Lorenzo Fertitta. I left employment of that company well over 6 years ago. I also had other previous business dealings with the two gentlemen. However, none of those business dealings matters currently exist. To be very clear for the record, I was never an employee of Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos, and I have no pecuniary interest in Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos matters, and this disclosure relates to business in the past and not any current commitments. For the record, I do not believe this disclosure is required by law because it has nothing to do with a gift, loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment by me in a private capacity to the interest of another person, nor involves any representation or counseling within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the prior dealings, and moreover, my own personal judgment is not affected. Therefore, I will be fully participating and voting on this matter, as well as any future matters related to Red Rock Resorts or Station Casinos and or their affiliated companies, unless, of course, separate considerations require disclosure and possible abstention at the appropriate time. Finally, it's not my intention to continue making this statement on future matters because, as previously stated, the business matters were in the past and therefore are not contemplated or covered by Nevada's ethics laws, laws which I fully support and respect. With that, good morning, Mr. Rubenstein. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, I'm Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed, Rubenstein and Bogatz. I am privileged to appear before you today on behalf of Red Rock Resorts, Station Casinos, and the individual applicants for this item and the 5 items that follow. We begin with the applications of Scott Krieger for findings of suitability and licensing for the various Red Rock Resorts and Station Casinos entity where he serves as an executive officer, namely president. Scott should be a familiar face to the board, if not to the board members themselves who are relatively new, then certainly to staff as he has been licensed here before, most recently in 2015 with SLS Las Vegas. Scott is here to talk about what he's been doing since and how he came to this moment today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendricks, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today in front of you. My name is Scott Krieger. I'm the president of Red Rock Resorts, SCOTTKREEGER. And to follow on, maybe it's helpful if I catch you up with my activities in the gaming industry since I was before the board in 2015.
Please.
At that time, I was up for licensure with SLS. And as you may recall, SLS was going through some turbulent times post-opening, and I came in to work for Stockbridge, which was a private equity company controlling the asset. So I had 2 remits. The first remit was to get the property on stable financial footing, and quite honestly, the second was to find an exit path for the private equity firm. So I had a 2-year contract in that endeavor. We were quite a ways down the road with Alex Murillo on a sale process. And at that time, my contract expired. I had an opportunity to go to work in Macau for a previous boss, Kevin Kelly. So I took my family and I moved to China. So I did that in, I believe, 2017. And went to work for Galaxy Entertainment, probably the highest EBITDA producing gaming organization in the world. I've had the pleasure of working in a lot of the major jurisdictions in the US. Every time I've gone, I've learned something new. I can tell you that going to Macau was a master's class, both culturally and professionally. So I enjoyed my employment there. My responsibilities were all future phase development, which totaled about $6 billion worth of hotel resort development, international conference center, and a 17,000 seat arena. Unfortunately, COVID hit. And at the time COVID hit, I shipped my family back to the US. Based on border regulations, I was separated from them for about 1.5 years. So when I got my first opportunity to come back to the US, I called Frank and Lorenzo up, who I had worked for in the past, and said, I'm coming back to the US. I was fortunate enough to join the company. And I've been with the company now for 2 years.
Great. Thank you for that. And yes, as you noted, I believe you were back in front of the Gaming Commission approximately 8 years ago.
That's right.
Right. Good. And we obviously have a very thorough write-up from our investigative division, which I'm sure you're familiar with and you've gone through several times.
Intimately familiar.
Good. And also you've gone through licensing in other states. We have all your background on that. No areas of concern in your application, your finances, and your suitability. And obviously you've been an executive member of the gaming industry in Nevada before. So all of that creates a very good, thorough investigative package, in my opinion. So appreciate that. Are there questions or comments from board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have any questions. You have extensive and varying roles in multiple casinos in multiple jurisdictions, and I'm satisfied with the information provided in our investigative report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. Very impressive resume. You've worked in dozens of locations, Vegas, Macau, been licensed here and in other jurisdictions, as the chairman indicated. There are no concerns, no conditions with the application. Stations is employing about 8,400 approximately employees at 16 locations. So you've got a big job ahead of you. I think it should be noted for the record that a lot of people have done very well. Their families have done very well working for stations, and it's a company that is very, very good to work with from what we heard from many of the employees here. And I'm happy to see Mr. Rubenstein again. I wish you would move back to Las Vegas. We could see you more often. But so with that said, I'm very happy and honored to support this application.
Judge Assad.
Thank you. Mr. Krieger, this application involves quite a few properties of you being the key executive. Can you give us a little bit of what your responsibilities will be in terms of each of these properties and what your role is with the company?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It's our company culture to be involved in quite a bit. We're a very execution-focused company, so my scope runs fairly deep, from day-to-day operations all the way up to strategic vision of the company. Let's stay at the strategic vision portion of that. I like to say we're a 47-year-old growth company. So when I came back to Red Rock Resorts, we set about 2 years ago of really rewriting the roadmap of growth for the company, deciding on what to do with legacy assets, deciding what to do with real estate holdings, and recreating a pipeline of growth throughout the valley. So if I said, what was the primary role that I've had thus far, it was to create that growth story, to articulate it to investors and to Wall Street, and then really to start the entitlement and real estate acquisition process of that going forward, which is a 10-year plan for growth for the company. Secondarily, because all units of the organization and corporate office report to me, it's important that I, having the DNA of Station Casinos, having worked for Station Casinos for 12 years in the past, was important for me to embrace that DNA that started with Frank and Lorenzo's father and was passed on through Frank and Lorenzo, and something that I understand intimately. So one of the other roles that I feel is important for me is to pass on that culture to new executives as we go forward.
Thank you for that. What percentage of your time is spent on property versus the general managers coming to you for meetings?
I probably spend a majority of my time in the corporate office. I try to get out to the properties on a regular basis. I would say I touch the properties 3-4 times a week, and meet with the general managers, look at new amenities that we're bringing on board, walking the property, meeting the team members. So I would say 4 or 5 times a week, I get out to the properties for a period of time.
Thank you. Anything else from board members? Mr. Rubenstein, anything else from you or Mr. Krieger?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, I have not abandoned Nevada in any way, shape, or form. 100% full-time worker on behalf of Nevada clients, for the record.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. For the record, good.
And I would just like to thank the agents for their help in the investigation. It was a pleasure to work with them.
Great. Thank you. So with that, I would entertain a motion for non-restricted item number 2.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to approve a recommendation to the Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Aye. Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of NP Opco LLC for licensure as sole member and manager of NP Durango LLC to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of NP Durango LLC doing business as Durango Casino and Resort for a non-restricted gaming license, for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering, for licensure to operate gaming salons, and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Jeff Welch, Stephen Cootie, and Scott Krieger for licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Morning again.
Morning. For the record, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogats on behalf of Red Rock Resort Station Casino and NP Durango LLC. We have a number of people here I'd like to introduce for this item. First, of course, is Scott Krieger, president of both Red Rock Resorts and the casino operating company NP Durango LLC. We've also got Stephen Cootie, executive vice president, chief financial officer, and treasurer of Red Rock Resorts and senior VP and treasurer of NP Durango. Jeffrey Welch, executive vice president and chief legal officer of Red Rock Resorts and senior vice president and secretary of NP Durango. David Horn, general manager of NP Durango LLC. Mr. Horn's application is pending. Also want to recognize Michael Britt, senior vice president, public policy and communications. John Pascolato, senior vice president of regulatory compliance, and Michelle Flater, senior director of regulatory compliance. While we have 6 distinct items on today's agenda, this one for the new Durango Casino Resort has to be considered the main event. We have an affirmative presentation we'd like to make with respect to this exciting new resort offering, and then we'll be prepared to take questions. Following questions, we can review the proposed 9th revised order, or we can wait to do that until after we've concluded the following 3 items, which also impact the order. It's really up to you, Mr. Chairman. Ahead of this meeting, we submitted a confidential presentation deck, and so we'd like to walk the board through that, starting with Mr. Krieger, followed by Mr. Horn, and then Mr. That's all right?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hello again. If I could, I'd like to give a brief overview of the company, both past and into the future, to set up Mr. Horn to talk a little bit about our Durango project. So from a company history perspective, the company started in 1976. It was founded by Frank Fertitta Jr. with the idea that he would create a casino off the strip, built for locals, employed by locals. And he endeavored to do that. And that was the beginning of the locals casino industry, which happens to be the largest regional gaming market in the country. His sons grew up in Las Vegas. They followed his footsteps in the business. They took over the business and have grown it to what it is today. It's still run as a family business with a founder's mentality. And we all enjoy that culture as team members of the company. And as I mentioned, team members, one of our core strategies in the company is to invest in our team members. We are the employer of choice in Nevada, mainly because of our fair wages that are competitive and the benefits we provide our team members. We believe that there's a direct correlation between our team members and our customers. And as such, we want to make sure that our team members have a good living wage and have benefits that would help them and their families. Namely, we provide free medical care for all of our employees and their families under $100,000 a year in annual income. We also have medical clinics, which provide free subscription and free laboratory testing. And we're about to launch dental offices as well, on-site, convenient, so that their families and the team members can have proper medical and dental care. Secondly, we're very concerned about their future. So we have a unique pension and 401k plan. It's two 401ks that we match on both. In the last 2 years, we've contributed over $10 million to these 401k plans in an effort to make sure that our employees are set up for their future and their retirement. And as a result of our efforts and our investment in our team members, they've recognized our efforts and our management style, and they've awarded us an employer of choice in the Valley. For 3 years running, we have been the top employer voted by our own employees in the RJ poll. And then this year, we were nominated as a top employer by the National Great Places to Work, which is a precursor to the Fortune 100 Best Places to Work. So once you achieve this, then you're eligible for the Fortune 100 award, which we are seeking. So our team members are speaking back to us in recognition of the way we manage our operations and the benefits that we apply. So as I mentioned, there's a strong relationship between our team members and our customers. And as a result, we believe in hiring full-time employees. So over 90% of our staff is full-time, unlike a lot of other gaming organizations which benefit from a lot of part-time workers that don't participate in 401ks, don't participate in benefits plans. And we believe that a full-time worker that creates a relationship with our employees is very important to our business. It might be worth noting that a full third of our employees have tenure over 1 year. So switching gears a bit and talking about the development path, which I mentioned earlier, we don't just build local casinos, we build entertainment centers in the neighborhood. So whether you are a gambler or whether you like to participate in other things like dining, bowling, movie theaters, and resort amenities, we believe that the projects we build are complementary to the entire community that we develop in. And this proven track record has really set the table for us in our growth path in the next 10 years. So over the last 20 years, we have strategically invested in key locations in the Valley and built a roadmap of 7 developable sites across the Valley, all of them located in high growth areas, all of them located near major arterial freeways. And this roadmap for us will enable us to grow the company a full 100% in the next 10 years. So not only will that create growth in the Valley from a job perspective, it also generates tax dollars, and it allows us to reinvest in the community as well. So Frank Fertitta, Lorenzo Fertitta, and their associated companies over time have donated and contributed over $250 million back into the community through charitable organizations. So this growth will spur the ability for us to continue to invest in our team members, continue to provide products that are complementary to neighborhoods, and then also allow us to contribute on a social basis to the community. And with that, we can either take questions or I can have Mr. Horn come up. Durango Station is the next next item in our growth story. And we're excited to tell you a little bit about that. So I can either take comments or have Dave come up and talk to you a little bit about Durango.
Yeah, let's see. Are there any questions about Station Casinos, Red Rock Resorts corporate from the board members? Or would you prefer to go ahead and start hearing about the Durango story?
I'm interested in hearing about the Durango Casino.
I'll second that.
All right, great. Let's move into the Durango story. Thank you
for your time.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair Hendrick. Good morning, Madam Watkins. Good morning, Chairman Assad. My first time here. Appreciate the staff's help in all of this process. I know it's a lot of due diligence and hard work. And again, appreciate Madam Secretary's time. Having been my first process here, I just take the time to say my name is David Horn. I'm the General Manager and Vice President of Durango Casino and Resort. I have been with the company since 1994. I've basically grown up in my time in the city with this company. I started out, as mentioned previously, working at Palace Station as a hotel front desk and valet parker. First 9 years of my life, or an hourly team member. And then I segued myself into the casino side of things, where I lived for a very long time before becoming assistant general manager for various properties, and then ultimately general manager at Palace Station, and then moving on to this Durango project. So almost 27 years in this company, back when we were only one property. I'm very excited about this current project. It means a lot to me. I've been here on this project for about 16 months. I've opened 10 properties for the company, myself, and this is the first one that I'll open, from the very onset and start as the GM for this property. The highlights to me and the things that are most important about what we're doing is, we have 1,600 construction workers involved with this project over the last year, and the building itself is going to employ over 1,700 full-time team members. A large portion of those folks are going to be internal transfers coming from various properties. The location of this project is really located in such a densely populated area amongst other businesses and construction booms that are going on right now. The common theme in talking to a lot of those business partners around that area and the neighbors are, what took you so long? Like myself, they've been looking at a sign that lived on that bend since 2005, coming soon, Durango Station. And the time is here, is what I say, and we're planning on opening on November 20th to an exciting process. And I think the surrounding areas and the work that we do within the community shows throughout our history. We already established a relationship with the Helen Yertstrip Elementary School with Principal Christina there. That's an important process for us as we continue to grow within the community. So I feel that's a very positive piece of what we do. It's local casinos supporting the local community and economy. As for highlights, I know you've all been given a deck there, so if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me at any given time. Highlights will consist, I'll go through the numbers first. We're about 2,284 slot machines on the floor. We're 63 table games in the pit. We're a little over 200 rooms in the tower. And then we have about 10, we have a hall of foods, as we call it. It's the Eat Your Heart Out Hall of Foods. Most people will call it a food hall. There's 10 different outlets in that area. The beauty of that is that it almost mimics what we have done as a company for ourselves, which is family operated businesses, both comprised mostly of Las Vegas operators, and then a few from the Southern California area. But all those businesses are family started and ran by the family still. So it's a good story to have those folks in the building. We have 4 larger restaurants consisting of the Summer House and the George, our own steakhouse, and then the Mijo, which is the Mexican restaurant. And kind of the same thing, those are 3 established Las Vegas operators, being Click, being the Parkway Fine Group, and then being the Let Us Entertain You group running those restaurants. We have a fantastic resort pool with cabanas. We have a Bel Air lounge and lobby bar area that will overlook that pool, creating a fantastic view, a resort experience, as we want to call ourselves, Durango Casino and Resort. So I think it's fitting that we have that descriptive location in the building. And then a race and sportsbook experience that I feel is going to be unique. I know there's a lot of heavy competition for race and sportsbook venues in the city, but ours is an immersive AV experience combining our George restaurant with the race and sportsbook to create quite a few technological AV views that people haven't seen yet. So it's exciting to share that once we get opened. And like I said, it's just 17 jobs with this company as a responsible operator within the gaming industry. And we're all excited to open this property and get going on November 20th.
Great. Thank you very much. Other questions from board members regarding Durango?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you state, and I may have missed it, how many people you intend to employ?
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. That was key. That's a key piece. We've actually hired almost 500 folks to date. We're going to end up at about 1,700 all in for full-time team members eventually for the building. About 35 to 40% of that is internal transfers. And then quite a few will actually come from the surrounding area. Most likely what we've seen in as far as zip code demographic is a predominant majority of those folks applying right, obviously in the 5 zip surrounding us at the Durango Roads Ranch area.
And how are you recruiting?
We have an extensive online process. We have a social media function. We have billboards around the city. Some of you might have seen our videos for the hiring process. They're done very well. They've been well received. Most people in this day and age tend to go through the social media sites on Instagram and what have you. And we've channeled that quite a bit in this hiring process. But you can see our billboards along the 215, and I think there's a few that are beyond that on the 15 stretch there. And then we've done some TV ads as well.
Okay, and so you said you've hired about 500 already, and you're looking to hire 15, 1600. How many did you say?
You'll be about 1,200 more all in for the building.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. And you said you've established a relationship with the local elementary school. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The Helen Yurtstrip Elementary School.
And what sort of relationship is that?
As a practice for our company, for Station Casinos, we have a casino that will partner with various schools that are in close proximity to the casino to help with school supplies, shoes, what have you, to start the year. Mr. Britt is instrumental in setting that process up and continuing that relationship. So he's kind of the spearhead for that process. But as a general manager of the property, it's a lot of that responsibility falls on us to maintain that relationship and to go there for the book readings, to go there and present checks, to go there and help them with any kind of food drive or shoe drive that they want to do. I think that's incredibly important as one of our responsibilities.
And you mentioned that there will be some unique technology in the sports book, and you can't share any of that with us.
It's going to be awesome if you want to come down and check it out. It's just a very a way to view it. The LED screens and the things that we're going to use. There's just two areas that are going to be pretty awesome for what we do. And I mean, it's just you're going to be able to see a game everywhere. 360 degrees from where you're at in any place in that building.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So the sports book, you're transitioning from stadium technology to GAN. Any idea when that might take place?
I have an idea, but I think I want to defer to the expert on that.
I'll give some generalities. We would love to be able to implement GAN, say, in November timeframe. There are some pending items in front of the board now that we're waiting on conclusion. One's GAN suitability. The GLI process is going well. And we're hopeful that we can launch mid-season with the new product. And I think Dave's being cautious. One of the great things on our race and sports book is this new GAN product, which is world-class and very groundbreaking. It allows us to do a lot more wagering types and a lot more offerings to the guest.
And will they offer phone betting as well as counter betting?
Yeah, phone betting, counter betting, and on PC as well. Yeah.
In game as well?
That's right. And then kiosk as well. They have a very advanced kiosk function as well.
And the book at Red Rock is pretty impressive. Those screens, the phenomenal clarity. Is this going to be even better?
Well, knowing that there's Red Rock Race and Sports team members here and that I worked there for a very long time, I would tell you the Red Rock Race and Sports book is fantastic. And it's big. But some of the stuff that we're using will probably be implemented into Red Rock at a later date. I think to add to what Mr. Krieger had said, we've opened a lot of properties and we try and learn from our mistakes. And one of those things is to reduce those lines and ease of comfort for the guest. And by having the amount of kiosks that we have and the option to go bet with a live person, it creates a better experience. So people just aren't waiting in lines and they can get on with their day. But yes, the technology is, at least from a viewing screen, and I think they would tell you it's better than what they have. But as I said, we'll upgrade that place as well.
And no charge for parking.
No, we are free parking all the way. Our owners are adamant about that,
right?
As am I.
No, it's very impressive from the pictures here. I drive by it almost every day. It's moving along very quickly. So can't wait to see it open in, what is it, November, I guess?
Yeah, November 20th. Yes, sir.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is it my understanding that once you started construction that you've actually added to the gaming floor space-wise?
That is correct. In one significant expansion during the process, it created about 315 extra slot machines. And then we added 12 table games at that time, to your comment. And then we've since increased the table game footprint another 10 games. And then the machines have gone out about another, since that period, about probably just under 200. So yes.
And back on the questions about hiring, how is the hiring process going? If you're 500, you're trying to add another 1,200 in this market, how's that going?
I would tell you it's exciting and challenging at the same time. It's exciting in the fact that there's a lot of interest in this project, and to see the applications that we've had is fantastic. The challenge is there's a tremendous amount of applications and resumes coming in, which is a good thing. I will not complain about that one bit. We're probably going to end up doing, because of our process being very guest service centric, we meet everyone and they go through our process, and then we talk to them after in a full interview with those folks. So that's going to round the corner at almost 6,000 people by the time we're done with this.
Wow. Yeah, that is good news. It's great to hear. I had a couple questions, Mr. Krieger, if you don't mind stepping back up again. You were talking about the dental clinic program. I haven't heard that before. Are you aware of any other gaming property that provides a dental clinic?
I am not personally aware. I don't know if my colleagues are aware of anything, but no. So we plan on launching 2 of those in the near future. And we plan on having a total of 4 on-site medical clinics as well.
Wow.
For convenience.
And you have a couple medical clinics now, and you're adding to those as well?
We have now 2 that are up and running and 2 more that will be developed or in the process of being built.
Wow. Those are all in Clark County.
Yeah, we're actually very adjacent to the properties, so that it's easy for the employees to just walk over to the medical clinic and their families as well.
Quite a benefit. Also wanted to ask you, there was mention of a citizenship program. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I kind of skipped over that one. So we encourage our employees to seek citizenship through the legal process. We assist them in that endeavor, and we pay for that as well for both themselves and their families.
Great. Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions from board members?
I don't have anything else, Chair.
None by me. Thank you.
Yeah, and the application was obviously very thorough. A major property going up takes a lot of personnel hours on your behalf as well as on our staff's behalf. So we have significant financials and pre-opening financials, as well as all the information that you provided about the property itself. So we appreciate that. Mr. Rubenstein, if you want to continue now with the other applications, this would be the appropriate time.
Okay, we hadn't finished this one. We do actually have financial
Please.
Items to talk about.
Good.
I'll leave that to Mr. Cootie.
Good morning.
Chairman Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Stephen Cootie, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Cootie, C-O-O-T-E-Y. I'm the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer for Red Rock Resorts. And I'm going to take it a little bit to follow up on Scott's question or your question about the clinics. The clinics are currently open at Sunset Station, Red Rock Resorts, and the 2 clinics in process, which should open by the end of the year, are at Boulder Station, Palace Station. And so what I'll do is kind of take us out of Durango and move us back up into the financial results. Red Rock Resorts has continued to perform excellent since a post-opening in June of 2020, and the second quarter of 2023 was no exception. This quarter ended up being our 3rd best second quarter in the history of the company from a same-store net revenue perspective and the EBITDA perspective, EBITDA margin perspective, only outdone by the exceptional quarters of 2022 and 2021. So that will be a familiar story that will be a lot of the 3rd best quarters going forward as tough comps are ahead. When you compare the first half of 2023 and the first half of 2022, we are in a stone's throw of potentially having the best year on record for Red Rock Resorts, which is an exceptional and a compliment to our team members and what we're doing, particularly in the economic environments that we're struggling through. When you dig into the quarter, take a deeper dive into the quarter. The second quarter casino numbers, despite being down, was our 3rd best second ever. It was impacted a little bit by hold and also our hometown Vegas Knights winning the Stanley Cup. From a non-gaming perspective, we continue to have exceptional growth where F&B had our near record second quarter profitability, record revenue and near record profitability, led by catering, which has now experienced its 8th consecutive quarter of double-digit growth. On the hotel side, it was actually our best quarter of all time, which is a testament to the hotel team, both from an ADR perspective and occupancy perspective across the entire company. Looking forward, we've seen stability in both the gaming and non-gaming segments of the company, and our sales group and catering business continue to grow and grow a book in the second half of 2023. So if I flip the page to page 30, I think that operating performance coupled with strong expense discipline, operating discipline has allowed us to maintain historic margins post-COVID, with this quarter representing the 12th quarter in a row with Las Vegas operations margin above 45%. And while margins will go up and down quarter by quarter depending on operating results, I say a return to post-COVID margin is incredibly unlikely. And all that means from page 31 is that strong operating performance coupled with stable margins equals strong cash flow. And so we've continued to convert a large amount of our EBITDA to free cash, which we use to fund our growth program, which includes the Durango project today. Well, Q2 was a little off from a conversion perspective. That was due mainly to the timing of tax payments for Q1 and Q2 falling in April. When you look at the first quarter and the second quarter in total, we were back to our normal 50 plus percentage points conversion of cash flow to EBITDA, which represented about $198 million of cash, or $1.98 per share, which again allows us to execute our growth plan as well as take a balanced approach, returning capital to our stakeholders. Of note here, we talked about Durango, and I think you mentioned the expansion of the casino. Durango budget continues to be $780 million. It was $750 with the exception of that conversion, which cost about $30 million. We spent about $563 million to date, so that leaves us about $240 million left to spend, which includes about $35 million of pre-open. And so the current Durango is on track and on budget. And then from a balance sheet perspective, we currently have about $100 million of cash, about $3.2 billion of debt. Our net leverage ratio is 4.2 times, excuse me, 4.3 times. Our credit agreement covenant ratio is much lower, just giving some of the add backs. Our credit agreement coverage ratio is 3.6 times. From a liquidity perspective, I think we have a strong balance sheet, no near-term maturities. We have about $625 million undrawn on our revolver. Incredible flexible credit agreement. As noted before, we're the only gaming company during COVID not to ask for equity, not to ask for debt, and not to even get a bank amendment. And that just goes to the flexibility that's built in and it was negotiated into our credit agreement. 36% of our debt is fixed. Our interest rate is overall right now 6.2%. Going forward, as I mentioned on my earnings call, leverage will peak probably Q4 as we finish the payments out for Durango, and then we will slowly work toward our long-term goal of 3 times net leverage. Since the quarter end, we've converted all of our LIBOR loans as required by law to SOFR loans successfully. And then next year really begins the planning stages for the next stage of our capital structure as we look to deal with what would now become near-term maturities of the revolver and the term loan A in 2025. And with that, I've finished my prepared remarks and prepared to take any questions.
You said your goal is 3 times leverage.
3 times that leverage.
And you're at what now?
We are at 4.2 times, 4.3 times net leverage, or 3.6 from a covenant perspective. So that goal is to work that down. So we should naturally, once Durango comes on, we expect that resort to immediately cash flow, and that will naturally, bring our leverage down.
Good. Thank you. Questions by board members for Mr. Coody?
I don't know if you said or not, but when did you say you anticipate arriving at that goal?
I'm sorry, Miss. Could you repeat the question?
When did you say you anticipate arriving at that goal?
We have not said that.
I don't have any further questions.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. You probably compare Durango somewhat to Red Rock, given the geographical location and the newest and the best and all the bells and whistles that are going to be in the property. I was wondering if you could guesstimate what the percentage of, with respect to your marketing plan and marketing even at Red Rock, local clientele versus out-of-state clientele.
Well, generally we would about 80-20 from that's been across
80 local,
80 local, 20. So I would expect it, just given its proximity to the strip, to weigh slightly heavier than Red Rock, but not too far from that. We are at the root, we are a locals casino.
So that's what you have pretty much right now at Red Rock, 80-20.
About 80-20.
And you anticipate about the same at Durango? Great. And then the average room occupancy rate at Red Rock would be approximately what?
As a system level was 89%. We haven't disclosed property by property, but I'm happy to deliver that to you privately if that works.
Yeah, that would be nice. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Rubenstein, would this be the appropriate time for you to add anything about the application to pledge the membership interest for Deutsche Bank?
No, it's the, existing loan that's on there and, by its terms, we have to, when we have a new asset, we've got to add it to the security package. So that's all that's happening there.
Yep. And based on Mr. Cootie's presentation, I take it that there was no trouble doing that. It's just a matter of paperwork being filed with the commission, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Good. All right. Please, is there anything else you want to add on Durango?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Would you like to move in the other applications on this agenda item then?
That would be great.
Great. I want to talk a little bit about the gaming salons, and I don't know if that's Mr. Horn or tell us about, I know you're in charge of the Durango property that's asking for the approval to operate gaming salons. How many other Station Casino properties have gaming salons at this point?
Sure. So currently Red Rock has 2. Durango will have 3 areas. And then as a part of the GVR high limit expansion, I believe they're going to have 3 as well. They will come online pretty close to the same time Durango's does. Pending.
And I saw the schematics of it. The idea is to have some flexibility on the size of the rooms, depending on the number of people inside, correct?
That's correct. And in speaking with quite a few of your agents and members of the board, in that process, Red Rock has only operated those as kind of an extension of the high limit room, and not once have they activated as a salon. We anticipate kind of that same behavior. It's just an area in the back that's a little further for, a high limit experience. So that's what we're going to operate the same.
So the idea would be you're going for obviously a little bit of higher clientele at this property, as well as Red Rock and GVR if those are approved.
That is correct.
Yeah. Questions from board members regarding the application for licensure to operate gaming salons?
I don't have any questions on this one.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions either.
Okay. And we already discussed the application for the non-restricted gaming license, including race book and sports pool, the application for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. Is there anything, Mr. Rubenstein or Mr. Horn, you want to add regarding the race book and sports pool?
No, I don't think I can top what Mr. Horn's already said.
Okay, very good. All right. And then there's clearly an application for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and I presume that's for doing modifications for machines on property, correct?
Correct, yeah. We're subject to the traditional conditions.
Correct. All right. Is there anything else, Mr. Rubenstein, that you want to go into before we go into the 3 individual applications for licensure as key executives?
No, I have nothing else on the company applications.
Great. Any questions or comments from board members regarding the applications other than the 3 individual applications for key executives?
No, I think that the presentation provided to us today, both public and private, in addition to the investigative report, was robust, and I don't have anything further on those.
No questions by me. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Rubenstein, do you want to introduce the 3 individuals? Well, one's already been introduced, Mr. Krieger, but the other 2 individuals?
Sure. The other individuals, as I mentioned before, are Jeffrey Welch, who for this property is Senior Vice President and Secretary, and Stephen Cootie for this property is Senior Vice President Treasurer. They've opened license before multiple times, including as recently as the wildfire Fremont application.
Correct. I believe that was on the commission's agenda in September of 22, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So this was merely an update by the investigative division because that was a thorough investigative background and licensing simply a year ago. We have all the materials from a year ago, as well as the update over what's happened over the past year. Mr. Welch or Mr. Cootie, would you like to add anything on the record for your applications for key executives? Very good. Mr. Cootie? Great. Thank you, gentlemen. Are there questions from board members regarding Mr. Krieger, Mr. Cootie, or Mr. Welch being key executives?
Having seen them recently, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Welch, you're a lawyer,
Yes, sir.
and you sure you don't want to speak?
I actually do. Not necessarily for the answer to your question.
Go right ahead.
What I just didn't want to miss as we moved into some of the easier parts of the agenda is thanks for our team members being here to support us. It's a real honor and privilege to see how many of you are here to support our applications today. It actually makes me feel like I understand even better why they voted us the top casino employer 3 years in a row. So thank you very much for being here. And I know you also have very busy lives. This may go on a little while longer, but if you do need to get back to your families or your lives, please do. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rubenstein, is there anything else you want to add regarding any of the applications?
Not on agenda item 3, no.
No, number 3, all right. And you mentioned the amendment to the order of registration. I believe since we're using the same draft that it probably is appropriate since it's agendized for each item that we will go ahead and vote on it. So if there's anything you want to add regarding the amendment of the order of registration, we should do it for each item, starting with this one.
No, with respect to the draft number 2 dated September 5th, 2023, we approved that draft and are ready to move forward with it.
Great. And you saw that there was just a couple technical cleanup provisions that were done yesterday.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you for those.
Okay. Questions from board members regarding any of the applications or the draft of the order?
I don't have any further questions.
Mine says draft number 1 dated August 21st, 2023. Was there a updated one?
Yeah, we updated it yesterday.
I don't know if so give me that would be draft number 2.
Draft 2.
And the date would be what?
9/5/23.
9/5/23. Okay. And it's still the 9th revised order.
Yes, and the changes were just in paragraphs 49 or 48C, 49C, 50C, 51C, and 52C, and they're all identical changes where the mention of membership certificates, we inserted the phrase "if certificated." That was it.
Can you center yourself on the mic, please?
I'm sorry. You want me to repeat that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the changes in those paragraphs were just to add the phrase "if certificated" after the words "membership certificates."
Okay.
Yeah, that's a cleanup we're just trying to do for any order of registration for the purpose of the old language said that they must be in Nevada. A lot of times they aren't certificated now. So to the point that if there are certificates, those certificates must remain in Nevada. So cleanup provisions. Anything else, Judge?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Rubenstein, anything else?
No. At the end of all this, I'd like to acknowledge all staff, but I'll wait till the end of the last item if that pleases you.
Absolutely. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 3, which has a significant number of conditions. So we will take a moment to read those into the record if one of my board members so wishes to do at this time.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval to the Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the draft number 2 dated September 5th, 2023 of the 9th revised order of registration with the following 11 conditions to be included. First, prior to the commencement of race and sports and or parimutuel wagering, the operations and executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the Audit Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Second condition, prior to the commencement of operations, the attestation letter regarding the internal control system must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the Audit Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Number 3, prior to the commencement of operations, an adequate written internal control system that documents compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the Audit Division, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Number 4, prior to the commencement of operations, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter be maintained at or above the standards that is approved. Number 5, the manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes, such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. Number 6, the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in, or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. Number 7, when gaming salons 1, 2, 3, and 4 are operated as private gaming, the doors to the gaming salon or salons being operated as private must remain closed. Number 8, when gaming salons 1, 2, 3, and 4 are operated as public gaming, all exterior doors to the casino gaming area and interior air walls to the gaming salon or salons being operated as public must remain open. Number 9, prior to the commencement of gaming salon operations, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. Number 10, prior to the operation of gaming salons 1, 2, 3, and 4, the entrance to the gaming salons must have signage that indicates the gaming salon is in public or in private use, and the signage must be inspected and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. Number 11, the number of gaming salons is limited to 4, and the number may not be increased without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. That's it.
Very good, Judge. You need some water?
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Rubenstein, I'm sure that you've gone through those conditions with the agents of the investigative division. Did you have any questions, or do you agree with all of the conditions?
I had no questions. We do agree with all the conditions.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of LNA Investments, LLC, for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of the Angelia T. Fertitta Separate Property Trust for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as a member. Lastly, you have the applications of Angelia Fertitta for finding of suitability as a trustee and or beneficiary as noted on the agenda.
Mr. Rubenstein.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein, appearing on behalf of the applicants on this item. First of all, I'd like to thank you for waiving the appearance of one of the applicants, the individual applicant, Angelia Fertitta. Angelia is currently a full-time college student and has no involvement whatsoever in the operations of Red Rock Resorts, Station Casinos, or any of their subsidiaries. The triggering event that caused the filing of the various applications on today's agenda was that Ms. Fertitta reached the age of 21. The registration of the Angelia T. Fertitta Separate Property Trust and the transfer of interest are solely for estate planning purposes, as well as the remaining applications before you resulting from Angelia Fertitta being named a beneficiary of various family trusts formed several years ago by her parents, Lorenzo and Teresa Fertitta. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding those applications.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. Yes, as you mentioned, we understand that Ms. Fertitta is in classes in New York, so there wasn't a reason to have her come back on this matter, which, as you also stated, is for estate planning purposes. For the record, you stated that she has no involvement whatsoever with the company and currently has no intention to be involved with the company because she's a full-time student. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
Thank you. Other questions from board members?
I don't have anything, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. None by me. It's very straightforward. We went over everything yesterday in the rump session, so I'm happy to support the application.
And same for me. Obviously, we've got a full workup because it's the first time that she's been licensed as a beneficiary in this perfect situation of actually having everything filed this time. So I've gone through all that. Again, we're looking at the 9th revised order of registration, and I believe was the same amendments we went through, correct? So we're on draft 2.
Yes.
If there's no other questions from board members, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. There are no conditions with this one, so I would move to approve and recommend approval to the Gaming Commission of agenda item non-restricted number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the inclusion of the 9th revised order of registration, draft number 2 dated September 5th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes, bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the application of Station GVR Acquisition LLC, doing business as Green Valley Ranch Station Casino, licensure to operate gaming salons.
Mr. Rubenstein.
Yes, for the record, once again, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogats on behalf of Red Rock Resorts and Green Valley Ranch Station Casinos. Appearing with me on this item is Mr. Brian Shelton, the Director of Table Games at Green Valley Ranch. Except for the name and address of the casino, this application is virtually identical to the one the board and commission granted in September 2022 for the gaming salons at Red Rock Casino and Resort, and the ones that you just approved for Durango. We've provided all of the information required by regulation 5.200 and are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And as we spoke about earlier on a prior item, these gaming salons are intended to have some flexibility, and the idea is to increase the level of player, correct? Questions from board members?
I understand that there will be acceptable surveillance standards.
Turn your mic on.
I'm sorry. I understand that there will be acceptable surveillance standards and that this application meets our regulatory standards, so I don't have any questions.
Judge?
No questions. Senior Agent Amber Dastrup and Supervisor Bradford and Deputy Chief Nathan Allen did an excellent job preparing this. There are no concerns noted in the application. We do have 5 conditions along with the order of registration, but other than that, I have no questions.
And has this construction already been completed?
No, sir.
No.
Early November is anticipated completion.
And when will it start?
Early November. So I think November 9th is the current completion date that we would be operating the salons under when the construction is completed.
Got it. All right. I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to non-restricted item number 5 on the agenda, I would move for approval and recommendation to the Gaming Commission that we approve that with the, as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, with the following condition: that when gaming salons 1, 2, and 3 are operated as private gaming, the doors to the gaming salon or salons being operated as private must remain closed. When gaming salons 1, 2, and 3 are operated as public gaming, all exterior doors to the casino gaming area and or interior air walls to the gaming salon or salons being operated as public must remain open. Prior to the commencement of gaming salon operations, The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. Prior to the operation of gaming salons 1, 2, and 3, the entrance to the gaming salons must have signage that indicates the gaming salon is in a public or private use, and the signage must be inspected and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. The number of gaming salons is limited to 3, and the number may not be increased without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Mr. Rubenstein, I'm sure you've gone through those conditions with the agents of the investigative division. Did you have any questions or do you agree with those conditions?
Mr. Chairman, no questions, and we are in full agreement with the conditions.
Great. And I may have missed it, Judge. Did we identify the draft of the order?
This would be the same thing, right? Draft number 2 dated 9/5/23.
Great. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendry?
Aye. The motion passes. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Red Rock Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of NP Red Rock LLC, doing business as El Cortez Sports Pool, doing business at El Cortez for the addition of a race book and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. You also have the application of Ike Gaming, Inc., doing business as El Cortez to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the race book, including off-track pari-mutuel race wagering operated by NP Red Rock LLC.
Mr. Rubenstein?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz on behalf of Red Rock Resorts and its subsidiary NP Red Rock LLC, which is the entity licensed to operate the station race and sportsbook hub for the various station casinos properties, as well as the sports pool, currently the sports pool at the El Cortez. This application is merely to add a race book and off-track pari-mutuel race operations at the El Cortez. With me today on this item is Mr. Jason McCormick, Vice President of Race and Sports at Station Casino, and also appearing on behalf of Ike Gaming is Mr. Alonso, if you want to have him introduce himself at this time.
Please. Mr. Alonso.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso here on behalf of Ike Gaming, Inc., which is doing business as the El Cortez. And I'm happy to allow the out-of-towner to handle this matter along with the really smart sportsbook guy. And I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick, tell us a little bit about this. What will your role be as far as this satellite book at the El Cortez?
Yes, in my role, I oversee all the race and sports books for Station Casinos. El Cortez continues to be a family member of our race and sports books. As you know, staying in the office, I'm probably 85% of the time up at the Red Rock Hub, making lines, doing numbers on various sporting events. 15% of my time visiting the properties, including El Cortez. So I'd be overseeing the manager and team member there and helping them grow their business.
I believe I read that there's 4 writers at this location.
Correct.
Is there currently 4 and going to remain 4 with the addition of the race book?
The staff will stay the same with the addition of the race book. It's not an addition of a race book. El Cortez actually has a current race book where they take pari-mutuel wagers. We're just going to add the race section so that they can take house wagers and twin Q wagers, as well as with the advancing technologies in race and sports to be able to give them a mobile race product, which they don't have today.
Understood. So there's no physical remodeling or restructuring. It's more of a back of house computerized upgrade.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Questions from board members?
How often are you getting out to the El Cortez specifically?
I'm out to the El Cortez at least once every month.
Okay. All right. I don't really have any questions with regard to this application.
Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. So you said you're going to be doing house cues?
Correct.
That should
Yeah, we
attract.
want to add the twin Q house cues.
That should attract some clientele.
We hope so.
Yeah. So I've been in there and it's a pretty small area. Pretty much how are you going to be able to incorporate or expand the race side of it?
Well, really, it's about the mobile wagering. The world we live in has gone mobile, both in race and
Oh, I
sports.
see. Okay.
They don't have that current mobile race product, and so that's
Right.
one of the big benefits of this change is that
I
they'll have
gotcha.
the ability to play mobile or mobile race.
Okay, very good. And then Mr. Epstein, he's going to get pretty much a monthly fee. And then it said he will get 99.75% of the first 15 mil of the sports handle. That should be the sports revenue.
The agreement calls for the base handle of 15 million in sports. He gets 99.75 and we get the 0.25.
But the handle's the drop, right?
No, handles what the right.
So
revenue is the.
He's going to get everything that gets everything that gets wagered.
The handle is what's wagered. He gets everything that they win. He gets the revenue.
So that's the revenue.
Correct.
Yeah, because when I dealt blackjack and craps, you have your drop, which is the handle, and then you pay out whatever people win, and then what's left is your gross gaming revenue.
Correct.
So that we probably need to change that language in the agreement, no?
No, that's actually used as a marker to cut off that particular percentage arrangement, and then it goes to a different number above that much handle. So the handle is just a measurement for the revenue share.
So if
I think, Judge, we had just had something that was a typo in our materials, and that was updated. We had a question about handle versus revenue, but it was updated in our materials late last night. I stayed up late.
Yeah.
So the handle.
The handle's just the base. The 15 million, if they exceed 15 million, that's when station casinos would take 40% of the revenue.
Okay.
So that's why they're both included in the agreement.
Okay, I got you. All right, that's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
Great. Anything else on this, Mr. Rubenstein, Mr. McCormick?
No, sir.
No, thank you.
All right. And again, back to the order of registration, we've added the El Cortez to the registration at new paragraph 26. Again, this would be draft 2 dated 9/5/2023. Any other questions or comments from board members?
None for me, Chair.
None by me, thank you.
All right, very good. This would be ripe for a motion then.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. The no conditions with this, but there is a 9th revised order of registration draft number 2 dated September 5th, 2023.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 7, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Joel Hampy for licensure as key employee as noted on the agenda.
Mr. Rubenstein.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, this is our final item of the day. Last but not least is the application of Joel Hampy to be licensed as a key employee for what Station Casinos refers to as the wildfire division of its casino properties. Mr. Hampy was licensed for nearly identical slate of properties 5 years ago this month, after which he was reassigned within the company to other executive responsibilities. He recently was brought back to oversee the wildfire division again, and for that reason, he's back before you today. Mr. Hampy will talk about his journey over these past few years, and then we're prepared to answer any questions.
Morning, Mr. Hampy.
Morning, Chairman.
You can lift that mic up a little bit for you.
Board members, Madam Secretary. Previous 5 years ago, like he said, basically this month, I was previously approved for the same license with Wildfire Gaming. Since then, we moved in. I moved around the company a few times. I became assistant general manager at a few of the smaller or the larger properties, and then during the COVID time, I worked at Palms Place overseeing that interaction, or not the interaction, but Palms Place itself during the interaction with the transition to the tribe. And then from there, assisted anyways with the closed properties, asset liquidation, things like that, kind of organizing just people on property and whatnot. From there, Once those were handled, I took back over the wildfire division January of 22. And here I am.
Great. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hampi from the board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
What were the reasons for your movement around the company?
Just general movement and transitioning of, I'll call it upward mobility.
Okay, thank you.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. No questions. There were no concerns or conditions noted in your application. A great job by Agent Bridges and DC Nathan Allen and Supervisor Bradford as well. So thank you all for your good work. I'm happy to support your application.
I as well didn't have any questions regarding your application. Very thorough, as you obviously know. You've been through the process before, so kind of know your way around, and appreciate your cooperation with our agents as they have had to go through and do their job again for you this second time. So made it easier. Thank you. I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval to the Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. And if I may indulge, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, at this point, acknowledge the efforts of your investigations team from the agents, Senior Agent Julie Petranzi, Special Agent Sean Crowley, Senior Agent Tina Logan, Senior Agent Amber Dastrup, Agent Randy Camachisto, and Agent Raquel Bridges, as well as supervisors Eric Kaufman, Jacob Abbott, Matt Doyle, David Bradford, Deputy Chiefs Luke Rippey, Russell Teggio, and Nathan Allen, and of course, Chief Carl Hoffman. We couldn't have asked for a smoother set of investigations for these items and are very grateful. Also, I'd like to note, we've had staff come through Durango for tours. Please reach out if any of you want a tour of the new property before it opens.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. And yes, you're correct. There was a lot of work to be done, both by your clients as well as everyone in the investigative division, the audit division, the enforcement division, everywhere down. So it works really well when gaming licensees understand the process and have been through it and cooperate with our agents and everything they ask for. So on behalf of you and all your clients, we appreciate it. We thank you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you all. Congratulations. We are going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back with non-restricted item number 8. All right, let's go back on the record. Thank you all. We'll proceed now to non-restricted item number 8, Madam Secretary.
Unrestricted number 8 is the application of Keith Meister for finding of suitability as a director and the applications of Mark Sersnak and Mark Lefevre for licensure as key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. I'm here for the Keith Meister item.
Good morning. My name is Chandler Pohl, legal counsel with MGM. I'm here for the Mark Lefevre and Mark Zerniak items.
Morning.
And I thought what may make sense is for me to handle Mr. Meister first, since we appreciate the waiver of his appearance, because as it's in your materials, Mr. Meister appeared before both the board and the commission in person in Las Vegas last November when he was licensed previously. And this is an update just to capture the new position of the audit committee chairman position. And so that's why Mr. Meister is on the agenda for this. We understand it's just an update and there are no issues.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Meisner's appearance was waived today for exactly the reasons you mentioned, Mr. McGinnis, is he was just in front of the commission in November for a licensure as key executive. So we have gone through that application as well as the updated application, and I didn't have any questions regarding that. Did board members have any questions regarding Mr. Meister?
I don't have any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I do not either.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Mr. Pohl.
All right, so going in order of the agenda, then we'll start with Mark Zerniak, and he can do a short affirmative presentation. He's been licensed previously, as well as Mark Lefevre.
Yeah.
And then we
Mr. Zerniak, if you don't mind, please just state your name for the record. Tell us a little bit about what you've done since the last time you were in front of the commission.
Sure. Mark Zerniak. So last time I was in front of the commission was in June of 2020. So throughout that time, I had been at MGM Grand in New York for 2.5 to almost 3 years. And then about 4 months ago, I have moved over to Bellagio and Park MGM. So with the properties kind of throughout the recovery, and now just making a move a little bit down the street to a couple of new properties.
Great. Thank you. Are there questions from board members for Mr. Zerniak?
How are you enjoying working at the new property?
I mean, it's great, great people. I mean, it's nice having to be the same company, so the job stays similar, but just really enjoyed working at the Bellagio. I actually previously worked at Park MGM before being a chief financial officer about 6 years ago. So it's been great just reconnecting with people there as well.
And have your responsibilities changed at all?
They're very, very similar direct reports, similar makeup, just different properties.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. Agent Kenny and Supervisor Moyle and DC Rippey did a great job. Everything's thoroughly been looked at. We went over it yesterday in our private meeting, so I have no questions, no concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zerniak. Mr. Lefevre, please introduce yourself and tell us what you've been doing since last time you were in front of the commission in January of 2018.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, members, Madam Secretary. Mark Lefevre, Lefevre. And recently I was at Aria and Vidara. And with Mr. Zerniak moving over to Bellagio, I moved over to New York, MGM, and Excalibur. So similar role, a little bit bigger property because 3 different properties, but very similar.
And what have your duties changed since the move?
No real change in the duties. I have similar reports and just have to oversee a couple different properties now that have casinos.
Got it. Questions or comments from board members?
What difference do you see in the properties?
So we're on the east side over at MGM and a little bit bigger. It caters to a wide range of guests, where Aria was a little more high end and a little bit different of a market. A little younger demographic. Excalibur, great property. New York, stellar. And with the Knights, I came in right when the Knights were winning, so it was pretty cool to be there.
And are you enjoying it?
Loving it.
Okay, thank you.
Judge.
Thank you. Great to see you. Congratulations. I have no questions. Your application is excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaFever. I agree with the judge that all three of you gentlemen have very stellar backgrounds in the gaming industry, and applications had no areas of concern. So I'm happy to support all three of them. And I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 8.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move for approval of unrestricted agenda item number 8 to the Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And I'd like to show my support to Agent Keeney. He was fabulous to work with on this.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of MGM Resorts International, Mandalay Resort Group LLC, and Entain PLC for an amendment to their orders of registration as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of BetMGM LLC doing business as Series Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering. It is also the application of Sierra Development Company for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda and to receive a percentage of gaming revenue for BetMGM LLC doing business as Series Casino.
Morning, Mr. Scheer.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of BetMGM. Also with me today are Vitek Paczynski, who's the Vice President of Strategy and Development for BetMGM, and Josh Weissman, Director of Licensing for BetMGM. Also with us is Jeff Seary. He's President and CEO of Sierra Development Company. And also present on behalf of Entain PLC is Erica Okerberg. And on behalf of MGM Resorts International, Sean McGinnis. I'd like to begin today with a big thank you to Chief Hoffman, Supervisor Doyle, and Senior Agent Lambert for their professionalism and efficiency in processing this application. Really smooth processing, great job. Really appreciate it. And all their advice and assistance along the way. Next, if it's acceptable to you, Mr. Chairman, I have a brief affirmative presentation. Then we'd be happy to answer any questions about BetMGM's application. And then I'll turn it over to Eric Okerberg and Sean McGinnis to address the amendments to the orders of registration.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So the presentation is basically broken up into two brief portions. One is on the applicable laws and the second on the proposed operations. With regard to the applicable laws, NRS 463-245 sets forth certain requirements to become an operator of a race book and sports pool. One of those requirements is for the proposed operator to have a non-restricted gaming license as defined in subsections 1 and 2 of NRS 463.0177. Specifically, a license to operate 16 or more slot machines or any number of slot machines and 1 or more table games. Once you have that non-restricted gaming license, then you can obtain approval to operate a race book and or sports pool at that location. And once a race book or a sports book is approved at the original location, an operator can apply then for licenses to operate satellite sports books at other locations. So the purpose of these applications is for BetMGM to obtain a non-restricted gaming license to operate 16 or more slot machines, in this case 150 in particular, at Series in Reno, to be approved to operate a race book and sports pool at that location, and then to qualify to be licensed to operate satellite sports books at the properties operated by affiliates of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group. There is precedent for such an arrangement. There have been several prior instances where companies have obtained their predicate license under NRS 463.245 by leasing premises or otherwise operating on the premises of another and being licensed to operate satellite race books and sports pools. Of particular relevance here is the fact that both NRS 463.245 and 463.0177 have been amended by the legislature since those precedents were established, but the legislature has not changed those prior precedents. So when they made other amendments to those statutes, they left intact the language governing the predicate licenses. In 2013 was the most extensive amendments, the legislature amended NRS 463.245 to clarify the licenses as a slot route operator or as an operator of inter-casino linked systems were not sufficient unrestricted gaming licenses to allow a licensee to establish a racebook or sports pool. But in particular, the legislature amended NRS 463.245 to limit the non-restricted gaming licenses that would qualify as a predicate license to only those set forth in subsections 1, 2, or at that time 5 of NRS 463.0177. So former subsection 5 of NRS 463.0177 included a license for the operation of a mobile gaming system within the definition of a non-restricted gaming license, and even with the substantial changes to the statutes in the 2013 session, a mobile gaming system operator was still able to use that license as a predicate license for establishing satellite race books and sports pools. So the legislative history is clear in this case that to date, the legislature has not seen fit to overrule the prior interpretations of NRS 463.245, allowing for the addition of a race book and sports pool, and then the operation of satellite books once an applicant is licensed to operate at least 16 slot machines or any number of slot machines in a table game. So in light of this history, BetMGM began looking for premises where it could obtain a non-restricted gaming license so that it could obtain its predicate license. Before entering into any binding agreements with Series, we provided the letter of intent to the board for its review. We were told by the board staff that the letter of intent was consistent with board and commission precedent and should be sufficient to allow BetMGM to obtain its predicate license. In reliance on that guidance, BetMGM signed the binding agreements, filed its applications, and diligently pursued a license at Series. If approved by the commission, BetMGM will promptly file its applications to operate satellite race books and sports pools at the MGM affiliated properties. Turning to the proposed operations, as part of acquiring the license at Series, BetMGM also agreed to assume the existing management agreement, which is the between Series and Sierra Development Company, which is the reason for Sierra Development's applications for licensure as a key employee and to receive a percentage of revenue from the property. In addition to the slots, so this is a slots only location. As I mentioned, it's limited to the operation of 150 slot machines only. And in addition to the slots, there's a restaurant and bar, and then BetMGM is proposing to operate 2 sports betting kiosks at the property. Vitek Paczynski, who's here today, will be the BetMGM executive responsible for the operation, and he will regularly meet with the management team to discuss and oversee the operation and ensure compliance with the applicable regulations and internal controls. At this time, BetMGM does not intend to offer mobile account wagering at Series. With that, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Paczynski is here. He can give you a little overview of his background if you'd like. We understand there is a proposed key employee condition. So he would certainly be filing an application, come in front of you again in the future. So either he can give you an introduction now or give you an introduction there, whichever you'd prefer.
Let's go ahead and do it now.
Okay.
Paczynski.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. My name is Vitek Paczynski. I'm BetMGM's Vice President of Strategy and Development and a member of Executive Leadership Team. I'm responsible for BetMGM's geographic expansion, strategic partnerships with market access partners, M&A, investor relations, and formulation of the company's strategy alongside the CEO and the rest of the executive leadership team. I have deep and varied experience in the gaming industry in the US and internationally. I've been in the industry for over 10 years, starting in the UK in 2012, serving as head of strategy and market development director for Inspired Entertainment, a gaming equipment and content supplier. While there, I started tracking the potential. In 2017, I joined the B2C sector as head of strategy at Labros Coral, a leading UK operator. While there, I started tracking the potential passport repeal and exploring the US as a new market. When Labros Coral was acquired by Entain at the end of 2017, I continued in my role as head of strategy and was part of the team that negotiated and created the joint venture of MGM Resorts in the middle of 2018, now called BetMGM. I was privileged to participate in the growth of not just BetMGM, but also the overall regulated sports betting and iGaming industry in North America. Before I moved to Vegas at the beginning of 2021, I lived in London, UK, where I worked as a management consultant and then investment analyst before joining the gaming industry. Thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
You understand from Mr. Shear's comments that there may be a condition on the license, if granted by the commission, to have a key employee application. Are you aware of that, or are you prepared to submit that key employee application if that would be you?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Shear, is there something else you want to move into at this point, or you want to move into questions?
Yeah, we're happy to take any questions now. I want to move on to Mr. McGinnis and Ms. Okerberg whenever you're ready.
Why don't we go ahead and do everything, and then we'll just ask all questions at the end. So Mr. McGinnis and Ms. Okerberg, please.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. On Zoom, we have Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. We appreciate the waiver to allow Mr. Madamba to appear by Zoom. This is a simple amendment to the order of registration for MGM Resorts International to reflect this agenda item coming into effect. And we're operating off of draft 1 of August 15th, 2023, and it's acceptable.
Great. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain, and here with me via Zoom is the company's General Counsel, Simon Zinger. Thank you for allowing him to appear via Zoom, given our pretty limited role in today's presentation. We appreciate it. Because Entain is a 50% equity owner, we are before you as well to amend Entain's order of registration to reflect the BetMGM applications if a positive recommendation is afforded today and approval by the commission later this month. We have reviewed draft number 1 of the 4th revised order of registration, which is dated August 16th, and we do believe that it is in proper form. Because we're before you today and there is some recent news with Entain, we wanted to provide an update for purposes of the record. This relates to the investigation by the UK's HMRC and the CPS into the legacy business for Entain. Specifically, as you may recall, this relates to the legacy Turkish business from the period of 2011 to 2017. I know that we've had an opportunity to speak with each of the board members to provide some more detail, but we'd like to at least provide what we can speak about publicly. Of course, the negotiations remain ongoing, and so everything is highly confidential. So first, the company believes that it is in a position where it is likely to agree to and reach a settlement with the CPS. This would be pursuant to a deferred prosecution agreement, which would cover the scope of the full HMRC investigation for the group and for the company. It is anticipated that what would be included in the settlement would only be Section 7 of the UK Bribery Act, and that relates to the failure to have adequate policies and procedures in place to prevent bribery. It is not anticipated that the company or the group would be charged or would have any offenses related to substantive bribery claims. The company would not be prosecuted or charged, nor would it be required to plead guilty as part of the DPA process. The company has taken a stipulation for the anticipated financial settlement, which would be £585 million, payable over a period of 4 years. This is, of course, subject to judicial approval, which Mr. Zinger will speak about in just a couple of moments. That is calculated based on a formula that includes many different factors, just for purposes of what we can share on the record today. That starts with the calculation of the revenue from the alleged offending conduct. So in this case, that would be the entire revenue from the Turkish business for 2011 to 2017. And then there's multiple additions and subtractions to that number. One really important factor is that they do take into account cooperation from the company and offer a discount. And in this case, the CPS has agreed that the company should receive the full discount available based on their extensive cooperation. We've provided the board members with some information on some similar settlements and fines, and we can, of course, provide some more detail on those if those would be helpful in your analysis for the future consideration. Lastly, I would just like to note that I know the board and the commission have previously acknowledged that the company that's before you today as Entain is very different than the company as it was constituted when this historical conduct occurred. From the board to the management, to their policies, to their entire operating philosophy, the company has completely changed. If I could, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Zinger. He's going to share a couple of more important points for you. Of course, as mentioned, he's limited in what we can share publicly. So we would, of course, be happy to meet with any of the board members or board staff individually to provide any details that we can share or answer any questions confidentially. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Zinger.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Zinger. Can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad. I'm Simon Zinger, Z-I-N-G-E-R. Thank you very much for allowing me to appear via Zoom this morning, and my apologies for not being able to be there with you in person. As Erica noted, I would like to reiterate that Entain today is not the company it was in 2011 or 2017 when these issues arose. There are no senior executives still at the company who were there when the company operated in Turkey. The company has substantially rewritten and strengthened its policies and procedures. The company has since instituted policies and procedures specific to payment providers, which is at the heart of the matter arising in Turkey. And the company only operates in regulated and regulating markets. The company, as Erica mentioned, is looking forward to concluding the matter and moving forward positively. We have cooperated extensively with the HMRC and the CPS, which has led to their invitation to negotiate a settlement and the deferred prosecution agreement. And finally, I look forward to providing more details with you and your agents on this. For now, we wanted to share the anticipated timing and the next steps. Once we reach an anticipated final settlement with the CPS, which we envision doing over the next few weeks, the settlement details will need to be reviewed by a court in order to approve the settlement. We are continuing to work towards seeking judicial approval in Q4 2023 and are very much on track to do that. I would be very happy to meet with you to discuss the details and any questions you might have. And those were my comments this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zinger and Ms. Okerberg. Obviously, this is not the matter that's in front of us today, but Entain being a 50% owner of BetMGM, we appreciate the update that you've given us both to the board members individually and making a public presentation on what you can today. We will obviously continue to follow the story as it unfolds, and your keeping us and our agents apprised of all those steps along the way is extremely appreciated. So thank you on that.
Absolutely. And we'll continue to do that. And of course, we'll be back before you in May 2024 when we plan to discuss this in a comprehensive presentation.
Right. More appropriate time then for sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Scheer, is there anything else you want to add now that we've got all of the parties on the docket?
No, Mr. Chairman, we're happy to answer any questions that you or the board may have.
Okay. Questions from board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you noted that you provided a letter of intent. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when was that submitted?
It was sometime in 2022, probably in the spring of 2022.
And was that submitted to the chair, the then chair of the board?
Well, I believe it was submitted to Chief Hoffman, and I believe, and my understanding is that he discussed it with the then chair of the board. Yes.
Okay. And from your perspective, what did that letter of intent say?
It discussed the relationship between BetMGM and Series and the potential lease and the management agreement and the proposed operation.
Okay. And it's your understanding that there were no issues from the chairman's perspective, the then chairman's perspective. Is that your understanding?
My understanding was that they might like the lease to be a little longer. And so we negotiated a couple of extensions to the lease before signing the final agreements. But other than that, it was consistent with the precedents.
Okay, thank you. No more questions at this time.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Thanks for being here, Mr. Scheer.
Pleasure.
This is, you mentioned precedent, that's the Brandywine case, I guess, and Leroy's, are those precedent setting?
Among them, and also Cantor Fitzgerald, yes.
Out at the M, that was?
Well, again, they were the one that, based on their mobile gaming license, were able to use their mobile gaming operator license as a predicate license for satellite racing sports books.
So I'm kind of in favor of allowing, whether it's BetMGM or another applicant, to directly be affiliated, for example, in your case, with either MGM, Luxor, Mandalay Bay, one of the other properties, without adhering to the strict language of 245. So what, in your opinion or estimation, could we improve in 245 to make it more of a direct, easier avenue for you to accomplish what you want to accomplish?
I think it would take an amendment to the statute. So to remove the requirement, if you look at subsections 2 and 3 of 463-245, subsection 2 says you have to have a non-restricted gaming license under those two subsections of 0177. And then you can add a race book or sports pool. And then subsection 3 says once you've been granted an approval for race book or sports pool, then you can apply for satellite, or then you can obtain licenses to operate satellite books. So the way the statute's currently written, I think you have to have that initial predicate license. But if you wanted to allow that more directly, you'd have to amend the statute to essentially change subsection 3 to say you can just directly operate satellite books instead of having to.
And that would be more transparent, and it would do away with the old rationale for the initiation of this statute in the first place. My understanding is that the rationale for it initially was they didn't want a local sports book to pop up on every corner years ago. And times have changed, and with the passage by the federal government of FAFSA, I guess they call it, the proliferation of sports betting and so forth, it makes more sense to me, and it'd be more transparent, I believe, to just allow a sports making entity to directly affiliate with an existing licensee, where that licensee is going to be ultimately responsible if anything goes awry. You still have someone to hold to account, but you don't have to go through this kind of hub and spoke and sort of a rigmarole process where Brandywine and other books in the past have had, and you're going through now. So that's my concern, and that's something probably we can discuss in the future, maybe in a BDR or an amendment to 245 down the road with the next legislative session. So that's all I have to say. I mean, I'm going to support this. I'm in full support of it because I understand you're complying with the letter of the law and the statute 245 and each subsection there. But I would just like to look forward and maybe try to improve this process down the road so that other applicants may have an easier path to incorporate with an existing licensee.
Understood. Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Judge. And yeah, I would agree with both you gentlemen that to change this process looks like it requires statutory amendment. I coming at this from a little different angle, that to the judge's point, I believe the legislative intent was to not have your kind of closet type sports books open up on every corner where somebody can just open up a shade and all of a sudden they're a sports book. And as you mentioned, Mr. Scheer, about the amendments, it talks about that can't be done by an SRO. It shouldn't be done at a restricted location either by statute. So I believe the intent here was that you needed to be a significant non-restricted licensee. You need to have bricks and mortars. You need to have an investment in Nevada. You need to hire employees. You need to be a good citizen of our state. And certainly your two owners of this application, MGM and Entain, are those type of licensees. Both of them coming together to create BetMGM is a good partner in the state of Nevada. So I have no problem supporting the application for this one, but I'm interested, as the judge mentioned, the path of how we get here. So I've got a few questions about that, and specifically regarding series. I believe it was going to be one kiosk, but now are we talking about two? Is that correct?
2 kiosks is what's proposed, or what we're proposing to operate at Series, yes.
Is there a plan for growing the footprint of the Siri Racing Sports Book at this point, or is that planned down the future?
Not at this point. It's a fairly small location. It's in downtown Reno. It is obviously zoned for and grandfathered in for this type of operation, but it would be difficult to expand it because of the location.
Understood. Mr. Siri, if you don't mind, please step up and introduce yourself, and I got a couple questions for you. Morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad. For the record, my name is Jeff Siri. I am the president and CEO of Club Calneva. I'm the sole shareholder. Club Calneva, now the oldest casino in the city of Reno. We also, Share Development Company has Series Casino LLC, a wholly owned limited liability company.
Yeah, congratulations to you on both properties. Obviously, a long history in the state of Nevada, so congratulations on that as well. My question for you is, why was this particular business arrangement interesting to you and to your company?
Well, first off, we met with BetMGM. We currently have at the Club Calneva a William Hill book. We are discussing with them the potential of moving to a BetMGM book at the Club Calneva. This was a channel for them to get licensed so that they could operate satellite books, not only just in Sirius Casino, but throughout the state of Nevada. And we are definitely interested in discussing a future arrangement with them for Club Calneva.
Understood. Great. Thank you.
Right.
So, Mr. Shear, tell me about the sports wagering system to be used at Sirius. Is that going to be dedicated solely to Sirius, or will it also be integrated in with any BetMGM sports wagering systems?
Well, initially it'll be dedicated solely to Sirius. And as I mentioned in my presentation, there won't be any mobile sports wagering. It'll be just the two kiosks and solely dedicated to Sirius. Hopefully, when if BetMGM is ultimately approved to operate satellite books, then we'll be able to then create one system to operate all of the books that are under the BetMGM licensure.
Understood. And I'm sure it's your understanding as well that in order for there to be an operation of the books at another location or multiple other locations, that would require a non-restricted operator's license, such as if BetMGM were to operate at an MGM Resorts property, it would require BetMGM to be licensed at each of those locations as a race book and sports pool prior to operating at any other location. Is that correct?
Understood. Yes, that's correct. And they are working on those applications. And as I mentioned, I expect that if the commission approves this item, then those applications will be filed promptly thereafter.
And is it your understanding as well that whether it be a Siri location or a possible future BetMGM location at an MGM property, anybody who wants to sign up to use that, either a mobile operation or an in-person book operation, that person at least one time has to show up to the actual brick and mortar location in order to verify themselves and open the account?
Yes, before they can wager, they would have to show up and present identification to an employee at the property.
Got it. And at the Siri location right now, because it's just a kiosk, there isn't any plan to have employees in the actual operation. Is that correct?
There will be employees both through the management company, and then Mr. Vachinsky will visit frequently. He lives in Las Vegas, so he's nearby. And then he's also looking to hire someone who will be his eyes and ears and help with overseeing regulatory compliance and internal controls and drops and counts and those kinds of things.
Thank you for that. I misspoke. I meant more employees actually doing any ticket writing.
Yeah, there won't be any ticket writers. No, that's correct. But in terms of, but they would be able to theoretically verify the ID if they ever opened mobile wagering that included that location. But at this point, as I said, that's not the intent at this point.
Good. And Mr. McGinnis, if you or Mr. Madamba don't mind addressing a question I have. And welcome, Mr. Madamba. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Chair.
The question I have is you're aware that there's been some previous concerns by board agents regarding MGM, BetMGM's relationship. And I just want to be clear for the record that this item today, one, isn't addressing that. And two, we're not foregoing any of those future conversations about those prior concerns if this application was to be recommended or approved by the commission. And making myself clear that there still may be matters in the past that we may have to address regarding MGM or BetMGM concerns. Is that understood?
It's understood. We completely understand, Chair.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, just the one thing you said was this matter isn't addressing that, and I understand what you're saying about addressing any prior issues, but one of the primary reasons for this application is to allow BetMGM to get licensed as an operator and to clear up the confusion that's been created in the relationship and make it clear who's responsible for any issues that might arise.
Thank you for that. And yes, we appreciate that. And the idea that this is on the agenda today to address some of those concerns that the board, its enforcement agents have had in the past about trying to get a hold of somebody. It would be much simpler if we knew who was the direct licensee and who was the direct contact. So thank you for addressing that, Mr. Scheer. I guess the last question I would have is your understanding of the legislative intent. You walked through the law very clearly. Do you believe that the legislative intent was that there would be this hub and spoke situation and that the hub didn't need to stay in existence? Do you believe that satisfies what the legislature was trying to do with this particular law?
I do. Again, because the legislature's had several opportunities to amend this statute, and in fact, actually has amended it without putting in a requirement that it stay in existence after the satellite books are licensed. I think that was their intent. I think the Nevada Supreme Court has said on a couple of different occasions, including occasions involving the Gaming Control Board, that where there's been an opportunity to amend a statute. There's been an interpretation of a statute, and the legislature had an opportunity to amend it. It hasn't. That's evidence of their intent to leave that interpretation in place.
Thank you for that. And I won't put you on record or anyone else, but something, as the judge mentioned, we may need to think about for the next legislative session is it good for Nevada or not? And that's, I'm not opining on that today, but it is something to keep in mind that I would agree with the legislature that having just locations for race and sports books without being tied to more of an actual operation, not only I think is good for the state of Nevada, but it's good for regulation as well, because there is a lot that goes on into, as all of you gentlemen understand, and Ms. Okerberg understands very well, running a race and sportsbook system these days is highly sophisticated. The amount of computers and modifications and cloud and hosting services, as well as all the writers. And it's a very, very sophisticated business, which our technology division, enforcement division, audit division, all deal with on a daily basis. So I don't believe having just dotted locations is the best way to go without having a centralized, non-restricted licensee as BetMGM with its two partners has. I think that's better for the state of Nevada. And I will leave that up to the legislature to make any future decisions.
Understood. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions from board members?
I would just like to comment and say that my perspective is I think that to change the process that currently exists requires, legislative change as well. The process that requires a non-restricted license. And I do think that it was the intent of the legislature to have a centralized location somewhere that has a larger footprint in Nevada before having that so-called spoke sportsbook. And I'd also like to note that it is my understanding as well that this matter today does not address the control issues as it relates to the relationship between BetMGM and MGM that were previously addressed.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to commend Senior Agent Heather Lambert and Supervisor Doyle and DC Luke Rippey for their excellent work on this application. Just as an aside, I can recall back in, I think, 1977, 78, where there was a Castaways Sportsbook standalone. There was a Churchill Downs Sportsbook right next to the Aladdin standalone. And there was no problem. I mean, there was no issue to incorporate one of those into the Aladdin if they wanted to move next door and put it inside the hotel. I don't see where that would have been a problem. At the Dunes Hotel, where I was dealing dice at the time, there was no sports book. And then all of a sudden one day, a fellow named Mr. Woods, I believe from Texas, talked to Mr. Shanker. The next thing you know, there's a sports book at the Dunes. I'm sure they had to get licensed, but again, it was a convenience for the players that were staying at the Dunes, for the local folks that wanted to make a sports bet. It was no problem. So I just hope we can address this later at the legislature and explain to them that it's not necessary to go through all these hoops to have a sports book incorporated into an existing casino. So hopefully we'll be able to work together on that.
And as far as how long the Siri location should stay in existence, I personally don't want to create a bright line test for that. But I do believe that it's the intention of your contractual arrangement with Mr. Siri and his company, as well as your intention of BetMGM, that you will be having that for a reasonable amount of time before you decide on any other business reason on why you may not need that continuing hub. So whether that be half a year, possibly longer, I'll leave that up to the business decisions rather than have a regulatory decision made for your companies that is arbitrary, possibly. So, but I will say that a significant amount of time to have the arrangement fits with both what I think the judge, Member Watkins, and myself have mentioned, that it's important for the state of Nevada that there be a central place for regulation as well as for creating jobs and infrastructure for the state of Nevada. So having a bright line test, I don't believe is the right way to address that today. And we have multiple applications regarding MGM, Entain, BetMGM, and Sierra Development Company. If there's no other questions from board members, other comments, do you have anything to add, Mr. Scheer?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the staff that handled this application.
Thank you. And you have seen that there would be conditions on this recommendation. Are you in agreement with those conditions?
We are. We've
Great.
reviewed the conditions recommended by Senior Agent Lambert and agree with them.
Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 9, I would recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert with the 59th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated August 15th, 2023, with regard to MGM. With regard to Entain, it would be the 4th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated August 16th, 2023, with the 3 following conditions. 1, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. 2, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for BetMGM LLC to convert a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation, or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing or reopening a manned satellite operation. 3rd condition, a key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Congratulations. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Dayon Vesic for licensure as a key executive at IGT.
Good morning still, Mr. Burnett.
Good morning still, Mr. Chairman. Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, it's nice to see you all. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano here representing IGT and Mr. Dayon Vesic. He is here before you for licensure as a key executive. Specifically, he's coming in as Vice President of Play Sports Technology. First, we'd like to thank Aubrey Wilson. It was great to work with her. Second, as always, Mr. Vesic is prepared to give you a background should you wish.
Yes, please. Welcome, Mr. Vesic.
Good morning and thank you, Member Watkins, Chairman Hendricks, Member Assad, and Madam Secretary. My name is Dayon Vesic, based in Belgrade, Serbia. I'm currently Vice President of Sport Betting Technology within Play Sports Division of IGT. I started in, let's say, company bought by GTEC and IGT 24 years from now, and that is period where I'm in gaming, or to be more specific, sports betting business, and even more specific, technology. My educational background, I finished the computer science studies on mathematical faculty in Belgrade. From the start in the 1990s, started working on commercial software, and then in 1999 hired by Belgrade FinSoft, which was branch of London FinSoft company dealing with sports betting and financial software. We developed so-called Margin Maker 2 software. I was first programmer, then progressing to team lead, division lead, and finally CTO for the local Belgrade Serbian branch of FinSoft. In 2007, we were bought by GTEC, continued operation, mostly in Europe and some in Asia. And in 2010, apart from being CTO in technology, I accepted the dual role of general manager of the whole office, currently having 450 people in Belgrade, doing software only for IGT, of course. In 2012, in January, I became Vice President for Sports Betting Technology, responsible for development, delivery, and support our system across US, which we are doing from 2016. We started in Nevada, and from 2018 across America after PASPA was brought down by New Jersey. That is very in short. I'm open for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome to Nevada.
Thank you.
We understand that you have either filed applications or have been approved in other state gaming regulatory agencies, jurisdictions, including some Native American jurisdictions. How have you found the process in Nevada as opposed to the other jurisdictions' application process?
Well, let me just say that some smaller jurisdictions are much more complicated, to be honest.
Interesting.
Yeah, they are.
Good. Questions from board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't have any questions or concerns related to your application. I'm happy to support it.
Thank you very much.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I have no concerns or conditions. The application is pretty straightforward. An excellent job by Deputy Chief Rippey and Supervisor Kaufman, as well as Aubrey Wilson, senior agent on this. And you have been licensed in 5 other jurisdictions here, as the chairman indicated. This is your first license application here in Nevada. And currently you're providing services to FanDuel, is that right?
Yeah, that's our biggest client, but
Rhode Island, the Rhode Island
Island
Lottery, Boyd Gaming.
Correct.
And Resorts World.
Correct. Betfred as well.
Excellent. And I just have all the respect in the world for you computer guys. I have no idea what you speak, what language you talk, but
well, let's put this way.
Good to have you, because I don't think the world could function anymore without you guys.
Thank you very much.
I also am in support of your application. Very thorough application it was, no areas of concern, and your background, education, and experience are exceptional. So congratulations on that. And you have good counsel there, I'm sure, who's guided you through this process.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Great. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Burnett?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We appreciate it.
Wonderful. I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 10.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval to the Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 10 to the Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck to you. That brings us to non-restricted item number 11, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Yuri Clinton for licensure and or finding of suitability as an officer and or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Morning, Mr. Giordano.
Good morning, Chairman Hendricks, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Crono, appearing on behalf of all the applicant entities here. With me at the podium is the applicant Yuri Clinton. He's applying for findings of suitability and or licensure in the positions listed on the agenda for Boyd Gaming Corporation and its various affiliated entities listed there on the agenda as well. With your permission, Chairman Hendricks, I'd like to ask that Mr. Yuri Clinton give you a little brief explanation of his background, education, experience, and we can happily answer any questions after that if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Clinton. Good to see you.
Good morning. It's good to be here. Member Watkins, Member Assad, Chairman Hendrick. First, I'd like to just say that I am excited here today. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. And I'd like to just take a second to acknowledge that my family has been in Nevada and the historic West Las Vegas community for over 60 years. And my grandmother started as a coffee girl at the El Cortez. And all three of my uncles, my mother, my brother, all of my cousins have been able to work in various capacities within the industry. But for their efforts, I wouldn't be standing here today. I'm very proud and I'm very excited to have the position that I have now with Boyd Gaming, which is a historic, fundamental pillar of the gaming community in Nevada. And to have this opportunity as an executive, as a senior executive, is, really a highlight for me. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. I started back in Harrah's Entertainment as a staff attorney, where my requirements was to drive out to Laughlin every other day, it felt like, where I worked at the Harrah's Laughlin property, and then begin to get more properties under my portfolio as a legal professional, ultimately moving to Memphis to be a senior attorney and division counsel for the Central Division, where I was responsible ultimately for all the Harrah's casinos in Louisiana, Mississippi, Iowa, and Missouri, managing 11 legal professionals. And then I was able to become general counsel for Multimedia Gaming, which now owned by Every. And at the time I got there, they had 45 licenses, over 52% of their revenue was from tribal entities, and they specialized in Class 2 bingo systems. As part of the work that I did with the new management team, I was proud to say that I contributed to over 100 licenses. I managed that team for them. And the company actually sold itself at a significant profit to shareholders, to Every. Then was recruited to go to the Bahamas, where I worked as general counsel for Bahamar, which I'm sure you're aware is about $3.5 billion single phase project that was funded through the Export Bank of China, where I was general counsel and spent several years there. And that was a really good experience for me. It introduced me to international transactions from a gaming perspective. Then went to MGM, and MGM really made big investments in me. Was able to start as deputy general counsel, ultimately was responsible for all of the attorneys outside of Nevada, then joined the development department as a senior VP for global development, ultimately becoming president and COO of the New York facility, the Empire City Casino, which had probably about $600 million in GGR. I left New York, came back to Vegas to deal with family issues, but continued to consult for MGM, and then continue to do consulting work. And probably proudest I am of my career so far, outside this role with Boyd. During the pandemic, I was able to have time to really volunteer and do work. I was chairman of Nevada Partners. And in the middle of the pandemic, when all the casinos were closed and there were thousands of hospitality workers who actually needed unemployment assistance, they needed food, they needed help making daily things work in their households. I coordinated with the culinary and gave about 100 hours voluntarily to set up a food program and set up a assistance program to help those hospitality workers get their unemployment benefits. And I'm very proud of that work that I did. I also worked and continue to be on the committee for the Nevada State Bar for Character and Fitness, working to ensure that the lawyers who come on after they pass the bar make a positive contribution. We know that we're not licensing saints, but we want good practitioners, people who are accountable, people who are transparent, people who are candid, and people who will show up in courts and represent the public in a decent fashion. So I think the last thing I would offer up for consideration is that I probably for the last, since 1997, I've been doing a scholarship for at-risk youth in Nevada, part of the Upward Bound program at UNLV, and I've personally contributed about $60,000 in scholarship funds for that program. And so I count myself not just as an executive who is trying to get licensed, but as a member of this community. And I could not be prouder than to be part of the tradition Boyd Gaming has established for the casinos that it manages, not only in Nevada, I think they're all listed here, but also across the country. And so with that, I'd open myself up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Clinton. Impressive background. Questions from board members?
Good morning. Oh, it's good. Good afternoon. I think we're like 2 or 3 minutes
way past, yeah.
after. So I don't have any substantive questions. I'm satisfied with what I have in the report. You've obviously been a significant, and you and your family, generationally, member of the community. You've been with the industry for 20 plus years, held numerous positions in various jurisdictions. And I think your background is commendable, and appreciate all of your work in, within the community and other jurisdictions as well. So thank you. And with that, I'll leave it to the other board members.
Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hedrick. Mr. Clinton and I ran for office back in 2001 or 2000, I believe. And you're running for the state Senate, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were on that rubber chicken circuit together. So, but you have not gained a pound. How do you do that? How do you do that? Unbelievable.
I work 19 hours a day.
And you look exactly, I mean, I've aged like you wouldn't believe, but you haven't aged a bit. I mean, whatever you're doing, whatever you're eating, let us know, will you? But no, your resume is impeccable. It's stellar. I think you're a shining example for a lot of kids. You've been previously licensed in 2011, I believe it was. And I have no concerns. There were no conditions attached to this. Excellent job by our staff. So I just hope you continue to do the good work that you've been doing, and become a role model for other kids in this community, that you can come from anywhere and be something. If you wouldn't mind, could you speak just a little bit about your experience with Boyd?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, it's very special to me. It feels like the 20 years of just living around the country, traveling every weekend. I'm able to put all of that experience to work at Boyd. I'm responsible for licensing. I'm responsible for all the legal functions. I'm responsible for corporate governance. I'm responsible for compliance. I'm responsible for a part of the development effort. And there's a point in your career where you think you really know what's going on. And I think I'm at that point in my career. And boy, the management style there is very flat. You don't know an organization until you're inside of it. And I can clearly see why we have such a high tenure rate. People are 30 years into Boyd, and that is not unusual. And so, Boyd has a very clear view of where they fit into the industry, the contribution that they make, and how they treat their team members. And I will say one thing, Boyd style is very real. We all have its orientation where companies say, okay, spend an hour, here's who we are, as our mission statement. I had hours and hours about what Boyd style was and what the expectations were for conduct and engagement, not only in the community, but within the company. And so I'm very happy to be the leader of the law department for Boyd Gaming.
Thank you for that. And I'm happy to support your application.
And I as well, I'm happy to support your application today as a recommendation to the commission. Your charitable work is commendable, and your experience in the gaming industry is commendable as well. You were licensed last time by the commission approximately 12 years ago, and so that made this application for suitability and licensure a lot easier to go through, but I'm sure you still had a lot of paperwork that you had to provide to our agents. So we thank you for all of that cooperation as well. Did you have anything else to add, Mr. Giordano or Mr. Clinton?
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing.
Great. If there's no other questions or comments from board members, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 11.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval to the Gaming Commission on non-restricted agenda item number 11, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Aye. Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you. We want to also thank Agent Chad Jackson for his work on the application. He helped us get here finally to the finish line, and we appreciate his efforts. So
absolutely. Thank you both. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 12, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Aaron Stearns for licensure as an officer and key employee at California Hotel and Casino, doing business as Samstown Hotel and Gambling Hall.
Mr. Giordano, good afternoon.
Chairman Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, again for the record, Greg Giordano, law firm McDonald Crono, here with the applicant Aaron Stearns with his application for licensure as an officer, vice president, and key employee, general manager of the Samtown's Hotel and Gambling Hall. If you, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have Mr. Stearns give a brief description of his background, training, experience. Then we'll happy to answer any questions after that. That's all right.
Please. Welcome, Mr. Stearns.
Thank you all for your time. Just off the record, that's who I have to follow. All joking aside, I've been in Las Vegas 47 of my 48 years on earth. All my education came from the state of Nevada, with my last stint at UNLV ending up with a degree in hospitality management. My first job in entertainment was at 13 years old, bussing tables at the Horseshoe. And I've been with Boyd Gaming for 26 years. I've held several different roles. I've worked at all of our properties here in Las Vegas, with my latest assignment as Vice President and General Manager of Samstown, Las Vegas.
Great. Thank you. Member Watkins, did you have questions?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I do not have any questions. I'm satisfied with the information provided in the report. And thank you for your cooperation with the investigation, and thank you for your service in the community. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It was actually a very professional and thorough process. Agent Hearn congratulated me, and then 18 months later, he's like, "Okay, we're wrapping up." So.
That's great. I'm happy to support the application.
Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I have no concerns. There are no conditions with this application. Our staff prepped us very well on this. It's pretty straightforward. You have a stellar, impeccable background. And so you currently at the Samstown?
Yes, sir.
Do you still have that steakhouse there? That's really good.
I do. And
Yeah?
you're more than welcome to it.
All right, I'll have to show up again. It's one of the best steakhouses in town back in the day.
Hidden gem.
Yeah, for sure. People don't know about it, so we need to keep it quiet. So I'm good. I happy and honored to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
I as well am happy to support your application. Your experience in the industry is quite commendable. Obviously worked yourself up, as you mentioned in your opening comments, from a long way up the ladder. And so congratulations on that. Some of the issues in your background that you went through with our investigative agents, complete, sounds like candor and openness about those. And that is really what we're looking for when you file an application, understanding that this is your first time having filed an application with the Gaming Control Board. One of the things we're looking forward to is a front loading in the industry. We want good people in the industry, and how we do that is we ask them to be honest. We ask them to admit mistakes or things that may have happened in the past, and then we try to move forward from that as they try to move forward with their lives as well. So it's the openness that gives us the comfort that once they're inside the gates of the industry, that if something bad were to happen, that they would be the first to call up the Game Control Board agents and say, I need you to know about this. So your candor on that is commendable.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have anything else to say on your application other than appreciate your cooperation and very thorough. And I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 12.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be happy to make that motion. I would move to approve to the Gaming Commission that we approve non-restricted agenda item number 12 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to
We
you.
want to thank Agent David Hearn with his work on the application. He was very professional and great to work with. We appreciate his efforts to help us get here. So thank him.
And Mr. Giordano, before you leave, I'd like to note that I appreciate the designation member, Dr. Watkins. That's starting to grow on me. So
Well, you did a lot to deserve that. My dad was a doctor too, PhD in education, and I always call him Doctor. People call him Dr. Al because Giordano was too hard to pronounce. So
yeah, it sounded weird when you first said it. I was like, did you just say member? And okay, but I like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. Madam Secretary, that brings us, I believe, to non-restricted number 13.
Non-restricted number 13 are the applications of 888 Holdings PLC for finding of suitability as sole shareholder and director of VHL Financing Limited to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda and for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of 888 US Inc. and 888 US Limited for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of VHL Financing Limited for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as sole shareholder of 888 US Inc. and for licensure as sole shareholder of 888 US Limited.
Good afternoon, Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I'm here today to introduce the company. Here with me today, we have Lord Mendelson, who is Chair of the Board and Interim CEO. We also have Yarif Daphna, who is over here, the CFO. We have Harinder Gill, the Chief Customer and Risk Officer. We have Howard Mittman, the President of US, and we have Laura Bird, the US Compliance Director. We have provided to you a confidential slide deck, and we ask that that not be made part of the public record. If I could, I'd like to provide just a quick roadmap of the presentation, and then we'll get into the substance.
Please.
So we will begin with an overview of the applications, which I will share with you. I will then turn it over to the company to walk through the presentation. First, Lord Mendelson will speak with you about an update on the company, as well as a general update following their acquisition of William Hill's non-US business. Then Mr. Daphna will speak with you about the company's financial performance and the financing, which is what brings us here before you today. Then Mr. Gill will speak with you about the compliance function and some recent regulatory matters. Then Mr. Mittman will speak with you about an update on the US facing business. And so with that, I'll start with an overview of the applications. As I just alluded to, we are before you for applications related to the financing package, which was as a result of 888's acquisition of William Hill's international non-US business. As Mr. Daphna will explain in just a few moments, there were certain components of the financing package, including refinancing and paying off of 888's indebtedness. But the most important piece for our applications before you today was a request by the lenders to have certain security in the form of equity pledges as part of the financing. So in order to make that a little bit easier and facilitate the process, 888 created a special entity called VHL Financing Limited, and that entity will be incorporated into the ownership chain of 888. And then all of the subsidiaries, including the Nevada gaming licensees, would either be direct or indirect subsidiaries of VHL Financing. That would then allow 888 to pledge the equity securities of VHL Financing as part of the overall package, and they would not then have to pledge all of the equity securities of the individual subsidiaries. So that will create some ease on their end. There are numerous applications before you to accomplish this, but they fit into three primary categories. The first is transfers of interest to incorporate VHL Financing into the ownership chain. The second is the application of VHL Financing to be found suitable as a holding company. And the last is the actual application for 888 to pledge the equity securities. Of course, we also have an amendment to the order of registration to reflect all of those. That is pursuant to draft number 2 of the 6th revised order of registration, which is dated September 5. So with that, that's an overview of the applications. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any for me. Otherwise, I will turn it over to the company who will walk you through the presentation. And they're, of course, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Thank you, Chair Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. Thank you for your time today to consider applications. And can I also, through you, thank your investigators and the agents team for their very fair, courteous, and thorough work scrutinizing our applications and documentation. Professionalism is exemplary. I'm Lord Mendelsohn, and I'm honored to be standing before you today. I say this as someone who's involved in the institution started by the British politician John Bright in 1865 as the Mother of Parliaments, on the basis of its longevity and the influence that it had on the creation of other parliamentary systems in other places. I'm very humbled, therefore, to be sitting before the Nevada State Gambling Control Board, which together with the Commission can justly be described in similar terms as the mother of gambling regulations. We hope that we can be as helpful as we can to you to discharge your duties and our duties, and we thank you for your service. I joined the 888 Holdings PLC Board of Directors in September 2020 as non-executive chair designate and assumed the role in March 2021. On the 30th of January 2023, I assumed the role of executive chair on an interim basis while we sought a new CEO, combining the role of chairman and chief executive officer. As executive chair, I have taken on the responsibilities of the day-to-day leadership and operations of the company. Distinguished members, I draw your attention to slide 2, so as I walk you through the presentation, which outlines what we will go through today. I'll be providing an overview of our business and significant developments since the acquisition of William Hill. I will also talk about the board's areas of focus and the progress we have made. Yariv Dafna will walk you through the financial details. Harinder Gill will outline our enhanced risk compliance approach, and Howard Mittman will provide more details on our US operations. Moving to slide 4, I note that 888 Holdings was, prior to my involvement and some 10 years ago, one of the early online licensees in Nevada. The company today is very different to the one at that time. And in the most recent period, we have transformed the scale of the business to, in our judgment, provide the necessary capacity to compete and operate effectively in the current and future market conditions. This was mainly achieved with the acquisition of William Hill's UK and international operations. With the acquisition of William Hill, 888 essentially trebled the size of the business, with the combined group now having around 1.8 billion sterling in revenue, and the vast majority of that generated from locally regulated and taxed markets, with over 300 million in adjusted EBITDA. As well as scale, this is a business with huge capabilities. We have world-class technology and products, a portfolio of iconic brands, and very strong teams serving customers across the business. As well as delivering scale, the benefits of the William Hill acquisition were improved diversification, stronger positions in our core markets, and a leading retail presence in the United Kingdom. One of the major integration tasks we have already delivered is setting the new operating model for the future, and you can see the structure of that on the slide here, with our two geographic business units, the UK and Ireland and international. This model gives us a combination of scale benefits from our central functions, but is based on proximity to an understanding of our key markets and the local customers. Today, we generate a little under 700 million sterling of online revenues in the UK and Ireland. They're number 3 by revenue and the number 4 in Ireland. We have over 500 million sterling of UK retail revenue, the number 2 operator by revenues. We generate around 550 million of revenue in our international markets, with the leading positions in Italy, Spain, and Denmark. We also generate around 20 million in sterling in the United States of America. We serve over 5 million customers each year online, and our 1,350 shops across the United Kingdom gives us a very strong national footprint and presence. So we are a diversified business, around 50% of revenues from online gaming, 30% from retail, and 20% from online betting. To clarify one matter, here in Las Vegas, you can bet at a William Hill branded sportsbook, but this is not operated by us. Caesars Entertainment bought William Hill in its entirety and then sold, essentially, the entirety of the William Hill business outside the US. That is what we bought. Caesars Entertainment retained the US retail business and has an exclusive right to use the William Hill brand in the United States. So where we talk about retail, we refer exclusively to the United Kingdom, which is where all of our retail units are based. In the United States, we operate the 888 and SI brands. Turning to slide 5 to provide a profile of the enlarged group. We are a Gibraltar incorporated group, but now headquartered in the United Kingdom, where the majority of our senior management covering our central functions and central services are based. We have around 11,000 employees globally. The majority of these are in the United Kingdom, and primarily with our retail operations, where we have over 6,500 colleagues in store doing a great job as the face of the William Hill brand. We have over 4,000 colleagues globally that run our online operations. We have many multi-skilled and multi-language offices, but some of the bigger hubs are largely technology focused, like Israel and Romania and Poland, and our customer service function in the Philippines. We have a rich diversity among our colleagues, with each office often being reflective of the demographics of its location. We are also a regulated global operator with local licenses in 20 markets around the world. And in terms of geographic split of revenue, a little over 80% of our revenue comes from our core markets of the United Kingdom, Italy, and Spain. And then the next biggest series of markets are Denmark, Ireland, Romania, the United States, Ontario in Canada, and Sweden, which combined are around another 10% of our revenue. Turning to slide 6, I'd like to take a moment to address overall governance and some of the challenges the company has faced and the changes that we have made. When I took up the position on the board of directors, 888 Holdings was being reviewed as part of a general review of its licenses by the Great Britain Gambling Commission. This led to a license review in the UK in 2021, with the GB Gambling Commission announcing a £9.4 million sanction for 888 in March 2022. Be in no doubt that I, as chair, and the board in general were entirely dissatisfied with this position. And whilst this is a great company with a fantastic employees delivering quality products and customer experiences, that can never be anything other than firm and full approach to compliance and regulatory probity. Since that time, we have worked to remedy the faults identified, to create a new risk and compliance team, policy framework, and to implement and monitor its operation. When we acquired William Hill, it was also going through its own license review process in the UK that predated our acquisition. The GB Gambling Commission has been highly concerned at the seriousness of the weaknesses uncovered, but rapid changes and corrective actions were put in place. As we assume control, we introduced new leadership, teams, system, policies, procedures, and most importantly, a new attitude. This swift and robust remedial action meant that the GB Gambling Commission opted for a settlement by means of a penalty of £19.2 million. All of these reviews are continuing to be audited by us to ensure that we are fulfilling our duties and will be reported and reviewed by the GB Gambling Commission as is usual. On Friday, July the 14th, the GB Gambling Commission informed us that they would institute a review of our operating licenses. This arose to the backdrop of two matters. The first was the public announcement that Entain plc was in the final stages of negotiating a deferred prosecution agreement with the Crown Prosecution Service after an investigation undertaken by His Majesty's Revenue and Customs, and where they were going to acknowledge offences where the company was previously known as GVC Holdings. The second related to a group of shareholders that included some previous executives and board members at GVC Holdings, the predecessor company to Entain, which acquired shares in 888 Holdings PLC, and who had engaged with us and publicly to seek change at the company, including the control and leadership of the company. So therefore, this review is entirely unique as a result of some very specific set of circumstances that have nothing to do with the company and how the company is operating and what it has done, but rather at looking how and potentially how we as a board ensure adherence to the statutory objective that gambling remains both crime-free and not associated with any criminal activity. And this is all in the context of the emerging circumstance and legal position between the UK authorities and Entain PLC. I stress again, this matter is not looking at any of our operations or similar in any way to any other matters that have been reviewed in recent times by the GB Gambling Commission. It is very specific about looking at how we deal with external circumstances now and as they may or may not arise in the near future. The increasingly complex regulatory environments and our significant push to grow our business through a focus on locally regulated markets meant we needed to bolster our senior team with the right skills and experience. Shortly after completing the William Hill deal around a year ago now, we brought in Harinder Gill to be our new Chief Risk and Compliance Officer, a newly created role for the company at the time. Harinder will cover this in more detail later, but he was tasked with fundamentally overhauling our approach to risk management and compliance, expanding the team, and putting in place significantly more robust policies and procedures. His background in highly regulated financial services provided him with the skill set the board was looking for. Our new approach to risk and compliance was evident in our most recent updates, with the suspension of VIP activities in the Middle East being self-identified, self-reported, and proactively and decisively managed by the business. This resulted in a 2.9 million settlement with the Gibraltar regulator, but the regulator was complimentary about the extent of the corrective steps that we took, our openness in self-identifying and reporting the issue. This, to my mind, shows our new approach is working, and we are confident that we are in a significantly better place than we have ever been from a risk and compliance perspective. More broadly, we've also ensured greater focus across the business on compliance and managing risk through the establishment of a formal board subcommittee called the ESG Committee in April 2021. And on the executive and management level, the company now has an Executive Risk and Sustainability Committee to oversee the implementation and effectiveness of the risk management framework and to address any matters as they arise. This means Harinder, as chair of the Executive Risk Committee, has a direct line to the Board of Directors for matters related to risk and compliance. All of the changes and improvements we have made, we are now in a much stronger position and have really improved the sustainability of the business. There is always more work to do in these areas, and there is no self-satisfied sense that we should remain utterly vigilant at all times. And we will continually look to improve. But I hope the board can take away a sense of the step change in the approach that we have here. Moving on now to provide some detail about our performance and plans for the future. Slide 7 highlights the key priorities we set as a board this year, against which we have made good progress. Firstly, I want to announce the appointment of Per Widerström as Chief Executive Officer, which we announced publicly in late July, and Per will take up his post from October the 16th. The board ran a very thorough search process, and we had a very wide range of very strong candidates who saw the opportunity to lead the business. Per was the clear standout candidate for the board. He is an inspiring and proven leader with extensive industry experience, including in public companies and across highly regulated markets. In addition to this strong track record and experience, he has great commercial, operational, and cultural strengths. Distinguished members, I'm sure you'll enjoy meeting him in due course. When he assumes the post of Chief Executive Officer, I will revert to the role of non-executive chair. In the meantime, I have been and will continue to be spending a lot of time with him in preparation to ensure a smooth transition. Our second priority is ESG and sustainability. We've covered a lot of this already, but our ambition is to be one of the most trusted operators in the industry, and we continue to make progress in strengthening our governance and compliance and ensuring we are building a sustainable business for the long term. The board's third priority is execution. We hosted an Investor Day for our shareholders in November last year, where we outlined our evolved strategic roadmap based on 3 phases: position, plan, and potential. We have very clear priorities to deliver a leaner, more profitable, and more efficient business that will drive rapid deleveraging and unlock the strong potential of the business. We have made great progress in executing against these priorities, which I'll provide more detail on shortly. Slide 8 provides an overview of our executive team. Now, the team here is well established and have all been in the business for some time, with Harinder and Anna being the most recent hires, both of whom were brought in shortly following the completion of the William Hill acquisition to significantly strengthen and expand our capabilities in the critical areas of compliance and technology, respectively. We continue to reinforce and strengthen our operational teams with excellent internal hires and internal promotions, including the recently expanded role of Phil Walker, who has moved to Chief Commercial Officer, looking at driving growth across the whole business. And indeed, Harinder Gill has also taken on an expanded role across risk and operations, looking at how we can drive the most benefits from our operations and compliance teams to ensure everything we do for customers is joined up and the best it can possibly be. Yariv, who is here with me today, agreed to stay on following the CEO change earlier in the year, and we thank him for the stability provided during this crucial phase for the business as we deliver accelerated synergies and integrate the businesses. I am pleased to say we are well advanced in our process to recruit a new Chief Financial Officer, which we hope to announce very soon. Slide 9 sets out the broader approach to our place in the community and our way of operating through our ESG and sustainability strategy. We realize that if we do not invest in this area, we will not reach our overall business goals. We strive to run our business the right way, caring for our players, our colleagues, the communities we are part of, and the planet we live on, and most importantly, our customers. For players, we have continued to build on our ambitions to create a safer gambling environment. Teams across the business are working on a new holistic approach to player safety that can be consistently applied across all of our brands, platforms, and geographies, going above and beyond simply ensuring compliance with specific local requirements. Preventing, identifying, and acting to limit gambling-related harm is critical to our long-term success, and there is always more work to do in this area to continually improve our knowledge and capabilities. For our people, we are committed to building a strong, diverse, and inclusive culture where our colleagues can grow their careers and thrive. We have significantly expanded our diversity initiatives, including through more training for people leaders, and the recent launch of a number of global employee networks aimed at promoting diversity and inclusivity in the workplace. We're also committed to caring for our communities. We operate from offices all over the world and have a range of local volunteering opportunities for colleagues, with colleagues being given time each year to dedicate to volunteering. We are currently in our first community month, which we hope to be an annual event focused on ensuring as many of our colleagues as possible take time out of the business to give back to local communities through volunteering. As well as volunteering, we have a range of charitable activities, including our charitable partnerships and some indeed in the United States. Finally, for the planet, we were delighted to see a 44% reduction in carbon emissions in 2022, and the UK retail estate reached net zero emissions during 2022. This is great progress as we work towards our targets of being net zero by 2030. Turning to slide 10 to expand on the execution of our integration of 888 and William Hill. I'm pleased to say we've made significant strides since coming together as one business a little over a year ago. Our new operating model is in place, meaning that we have a more streamlined business that is focused on delivering high quality and localized experiences to our customers. It has also allowed us to accelerate the delivery of synergy benefits and to place our business units, driving optimization, growth, and innovation. We have and continue to re-engineer our support functions and central services to be more adaptable and more effective in serving customers across all brands. Our combined brand and marketing approach and plans, together with business analytics, are supporting significant improvements in return on investment for marketing. Our localized approach to customer engagement is also driving better decision-making. Our technology plan, based around growing our ability to scale and creating efficiencies, is rolling out well. Earlier this year, we launched Mr. Green, one of our brands in Germany, the 888 platform, and we will be migrating Mr. Green in Sweden onto the 888 platform as planned in the coming months. Through the integration process, the business has had to deal with business, market, and regulatory issues, and we have successfully adapted our plans throughout to ensure business is in the best position for moving forward. On slide 11 here, you can see our position plan potential roadmap that we laid out for the shareholders at that Investor Day last year. We have made huge progress against the plans we laid out, accelerating the delivery of synergies and improving profitability. We have positively changed the mix of our business, reducing risks and providing a higher quality, more sustainable position. Overall, I am delighted to say that during an extremely busy period since acquiring William Hill, with a number of distractions to the business, we have continued to focus on our priorities and making excellent progress with our plans. And with that, and my gratitude to you for your patience with me, I'd like to hand over to Yariv Dafna to talk through our financial position in more detail.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the board, secretary. I'm Yariv Dafna, CFO of 888. I will continue from slide 13. We can see here how the combined business has evolved over the past few years on a pro forma basis, which means as we were owning William Hill for the whole time. You can clearly see the impact of COVID on retail revenue, with lockdown forcing the retail business to close for part of 2020 and 2021. The other moving part in retail was the change in regulation in 2019 and the subsequent closure of over 700 shops. The retail estate bounced back post-COVID and is now growing at single-digit year-on-year and is roughly at 80% of 2019 level, despite 40% less shops. On the online side, you can see the strong growth in 2020 and 2021, benefiting from digital migration of customers during the COVID time. 2022 has been a challenging period across all digital and e-commerce businesses, and we are at no exception. On top of the macro challenges, we have also seen disruption from regulatory changes, mainly in the UK, through our proactive action to implement more stringent safer gambling measures. In 2023, we also had the impact from compliance changes across some of our international markets. Despite this disruption, the business has remained resilient with broadly stable long-term revenue, but now with a more sustainable mix of customer and markets. Turning to slide 14, as a public company, we provide update on performance to the market from time to time, with most recent result being the first half of 2023. The H1 23 numbers you see on this slide are with comparison to 2022 on a pro forma basis. I won't cover all the details on this slide as our full presentation is available on our website. The only point I would like to highlight are that the performance was in line with our expectation and we remain on track for our publicly communicated guidance. This is a transition year for us where we expect lower revenue, higher profitability with a focus on bringing down our leverage. Moving to slide 15, in H1 23, we have made good progress in our three core financial priority. The first one is focus on execution of synergies. We deliver 66 million of cash synergies in H1, mainly across operation and marketing, and we now expect to reach our full 150 million target by 2024, a year earlier than initially planned. Our second priority is improving our profitability. We deliver a 2.6 percentage point improvement in adjusted EBITDA margin in the first half, and as we have been executing on our integration plan, we have confidence in our plan to deliver an adjusted EBITDA margin of 20% in the full year 2023. Our third priority is deleveraging. We ended 2022 with net debt of 1.73 billion, everything in sterling, of course, and trailing leverage of 5.6x. We made a good progress in H1 with this leverage reducing to 5.1x. Looking forward, I expect further progress to end the year at slightly below 5x. For the future, we continue to target below 3.5x in 2025, and we will continue to be disciplined with capital allocation to prioritize debt reduction in the next couple of years. In slide 16, I would like to provide a summary of our debt structure. At the end of 2022, we completed another part of our debt syndication, and we now have a strong and long-term debt structure in place across the different instruments. At June 2023, we had almost 190 million of cash, excluding any customer balances. Coupled with access to flexible revolving credit facility of 150 million, we have more than enough liquidity to manage the day-to-day operation and continue investing in our business. In slide 17, I would like to provide more details on our debt structure and how we have managed our risk. Our debt is long-term with no significant maturity before 2027. We also undertook further hedging at the end of last year, such that 70% of our debt is now effectively fixed from an interest rate perspective for the next 3 years. We have also better matched our debt to our cash flow with about half of the debt in euros, 43% in pounds, and only 7% in US dollar. The long-term and largely fixed structure give us a better visibility for our expected interest cost being 165 to 170 million for 2023. It is also important to say that the majority of our debt is fairly flexible from a rate perspective. So as we execute our plan and deleverage, we will have future opportunity to optimize the cost of debt through refinancing. Finally, on slide 18, I just wanted to set out the 2025 financial target introduced by us in the Investor Day last year and confirmed recently in our last result announcement. Supported by our clear strategic priorities, our 2025 ambition are over 2 billion of revenue in 2025, at least 23% adjusted EBITDA margin, leverage of below 3.5x, and over 35p of adjusted EPS. To summarize my part, we are very focused on delivering a leaner, more profitable, and more efficient business that will unlock the potential of our enlarged business and drive rapid deleveraging. With that, I will hand over now to Harinder to run through risk and compliance.
Thank you. Mr. Gill. Good afternoon.
Hello. Thank you, Yariv, and hello, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Dr. Watkins as well. So my name is Harinder Gill. I'm the Chief Customer and Risk Officer for the 888 Group. It's a pleasure to be up here before you today. And what I want to do is really focus on our risk management function further. By way of background about myself, I started with 888 about a year ago, just after the acquisition of William Hill. I'm relatively new to the industry, but I'm not new to risk management or working in a regulated industry that needs to pay very close attention to its customers. Prior to my current role, I've been in risk management in financial services for over 20 years. I've spent 13 of those years at an international British bank, where I had the opportunity to work in major financial centers around the world, including London, where I'm from, 2 years in Singapore, 3 years in Johannesburg, and 5 years in New York as well. This has given me a great experience for what it takes to build a best-in-class risk and compliance function and succeed in regulatory environments around the world. Turning to slide 20, one of my key priorities upon joining the firm was building an effective risk management framework, and I'm really, really proud of the strides that we've made in this regard. We now have a framework that allows the group to maintain a strong focus on identifying risk, on evaluating risk, on monitoring risk, and managing the key risks that we have, as well as, of course, responding to challenges that are presented by new and emerging risks that naturally arise. So such a framework facilitates the group in operating in a sustainable manner that meets or exceeds the expectations of our stakeholders, which of course includes our regulators, but also our customers as well. Turning to slide 21, the risk management strategy is underpinned by a robust governance structure and a culture of transparency and accountability. Important for this is the group-wide Executive Risk and Sustainability Committee, which I chair. And as John mentioned earlier, this is a really key committee for us because this is the mechanism by which we oversee risk across the entire group. And importantly, this committee has a direct line, a direct relationship with the board. We, of course, have the Nevada Committee, Compliance Committee as well as other kind of standing or temporary committees, depending on the risk that we're facing from time to time. So that structure is really, really important for us. Turning to slide 22. Here I wanted to give an overview of my kind of customer and risk senior leadership team. Firstly, I'm really proud of the diversity of the team that I have, not just in terms of gender and ethnicity, but also in bringing together individuals from a mix of backgrounds. And that mix of backgrounds, I think, really helps us to drive or genuinely drive diversity of thought and constantly challenge ourselves on what can we do differently and what we can do better. So I'm super proud of that. The group is very much focused on delivering great customer experiences while driving sustainable growth. As a result, and as John mentioned earlier, I've now got the expanded remit with customer operations being integrated with the risk function. So what this structure change allows us to do is to deliver better customer experience through the various kind of compliance and commercial journeys that customers go through. But crucially, it enables us to deliver a safer experience for all of our customers, which is critical for us. The risk and compliance team has more than doubled in size across the group in the last few years. Now we have over 400 employees. It's one of the largest teams in the organization, and it just reflects how important the risk and compliance organization is to the firm. So I'm confident the team is well positioned to meet changing regulatory requirements, to meet changing expectations, and we're well positioned to scale the team and their experience to support the business in achieving its future goals. Turning to slide 23. So what we show here is that we have teams that operate at the group level, and they perform activities that span across multiple entities and multiple jurisdictions. We also have local teams with local knowledge that are focused on specific local entities and local jurisdictions. So what this does, it gives us a really good blend whereby we have oversight and efficient use of resources at the group level, while still maximizing local knowledge and local accountability, which is equally critical as well. Turning to slide 24. And so here, just to kind of expand on some of the changes that we've made on in the risk and compliance function. So since I joined about a year ago, I've overseen the development of a rigorous plan to improve our risk and compliance standards across the whole business. So we've enhanced our risk management framework, we've enhanced our policies, we've enhanced our procedures, we've enhanced our processes, and last but not least, we've also enhanced the capability of our team, whether it's by developing internal talent or by supplementing with external expertise where that's appropriate to do so. So the focus on risk management means that the business today is in a fundamentally stronger position than I believe it ever has been in. John touched on this earlier, but in 2023, we saw the benefits of our enhanced compliance culture and processes when it was self-identified by members of my team that certain best practices had not been followed regarding KYC and AML for some of our customers in the Middle East. So that was a matter that was self-identified by the team internally, and we took immediate action. This included immediately informing the Gibraltar regulator, which was a relevant regulator for this business. It included immediately restricting the customer accounts in the abundance of caution so that we can look into the matter further, and only resuming business when we ourselves were comfortable that we had made the improvements that we needed to make. So we have discussed this matter in quite a lot of detail with some of your team previously, and so I won't go into all of the details here, but happy to pick up further as needed. The one thing I did want to note, though, for the board is that we entered into a regulatory settlement with the Gibraltar regulator as opposed to a fine. And this is a really, really important distinction. So the settlements are entered into where licensees work with the regulator in a timely and transparent manner, and in a way where the licensee demonstrates insights into what enhancements are required. So we're really pleased to be entering into a settlement as opposed to receiving a fine. Having said that, we are, of course, on a journey of continuous improvement. And so our work in risk management will never, ever be done. For example, we continue to invest in new tools, new processes, and new technology to provide an even safer and more sustainable gambling experiences for all of our customers around the world, and we will continue to do so for the years ahead. Moving to slide 25, we'll just talk a little bit about the specifics of our US compliance function. So I mentioned briefly earlier, we've got dedicated local teams, and that includes the US, where we have dedicated US personnel focusing on our US business activities. We also have the Nevada Compliance Committee, which I mentioned, and Laura Bird, our US Compliance Director, is a critical member of that committee. In closing, just a brief remark to say we are completely committed to operating in a transparent manner and welcome the ongoing dialogue with yourselves and other regulators around the globe. Happy to take any questions. Otherwise, I'll pass over to my colleague Howard to talk more about the US business.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Harinder. Good morning, Chair Hendricks, Member Assad, and Member Dr. Watkins. I'm Howard Mittman, President of 888 North America Operations. I report directly into the global CEO. I'm responsible for both B2C and B2B operations here in the United States, as well as I oversee our business in Ontario, in Canada, the regulated market where we operate in there. Having visited Las Vegas and Nevada multiple times, it's great to be here on board, and I want to thank you for having me here as well. Starting on slide 27, you'll see a snapshot of our US business. We operate across both B2C and B2B operations. On the B2C side, we operate the Sports Illustrated Sportsbook brand in Colorado, Michigan, and Virginia, and the SI Casino brand in Michigan. We also have the 888 Casino and 888 Poker brands in New Jersey, which we plan to rebrand and relaunch as SI Sportsbook and SI Casino in due course. We are also licensed but not yet active for sports betting in Iowa, Indiana, and New Jersey. Just as a reminder, we do not operate the William Hill brand in the US. That is part of Caesars business here. On the B2B side, we have a partnership with Caesars that predates the William Hill transactions, whereby we provide the technology and operations to power the World Series of Poker and Harrah's Casino. We are also the current technology partner for the Delaware Lottery with its online casino. The B2B side of the US operations is really the engine of our US business. As you can see from the slide, it still generates the majority of our US revenues and continues to perform strongly. This includes important operations here in Nevada, which is actually one of our fastest growing markets. If you refer your attention to slide 28, a few words about our B2C strategy here in the US. The US is one of the more exciting growth markets in the world, but also an intensely competitive segment within the industry. The original plan here, which predates myself, was to build a nationwide sports-led operation to be live in 12 to 15 states. It's become clear to us, and most of the industry, frankly, that the intense competition in sports betting and the dominance of the top 2 to 3 brands means it'll be very difficult to deliver positive returns without evolving our plan to better suit our strengths as an organization and the current market conditions. With over a year of operations under our belt with the Sports Illustrated brand, which we affectionately call SI, we now have clear data about the customer behavior, how we can convert players, what they play, what makes them stay, and what are different values across cohorts and segments. This data gives us confidence in our evolved plan and that we can invest here in the US with positive returns. Our evolved plan is called Betting 2.0. It's all about using the SI brand to focus on great products for our players, including sports content and news, and being laser focused on our core customer demographic of SI fans. We call them the unsexy sweet spot. That's generally men 40 to 60 plus, which I fall directly in the center of. This is a strategy that's worked quite well for us. Again, these men skew generally older, but as you can see on the bottom right, these customers spend 4 to 6 times more than the ultra competitive younger cohorts. We know that these customers also love casino games, and our evolved plan is much more focused on casino, where the market opportunity is also concentrated across a fewer number of states. We like to say we're a casino-led sportsbook here in the United States. 888 is also highly experienced at online casinos, including having had online operations in the US for 10 years now. We can see the early positive signs from our shift in focus, with our recent launch of SI Casino in Michigan doing quite well and quickly growing to a 1% market share there. US B2C remains an important market for the group and certainly one of our growth markets, but importantly, it's a part of our portfolio of markets competing for investment with other areas. So while we continue to invest with confidence in the US, we're going to deliver positive returns by narrowly focusing on what we're good at and where our brand cuts through most. It's also important to say that any product investment in B2C operations can naturally benefit our B2B business, given the technology overlap, and improving the customer experience of our B2B offering is something we're uniquely focused on as well. Next, I'll turn your attention to slide 29. Here it shows how we structure and run our US business. Historically, the US has been a part of the centralized global process, meaning sometimes we experience delays in decision-making, and the decision makers themselves were often too removed from the detail, insight, and local knowledge of the US market. Our new approach of greater US independence is much more aligned to how the US businesses of other large global operators are run and should afford the US business much more control over its own destiny. The decentralized, streamlined, faster decision-making will remove friction across the entire business and ensure the US team can focus on its strategic goals. Specialists in product, marketing, finance, analytics, business development, and legal compliance will bring us closer to the market, and we will prioritize staff who wake up in the morning and go to sleep at night thinking about the US business. This will improve the working environment for our colleagues and significantly enhance our ability to provide better customer experience. That wraps up the presentation element of today in terms of walking you through where we are, the fantastic work that's been done across critical areas of the business recently, and where we're headed here in the US. With that, I'd like to hand it back over to you for any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you all. Very impressive presentation by all of you. I did have a question. You've had quite a bit of management change over the last several months, couple of quarters. Is there any correlation between that, or is it just coincidental and a matter of circumstance that it all happened at once?
A bit of both. We made a very strong decision when faced with the compliance failures in January that we had to, as a board, change the way and the pace in which the company was changing. And the board asked me to take over, and we had to move a chief executive on and make a big statement to the markets on it. But we've taken the people that we have and to those who can really respond to the challenges that we've needed, but not to do that much, to change it and to leave that scope to an incoming chief executive. So there have been a number of changes and a number of internal promotions and other sorts of things, but they've been a combination of a variety of factors. But the underlying principle is that this was a subscale business which needed to get bigger and stronger. And so therefore we focused on getting the very best in the very best places, doing the very best job they can.
Appreciate that, and definitely appreciate all of your comments and remedial measures and revisions and acquisitions and actually your hires, all having to do with your compliance component. So it shows from the top down that you are committed to being in a highly regulated industry and following all the rules that go along with that industry. So that is appreciated. Also, having gone through all the financials in our materials that you provided to our investigative agents, I'm comfortable with what you're trying to do here in terms of the applications on our agenda today. Makes sense from a credit stability standpoint, as well as your deleveraging goals that you have in place. So I'm in support of that. And I would turn it over to my fellow board members to ask if there's any questions or comments regarding the applications.
Yeah, just clarification questions in the comments. As to the chief risk officer, that was a newly created position, correct?
Correct. So there was a compliance function for both companies. What we wanted to do was to go just beyond having a compliance function, having a proper management of risk. So the risk issues were identified and it became cultural to the operations of the company. Plus the board decides on what the level of risk should be. And there was insufficient capacity, to my judgment, that this was constantly referred to the board to make sure that everything was in the right pattern. So having someone who went beyond that to compliance and risk is the key factor. And as we've moved Harinder towards customers, you can see the word that is has, in a sense, moved from his title not to overcomplicate it, is compliance, because we want that to be across every part of the business, and it's customer risk, and those are the things that we have to focus on.
Okay, were there other risk type positions created? Or
There's
was
a risk team, there's now a whole strong risk team which supports all the work that he's doing, so a very high level hire on risk to do that. Let me ask Brenda to outline perhaps the team that he's built.
Thank you. Just to give maybe a specific example, and it's on the leadership slide that was presented. So one of the roles created that I created coming in was a head of compliance of monitoring and testing. So that's someone who reports directly to me and very much focuses on.
Sorry, I can't clearly understand you. If we can get somebody to shut the door over there, I think it's from the outside noise.
Sorry. I'll speak up as well. Tell me if it's too loud. So just to give an example of a new role which I created, which is on the leadership slide that we went through. So there's a role there where we reference to it as either assurance or monitoring and testing. And that's a new position that was created that reports to me. And what that role does, and the whole team is built underneath it, is focuses on doing specific testing frequently and in depth on whether we are meeting our regulatory obligations or not. So it supplements the work done for internal audits, for example, and external auditors, but it goes deeper and with greater frequency to give ourselves comfort that we're doing what we should be doing. And I think that kind of regular testing and that regular monitoring is a really important feedback loop so that we understand where we have issues and where we don't and can react accordingly. So that's an example of a new role and a new team that was set up as part of the structure.
Okay, and this is the team of, it's less than 10 individuals, right?
So those are my direct reports only. The wider team is over 400 individuals.
Okay, that's what you were saying, that 400 number is the entire group, and that's all newly created?
So about half of the team's doubled in size in the last couple of years. So I'd probably say in the last 12 months, we've probably added 50 to 80 people to the team. But just as importantly, it's also been making sure we've got the right people as well. So in some cases where we need to upgrade talent or find people different roles to do in the organization so that we can bring a better skill set or different skill set in, we've absolutely done that as well.
Okay.
So it's not just about absolute numbers of people, it's also about making sure we're the right quality and the right talents as well.
Understood and agreed. And so as for you, you said you come from the financial industry, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the major differences that you see in regulation of the financial industry and regulation here?
Yeah, it's a good question. So a number of similarities in terms of, well, we're going to similarities, the question is the differences. I think one of the key differences I see is that where you have vulnerable individuals, there is the potential for them to experience significant harm if they're not treated in an appropriate manner in the gambling industry. While in financial services, there is still that potential there. I think it's just slightly more acute in our industry. And that's why I think we're going to focus even more on vulnerable customers than perhaps in financial services. So there is a focus there as well. But I think sometimes people can and do make certain decisions that may or may not be the best for their personal circumstances or their families. And sometimes that can be a bit more acute. So we're going to be even more focused on that. To give a quick example of that, of what we do, is that it's not unusual for us to reach out to a customer and put in a call to say, hey, we saw this activity, we want to make sure you're okay. In financial services, it's not common, or I think it's unheard of, to get a call from your bank to say, hey, how are you doing, and are you okay? So that's very practical examples of a difference, but it's a really important one.
I appreciate that explanation and example. That was a very thorough answer. I appreciate it. I also appreciate you all's focus here today on risk and compliance and going so far in depth as to the changes you have made. I think I am also comfortable with the application and the materials that have helped to prepare me for this presentation today. And it was good to see the self-reporting in Gibraltar. I wanted to commend you on that and seeing your system, your new system working the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
So, and that's all I have, Chair.
Judge. Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I just want to make note of the fact that the KYC and AML issues. A lot of that, I think, occurred prior to the acquisition of William Hill. I think you've taken the necessary steps to get the company on the right track. Impressed with this presentation. Special Agent Crowley with Supervisor Abba, Deputy Chief Teggio and Chief Hoffman did an excellent job on this application. It was very thorough, very comprehensive. They did a really deep dive into all these issues. They prepped us yesterday at the session we had in private. So a lot of my questions and concerns were answered there. And I think your team is on the right track. It's a very impressive team, and I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you.
And at the risk of being redundant, I would say the same thing, that the compliance changes have been commendable, and the self-reporting is extremely commendable. As I mentioned earlier, that's something that we as regulators absolutely require of those in our industry, because we can't be everywhere all at once. We expect those who have the privilege of being in this regulated industry to come to us, whether it be in Nevada or anywhere else you may be. And your presentation today shows that you have that same philosophy. So thank you for that. I don't have any other questions. So unless you have something to add, Ms. Okerberg, Lord Mendelson.
I have nothing further to add, but just to thank you again for your time and patience.
The same here, just to thank you. And again, that was draft number 2 dated September 5th.
Correct. Thank you for that. Unless the board members have other questions or concerns, I would entertain a motion on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to agenda item non-restricted number 13, I will be recommending to the Nevada Gaming Commission full support and approval of this agenda item, including the 6th revised order of registration, draft number 2, dated September 5th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes. And we're going to need to take a short break. We've been going for about 2 hours, and our court reporter needs to make a break. So we will finish with the last couple of non-restricted items in. Madam Secretary, do we need 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Well, 5 minutes is great.
5 minutes. All right, let's go back on the record. We are now at non-restricted item number 14.
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of Jonathan Mendelson for finding of suitability as an officer and director at 888 Holdings PLC.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Well, I believe that I'm being introduced, but my name is Lord Mendelson, Jonathan Mendelson, from London. I'm currently the executive chairman, combining the non-executive chairman role with the chief executive officer.
Thank you.
I believe my counsel is introducing.
Ian, join us via Zoom. Can you hear us okay?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can. Can you hear us okay?
Just fine. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Amanda Usher, and I'm a solicitor at Woods Were, and to my right is Paddy Were. Firstly, I would like to thank Chair Hendrick for allowing us to appear via Zoom. It is greatly appreciated. And next, I would like to introduce again Lord Mendelson, who is present with you today, is the subject of this personal application and who you've just heard from in relation to the company application. Lord Mendelson is currently the interim CEO and executive chair of the board for 888. He first joined in September 2020 and became the non-executive chairman in March 2021. And in January this year, he became the interim CEO. Lord Mendelson is ultimately accountable to the shareholders, and the CEO position is accountable to the board. There are several teams across the business which report to or are overseen by the CEO, including the international business, finance, HR, legal, compliance, products, and operations teams. When the incoming CEO takes up his position in October, John will revert to being a non-executive director and the non-executive chair of the board. This application was made as a result of the March 2021 changes, and I would like to thank Senior Agent Robertson and Supervisor Doyle for their diligence and collaboration in making this report, particularly over the last few months. With that brief introduction, I will now hand you back over to Lord Mendelson to tell you a little bit more about himself and to answer any questions that you may have. However, I remain on hand to assist if required. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Usher. Obviously, we've chatted already a little bit this afternoon. Did you want to add anything, or did you want us to just ask you questions?
It's entirely up to you, Chair.
Okay.
It'll be entirely at your discretion. I'm very happy. I think you've had a great deal of detail. I've had some excellent engagement with your agents who have conducted themselves in the most outstanding way. So I hope that we've been able to provide you with as much detail as possible. I'm very happy to go into whichever question you may wish to ask.
Thank you for that. Your application materials, background, education, and interest in the gaming community, as well as your extensive number of currently filed applications, is commendable. How have you found the process, having gone through application process in multiple jurisdictions right now? Is it daunting?
Well, if I may venture to say that someone who's been in public policy has been a keen advocate of regulation, the right sort of regulation, of course, and who is involved in public life and is involved in a number of different activities, I'm kind of used to it. So I think that it comes with the territory. I do want to say that I do think that the teams that you have working on this really do stand out as some of the highest quality people that I've ever dealt with. And so this process has been, as these processes are always a degree of work, this one has been more pleasurable than many others because of the quality of the people that you have who make this as easy as possible.
Thank you for that. And yeah, you went right into my next question is, how is it on that side of the podium?
I am just, I'm recalling my recent times on the International Relations and Defence Committee in the House of Lords. I have got a huge degree of envy of the comfort of the chairs that I'm looking at, that you're sitting on. But I think that, as always with these things, that when you're doing these sorts of jobs, you know, the support that you get from the teams and the staff and the environment is very, very important. It's conducive to good regulation. So how do I sit on this side? you're exceptionally well prepared for these meetings. So I see a degree of jealousy to some of the scale that we have in other forms of regulation to what you have.
Thank you for that. And you're absolutely correct. It's the staff at the Gaming Control Board that makes all of us, in particular me, look like I'm intelligent sitting up here with a lot of materials in front of me. So you're completely correct on that. I also wanted to commend
How I
you.
got so far, Chair, if I may be as bold as.
Yes. Well, this far, I've still got a long day ahead. I wanted to also commend you on all your charitable work. It's very significant. I'm sure it takes up a significant amount of your time, and that's always something that we enjoy seeing from people in any industry, and especially the gaming industry. So thank you for that as well. Are there questions from board members or comments about Lord Mendelson's application?
No, I don't have any further questions. I'm satisfied with the materials and the application. I would just echo the chair's comments as far as your community service and everything else in your background. It looks good. No questions, no concerns. I'm happy to support the application.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'm very impressed with your background, your credentials, your resume. Everything is just outstanding, stellar. The House of Lords, you are actually a member of the House of Lords and currently still are, I believe.
I am. I have to make one confession, which is my chief whip isn't happy with me being. I've missed 5 votes thus far. So he was pleased that I was in London yesterday, but not so pleased about my attendance today. But I am still a serving member in the House of Lords. I was a serving shadow minister, but I'm now just an ordinary member of the House of Lords.
Wow, that's fantastic. I have no questions. There are no areas of concerns by staff or myself, and I'm happy to support your application.
I also am happy to support your application. It's an honor to have someone with your background, both in public service and private service, to be involved in our industry and be involved here in the Nevada gaming industry. So I would certainly support your recommendation to the Nevada Gaming Commission. If there's no other questions or comments, or unless you'd like to provide anything else, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'm just very grateful for the time and consideration, and thank you for those very kind and over-generous remarks.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be happy to make that motion. I would be recommending approval of non-restricted agenda item number 14 to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank
Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 15, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 15 is the application of Howard Mittman for finding of suitability as an officer and director at 888 US Inc.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad. I'm Laura Bird. I'm our U.S. Compliance Director for 888, and I would like to introduce you to Howard Mittman, whose personal application for consideration is before you today. Howard joined 888 in March 2022 and is our President of North American Operations. As President of 888, Howard oversees our Sports Illustrated Sportsbook, our Sports Illustrated Casino, 888 Casino in New Jersey, and our strategic B2B partnerships with Caesars and the World Series of Poker. Howard brings to 888 a wealth of relevant experience from the media and sports industry. Prior to joining the group, Howard was the Chief Executive Officer for Bleacher Report. Bleacher Report doubled in size and revenue during his tenure there, and he helped launch or build a variety of brand extensions, including House of Highlights, Bleacher Report Betting, Bleacher Report Gridiron, and Bleacher Report Football. He also led a series of company first live experiences at the NBA All-Star, NFL Super Bowl, and other top-tier venues, which Bleacher Report still successfully operates today. Prior to his time with Bleacher Report, Howard served as the Chief Business Officer of Condé Nast, overseeing a third of the portfolio, including GQ, Golf Digest, and Wired Media Group. Howard also served as the CRO and publisher of GQ, and before that, served as Vice President and publisher of Wired. He led both of those brands to their highest ever revenue totals, wholly reinventing their digital, social, and video strategies, and bringing each brand to the highest ever revenue levels. During his time as an executive in the media industry, Howard was selected as Advertising Age's Executive of the Year, named to Crane's 40 Under 40 list, inducted into the Advertising Federation Hall of Achievement, and was twice named Condé Nast Executive of the Year. He was also named to the Howard was also named to the Media Post Hall of Fame, served as CEO in Bleacher Report, was selected to the Fast Company list of 50 most innovative companies in America. In addition to Howard's professional experience, I wanted to take an opportunity and highlight some of his charitable and community work. He has done work raising money for Charity Water, an organization that works to dig wells and bring clean drinking water to different communities in Africa, as well as an organization he started with his son that raises money to put defibrillators into disadvantaged communities throughout the US. He also finds time to volunteer with his local food bank in New York, as well as his synagogue. I'll now let Howard tell you directly a little bit about himself and his experiences and his goals for 888.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Welcome again, Mr. Mittman.
Thank you, Laura. Hi, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Yes, I've been with 888 for about 18 months now. I think it was incorrectly called the President of the United States. That's not my actual title. It's the President of North America for 888. A slightly smaller and more advantageous title, I think. Yeah, so I've been here for 18 months. Laura read through my CV. The majority of my career has been spent in the media industry. I had exposure and opportunity to gain experience in the gaming industry since about 2019, when I was at Bleacher Report and the convergence of sports and media and betting all began to happen. I found myself at a really interesting point. Was able to do some partnerships with Caesars, where we built a live content studio on the floor at Caesars Palace in their sportsbook here in Las Vegas. That I also was able to do some large-scale sponsorship media partnership deals with DraftKings and with FanDuel. From there, I decided I wanted to get into the gaming industry full-time, and this provided a perfect opportunity for me because I think the partnership with Sports Illustrated, and really there are quite a few similarities between the media business and the betting business, and thankfully I'm surrounded by a lot of smart, experienced people here and around the globe at 888 and William Hill who can help me in the areas where I may not have as much experience.
Great. Thank you for that. Again, very impressive background. And we've chatted quite a bit already this afternoon about the company in general. So understand your role. You're going through multiple other applications in other jurisdictions as well. I'll ask you the same question. How do you find the Nevada application and licensing process compared to the other jurisdictions you're going through?
It's been great. Quite frankly, Agent Comachista was wonderful to deal with. We developed a great rapport going back and forth. She was kind enough to visit me in New York and spend some time going through my application. So it felt like there was an appropriate amount of investigative work, but also some hand-holding through the process. And it was really quite easy.
Good. Thank you. Questions from board members?
Yes, I think your background is commendable, and I don't have any questions or concerns, just a few comments and, well, I should say substantive questions. But thank you for explaining your transition from media into betting, because I was going to ask you that question. And so what do you see as some of the similarities? You mentioned that there were a lot of similarities, in fact, between the media and betting industry. What are they?
Yeah, I think they're both going through intense moments of disruption, right? Evolution. I think the distribution mechanisms that they employ to put products, ideas, services, content in front of consumers are all the same. You have the traditional distribution mechanisms, television and print. You also then have digital distribution mechanisms, including social and search, and all of those are really employed to different degrees in the exact same way. What you're really ultimately trying to do is build a community, an active community of engaged enthusiasts. And so on the media side of the house, more often than not, we created those communities so that other brands like 888 or William Hill could get in front of them. Here on this side, we're using media less as an attractive tool for consumers, but really more as a retention mechanism. We found that putting content in front of consumers allows us for a much greater LTV and a much deeper level of relationship with consumers. It also gives us a point of differentiation in what is a largely commoditized and very crowded, well-funded field right now.
Thank you for that explanation. All of your community service and your background is definitely commendable, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. You're currently awaiting licenses in Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Colorado. Is that correct?
Yes, either waiting or have been granted temporary licenses.
Okay, great. How's that process going?
Fine. Yeah, like John, I think you get used to it over time, and once you do it once, you know how to do it.
This one should certainly help. If you get this one first, I think other jurisdictions will
I appreciate that.
take a good look at it and give you their approval. I have no specific concerns. The application was very thoroughly prepared. There are no conditions. Essentially, one of the functions will be providing platform services for the World Series of Poker through Caesars in Nevada, Delaware, and New Jersey. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. And then, as a newbie to the gaming world, so to speak, do not hesitate to reach out to Miss Kimberly Rushton back there or Ms. Bird and ask questions, because there's never anything such as a stupid question. There's a lot to learn, and there's a lot to try to decipher. And it is going to be quite different from your field of journalism. Yeah. But it's an exciting field, and welcome to it. I'm honored, privileged to support your application.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Any closing remarks?
No, thank you for your time and professionalism. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. I'd entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 15.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to non-restricted agenda item number 15, I would recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission for approval as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to all of you. Thank you for being here today, and sorry you missed some votes. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our non-restricted agenda items, correct?
Correct.
All right, and we were calendared for our restricted agenda to start at 1:30. How's that for timing? We nailed it, except we didn't nail lunch. So I'll go ahead and take a moment of personal privilege here. Do my fellow board members want to take a 10-minute break? Do you want to start into a few of the restricted? We already have people showing up here.
Would it be possible to get the restricted done and then do a break?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Does that sound good? Sure. All right. Well, good. Since we're calendared for 1:30, are we okay, Ms. Secretary? You're all right? The court reporter all right to start?
All good.
Good. All right. My apologies to everyone in the staff for not leaving time for lunch today, but we will move forward with our restricted calendar starting at 1:30.
Does that mean you're buying lunch for everybody?
I'm buying lunch for everybody.
All right.
Yeah, there's a vending machine outside. Line up. Everybody gets a Snicker bar. All right. So, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 1. Actually, it's our consent agenda, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So our first business item would be the consent agenda, if you want to read that into the record.
Restricted number 3 is the application of 2WP LLC doing business as the bar at Warm Springs and Tenaya for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of JRW Gaming Trust, JSW Gaming Trust, Peter Simon II, James Wickman, and Joseph Wickman for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 4 is the application of KC Arena Inc. for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application by Brian Anthony to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 6 is the application of WGTO Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Harish Chopra for licensure as a director and shareholder. Restricted number 7 is the application of HPRW Inc. for a licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at AMPM at Russell and I-95. It is also the applications of Ritu Chopra and Harish Chopra for licensure as an officer, director, and or shareholder of HPRW Inc. as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 8 is the application of Qatar Sohi Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store number 38840 for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission regulation 4.080, as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 9 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Circle K Store number 2709522 for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Best Bet Products, Inc., doing business at World Beverage Co. for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terrible's Gaming, doing business at WSKY for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And these matters on our restricted consent agenda all have to do with items. Thank you. Might as well go ahead and hear me today. Thank you. The items on the restricted consent agenda have to do with items that investigative agents have prepared detailed files on, and each of those agenda items and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigations. I'm personally not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items. Therefore, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Unless board members have questions or concerns about any of the consent items, I would entertain a motion on the consent items read into the record by Madam Secretary.
I do not have any questions or concerns.
I do not have any questions.
Great. Would one of you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval of the consent agenda items, the restricted items to the Nevada Gaming Commission, numbers 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12, as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Do we need to read in the conditions on those, Madam Secretary?
Yes, we do.
All right.
Let's start with number, let's see, 5 is good. So it'd be what, number 8? Is that the first one?
Yes.
Yeah, number 8. With respect to number 8, the condition is the waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in March of 2023 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in March of 2024. With respect to restricted item number 9, the condition is that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And we have a condition on number 11 as well. With respect to restricted item number 11, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and/or approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. I believe that's all.
All right. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The consent agenda items pass, bringing us to restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of All Aboard LLC, doing business as All Aboard for restricted gaming license, and the application of Manuel Porter for licensure as a member and manager.
Please step forward. Good afternoon.
How are you today?
Good. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Manuel Porter, Porter.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Is there any presentation you want to make to us regarding this agenda item and what your plans are for the All Aboard?
No presentation, just that very excited to embark on this. We've opened this store about 2.5 years ago, and this was sort of the vision for it, and just blessed that I was able to get to that point and be here in front of y'all.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, and we have obviously a very detailed investigative background prepared for us, including schematics and your background personally, as well as what the intent is of the store in Caliente. I'm interested in how are you going to manage your time if you're here in Las Vegas and the store is in Caliente? How are you going to manage it? And then who else will be operating the business when you're not there?
So when I opened it, I was pretty much there full time, 5 days a week. And then I would come home on the weekends back to Las Vegas. Did that for about a year, and then my mother-in-law sort of stepped in as that managerial in lieu of my absence, where now I just go up on the weekends. So moving into this, we knew that this was going to be a responsibility that I was wanting to take on and learn. So I'm going to shift the schedule back to where I'm there now 5 days a week, and some weekends I'll stay, and then some weekends I'll come back down. But I want to be there. I want to, I take this to heart. This is something that's pretty interesting to embark on, and I want to be able to have the responsibility and learn what I need to learn, from doing this. So,
How has the business been going prior to you having any gaming in the location?
really good. It was received really well. Sort of when it began because my mother-in-law went up there to get her hair done, and there was no place. The ladies were like, "There's no good wine, so we have to order wine in." And so she took that and came to me and said, "Well, there's no liquor store like in the 5 counties. Some of them are dry." She lives in Alamo. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law live in Caliente, so we'd go up there, and it just sort of went from there. So everybody accepted it well, and we've been a part of all the different things that happen in the town, as far as there's ATV side by side races that happen 4 times a year. So we play a big part in that, and being a part of just the 4th of July and Labor Day weekend and all the parades, in the small town up there. So we get very involved.
Great. Glad to hear that. Obviously, we're big supporters of any of the rural communities and business out in them. So very glad to hear that it's going well. Are there questions or comments from my fellow board members?
I don't have any questions other than whether or not you're aware of the key employee application that must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Yeah, so I was gonna, in lieu of just me wanting to take this responsibility on and really learn about the gaming aspect of it to potentially open more locations and have more gaming, I wanted to take on the key employee role. That way I could then, I have other opportunities, in the future to be able to grow. So I have my brother-in-law that lives up there. So as I understand the responsibility, I kind of want to have him in the wings to where when we do get ready to have him be that key employee, he has a really good understanding.
Okay, then so you anticipate your brother-in-law, you said?
Yeah, I think that's kind of where he was born and raised in Caliente, and he's him and his wife and 2 kids live there. So I think to have that, once I do decide to come back and spend more time in Las Vegas, I'll have him there all the time.
Okay, that's great. Do you have any other employees?
I do. I have my mother-in-law who's there. And as my wife, we're working on her status for citizenship. Her mother-in-law is working on that same thing. So once she gets her full citizenship, then we'll be able to look at moving her into a key role as well.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations. And
Thank
I'm happy
you.
to support the application.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I have no questions or concerns. I'm in full support of your application. I just want to wish you luck.
Thank you so much.
What are the hours that you're open?
9 to 9.
7 days a week?
7 days a week. Correct.
Thank you. And I understand that you've already completed the restricted licensee compliance seminar a couple of months ago.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, glad to hear that. We're encouraging as many restricted licensees and applicants as possible to go through that program. So I'm glad to see that you've already taken it.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. All right, if there's no other questions or comments from board members, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 1.
Yes, I'll be happy to make that motion with respect to restricted agenda item number 1, as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. I would move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission with the following condition: that a key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Second, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
You understand and agree with both those conditions?
Yes.
Great. All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of RH2 LLC doing business as Rustic House for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Suburban Restaurants LLC for registration as an intermediary holding company and for findings of suitability of the Adam B. Corrigan Gaming Trust and Adam Bothwell Corrigan as member or manager. You also have the applications of Suburban Restaurants LLC and Adam Corrigan for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda, and the application of Cavalier Inc. for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. Lastly, for board consideration only, you have the application of Daniel Wedge for registration as a minority equity interest member at RH2 LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Brianna Martinez from the law firm of Kemford Kroll on behalf of the applicant RH-2 LLC. I have with me Adam Corrigan and Daniel Wedge. This application is for a new rustic house location off of Sunset in Grand Canyon to operate a tavern. Mr. Corrigan and his gaming trust have previously been found suitable for various restricted gaming locations, and we ask that the board recommend approval for this new location. We would like to thank Senior Agent Jeffries and Amy Morton from Applicant Services for all their work on this matter. And if you have any questions, we are available to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Welcome, gentlemen. The question I had relates to Cavalier Inc. Mr. Corrigan, if you could tell us a little bit, why did you decide to have Cavalier Inc. as the key employee of this location? I think it's a couple other your locations as well.
It is, and there was a recommendation, and forgive me, I don't know exactly when that was, by when we were getting licensed for location with a company that was managing multiple locations as well as other companies, and management fees were being upstream to that. They were fixed, they weren't on percentages. So at the time, it was just recommended that that was going to be a more prudent way to manage the locations from an office standpoint as we got bigger. So that's why that got licensed as a key employee, and we've just kept that in line for this location as well.
Makes sense. Thank you for that. How are your other locations doing?
We're really happy with the most recent rustic house we opened in Boca Park, Charleston, and Fort Apache. A little over a year there, and then we're just coming up on 15 years of John Cutter's and Al's Garage, which went pretty quick. But yeah, super happy super happy with everybody. Yeah,
good,
yeah.
Good
revenues and staffing.
And how is the build out of this rustic house on Sunset coming?
They're moving along really well. We have an estimated certificate occupancy date of October 27th.
Pretty quick.
Pretty quick, yeah. We're out.
We've heard there's been some issues with Nevada Energy lately. Are you having any Nevada Energy issues?
In what regard?
I don't know. It must be hookup.
Well, I think there is one, you can't even get transformers. So to get a 600 amp panel and stuff like that is 18 months. You really need to think way ahead of that. But we had the benefit of there's already a site here. It's more of a remodel. It wasn't a tavern, but it was a convenience store, had lots of refrigeration. So we got plenty of power. Don't have to, they're just getting turned on.
Gotcha. Good. Yeah. So we've had a couple other applications where they were planning on opening, and then based on some power issues, they had to ask for a little bit longer time period, along with all the construction delays that are happening. So glad to hear that you're not having those issues. Yeah. Good. Questions from board members?
Mr. Wedge, good afternoon?
Good afternoon.
So you'll be overseeing the day-to-day operations.
That is correct.
And that's of 4 different locations?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you plan on managing your time, and what's the distance between those locations for the record?
So with John Cutter and Al's Garage, I think I live 0.8 miles from there, and we have the luxury of they're only like 35, 50 feet apart from each other. So it's kind of 2 birds, 1 stone kind of deal. And then Boca Park Rustic House is 2.2 miles right down the street on Charleston. So that little 3-store radius works out really well. And then I live in close proximity right on the 215 to the Rustic House 2 opening up. So I'm a little bit of a workaholic. If I'm not there for some reason, Adam's there. We have general managers at the stores as well, and always someone in a supervisor role that's clocked in. But I'm looking forward to the challenge.
How many general managers?
We have one per store.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. The location is in Boca, one of the prior rustic houses in Boca Park, you said?
It is. It was a previous location of 3 Angry Wives.
Oh, okay.
Remodeled and reopened in April of 22.
So it's right next to the sandwich shop, right? Jersey Mike's?
It
more or
is.
less, right in there?
Mhm.
Okay, and I didn't notice. So now it's a name change? You've already got the,
Yeah, we gutted the whole thing and redid it and reopened it.
Oh, okay.
24 hours, non-smoking, great place. You need to come through and watch a game or have a
yeah,
sandwich.
what kind of food you serving?
It is American fare. We've got steaks to great salmons to sandwiches to the wings to the burgers, really
Nice.
across the board.
Excellent.
And that menu is available 24 hours a day.
You did also own Vinters Grill prior, did you?
My brother does.
Your brother, I knew the Corrigan name was affiliated with Vinters Grill. Excellent. Yeah, I have, there's no questions or concerns that I have. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
And I as well. Obviously, you're a very well-experienced and longtime member of the gaming community here in Las Vegas and running some great operations that are building structure in our community and hiring lots of employees. So happy to see that. Mr. Wedge went through your background as well for your applications. You had some youthful indiscretions, but nothing that you haven't outgrown. So don't have any concern with that either at this time. This is your first time being in front of the Game Control Board, correct?
It is, sir, yes.
Good. Well, I hope the process wasn't too hard on you, but it'll make the next time easier.
I appreciate everything. Thank you so much.
Good. All right. Do we need to take the board application separate, Madam Secretary?
I don't believe we do.
Do you know, Mr. Somps, if it can be all one motion or if it should be 2 motions?
You can do them all together or separate. Just if you do them together, make sure it's clear from the record what you're approving.
Okay. Ms. Martinez, you have anything else you want to add?
Oh, thank you very much.
Great. All right, Judge, do you want to make a motion? And you can either make it as one motion and clarify the board action only, or make 2 motions. I'm fine either way.
I can make 2 motions. I'll be happy to do that. Move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 to the Gaming Commission as read into the record by Ms. Rupert with regard to the application for a restricted gaming license and applications for license as member managers, application for registration of Suburban Restaurant LLC as an intermediary holding company, and for finding of suitability of Adam Corrigan Gaming Trust and the Adam Bothwell Corrigan as a member manager, and the application for licensure of Cavalier Inc. as a key employee.
Very good, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. So then we take a motion for the board consideration only.
Thank you. With respect to restricted item agenda number 2, I'll make a recommendation to the Gaming Commission that we approve with respect to the application for registration as a minority equity interest member as read into the record by Ms. Nicole Rupert.
And that's one would actually be a motion to approve the registration rather than a recommendation. Is that correct, Mr. Somps?
That is correct.
Right.
So is that understood in your motion?
Yes, a motion to recommend approval.
Actually,
Just to be
motion
clear, it's not a recommendation.
to approve.
The board approves this.
Right.
Yeah. Is that
Motion
clear-
to approve.
Clear enough, Madam Secretary?
Yes.
Good. All right, call the roll.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, and that motion passes as well. Good luck to all of you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you
luck.
very much. Nice to see everybody.
Thank you. Does that bring us to restricted item number 5? Is that correct? All right, please read that one in.
Restricted number 5 is the application of ORB Restaurant and Tavern LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Jacobus Holt for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here with the applicant, Mr. Jacobus Holt. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, just have a brief overview of the application. I'd like to give an opportunity for the applicant to give some information about himself, and then we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Please.
Thank you. This location is an existing tavern known as Fireside Restaurant and Tavern that currently has 15 gaming machines. The location is owned and operated by ORB Restaurant and Tavern, and it holds a restricted gaming license for the establishment and uses Sartini Gaming as its SRO. There are currently 3 members of ORB Restaurant: Herman Eminger, 37.50%, Roy Holt, 37.50%, and Playtime USA Inc., 25%. If the transfer of interest application is approved, however, Playtime USA Inc. would transfer its interest in the LLC to the applicant, and Mr. Jacobus Holt would hold 25% interest in the same. Although Mr. Jacobus Holt would become a member of the LLC, he would not be a manager of the LLC. The managers of the LLC would remain the same and be Mr. Herman Eminger and Mr. Roy Holt. As indicated in the application materials, Mr. Jacobus Holt has been the general manager of the Fireside Restaurant and Tavern since 2005 and has substantial experience in overseeing liquor and gaming establishments. If the application is approved, Mr. Jacobus Holt will continue acting in the capacity of general manager for Fireside Restaurant and Tavern. Mr. Jacobus Holt is also acting in the capacity of general manager of Mountainside Restaurant, which is owned and operated by the current principals of Fireside Restaurant. For full disclosure, Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern is currently under contract to be sold to new owners, and upon closure, Mr. Jacobus Holt would be the general manager only for Fireside Restaurant and Tavern. We also wanted to point out that Mr. Jacobus Holt is registered to attend the Restricted Licensee Compliance Seminar on October 17th of 2023. With that, I have Mr. Holt provide some information about himself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Holt.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jacobus Holt. Most people call me Kobe, spelled C-O-B-Y. I was born in Sun Valley, Idaho. And 3 years after I was born, my father moved us here to Las Vegas and in search of employment. It's been our home since then. I grew up here. I went to Valley High School. At Valley High School, I graduated with honors. I was captain of the soccer team. In my senior year, I won Gatorade Player of the Year, which then I went on to become college athlete, where I went to Philadelphia Textile, which was a prestigious soccer school at that time. I then, in the middle of my sophomore year, I transferred to UNLV, where I got the Peter Johann Memorial Scholarship. I captained UNLV for 2 years and graduated with a degree in hotel restaurant management. After that, I played 5 years of professional soccer. I played 2 years in Baton Rouge, 3 years in Washington, D.C. And from when my career in soccer started to end, I started to work in bars, and I became a bartender, started in the kitchen, worked my way up to bartending. Then I worked for a large company that owned nightclubs and bars all over, and I became a GM there. And from that point, they then moved me around the United States to places that were failing. So I would bring myself and a friend, and we would flip the restaurants and change everything over. And then in 2005, my father asked if I would come back here and help open their taverns. So I've been here, that was 18 years ago. Since then, I have a nice family. I spend my time volunteering for soccer and spending time with my family. And I'm a professional chauffeur for my son. So I'm here today asking for approval for a lifelong dream.
Great, welcome.
Thank you.
Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Holt?
Good afternoon, Mr. Holt. It's commendable to see your transition from professional soccer to professional chauffeur and into gaming. That's wonderful. I love soccer, so I was excited to hear about your experience playing soccer. What is the purpose of the transfer from Playtime?
For me to become a partner in the business, and my father's partners are starting, or they're getting older and they want to start moving out. So the natural procession would be for me to move in.
Okay, I see. And how is it that you came to know about, because I believe you mentioned that he would no longer be employed at the mountainside?
That's just because it's in the process of being sold.
And so how did you come to know that you
I
wouldn't
run
be?
everything for the company. I literally do everything. So I was part of the group that put the deal together, and it's all part of the other partners getting out and me coming in.
And also, I'm working on that application with the buyers of that company that will be licensed for that location.
Okay, and they plan on hiring someone in his place?
Yeah, for that location there, the owners will take active participation in the day-to-day operations.
Okay.
So they will be there majority of the time, the new owners.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that clarification. All right.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have no questions. There's only one condition. You're already familiar with it and agree with it? The condition that you
Yes.
have to attend that seminar.
I'm already registered on October.
Great, great. So, yeah, I have nothing else. I just want to congratulate you on a very interesting career.
Thank you.
Yeah, so welcome aboard to the gaming industry.
Thank you.
And there's several promissory notes that go along with this acquisition. You feel comfortable that you'll be able to meet those obligations?
Yes, very comfortable.
Good. All right. I didn't have any other questions as well. Appreciate the fact that you already have enrolled for the restricted licensee compliance seminar. As you heard earlier, we're encouraging all restricted licensees, current and applicants, to try to take that course because it never hurts to refresh your memory of old regulations if you've been in the industry for quite a while. So even for someone like you who's been in the industry for quite a while, it is nice to see that you'll be taking that course. And also, I'm happy to see that you are fulfilling your dream of being involved in this business as well as being a chauffeur for your son.
Yes.
Good. I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 5.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would make a motion to approve restricted agenda item number 5. Recommend that to the Nevada Gaming Commission as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, with the condition that the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the approval of this item. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Partee for all her help during the investigation process.
Great. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, does that bring us to restricted 10? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Restricted number 10 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Metro Market for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Debbie Cornine. I am with Century Gaming Technology. The application before you today is a convenience store. We anticipate putting in 4 games at this location, and the market is currently open. But obviously, there is no gaming in there yet. We do not have a history of gaming at this location yet. At this time, I'm here to answer any other questions you may have regarding this application.
Thank you. And thank you for presenting to us the application, which I believe you're aware is located within the vicinity of a high school in that city. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we are aware of that. It's, I think, door to door, it is about 300 feet. However, we have checked with the county and we have also checked the city of Reno. They have no objections to this configuration and to the proximity of the convenience store to the school. We also have, Century is in the, across the street on Booth in a 7-Eleven, and we've had no incidents there. I also checked the county there, and we've had no issues with minors in the store. Again, talking with the operator of this location, Metro Market. He has, he's very aware of the concerns regarding minors. He has even gone so far as to say he would rope off the gaming area during times that minors might possibly be present, which would probably be during school hours, lunchtime. And he said he would take whatever action the board deemed necessary, for them to have gaming at the location. So yes, everybody's fully aware of the potential for issues with minors.
Good, yeah, and you addressed exactly what my concern is that it's very close to the high school, and pursuant to NGC Regulation 3.010, it provides a heightened awareness for the Gaming Control Board, Gaming Commission, as well as the applicant and the licensee to be cognizant of minors in the area. And glad to see that you've already checked with the county and the city. I also understand that our staff has been in contact with the school as well, and it will be good and incumbent upon your operation to be sure that the landlord as well as your company is paying attention to any minors in the area, being sure that you work with local law enforcement, working with our enforcement agents to be sure that the proximity doesn't provide enticement.
Absolutely.
Great.
Totally understood.
Thank you. Questions from board members?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Do you have a understanding of the percentage of minor clientele at the location?
Well, typically we run about less than 10%. We usually say that it's going to be between, a ratio of 10 to 90, 10% to 90%. However, in this situation, during that lunch hour, it could possibly be more, but overall, I think it would still average out to be about the same typical percentage as any other convenience store. I just think we do have that certain time period during the week that we might have a little bit higher percentage.
Understood. And during those time frames where that percentage might be higher than typical, do you have any protections already in place to ensure?
At this time, we do not. Obviously, we don't have the games in there yet. However, we have been in communication with the operator, and he said he will do whatever we request to keep that area. I actually don't think that during those times it would not be a bad idea to put something across the area to, keep them out of the area.
Yeah, my suggestion would just be to have some kind of protections in place, whether that be additional store employees or certain boundaries or signs or something of that sort, especially during those heightened hours. But obviously, I'm happy to support the application, just with providing to you that awareness should be heightened during those times, especially.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Judge Assad?
No questions. Thank you.
Very good. Senior Deputy Somps, is there anything we need to put on the record with regard to Regulation 3.010 subsection 1 and the fact that the board has considered the suitability of this applicant based upon its proximity to a public school?
No, there's no requirement, but beyond that, your discussion today, I think, is more than sufficient.
Good. Thank you for that. All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 10.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
And I would just add that I don't believe a condition is necessary. There's quite a few convenience stores that are around public schools, so I don't know if it's exact distance that makes a difference. It's, as Member Watkins said, it's all about awareness and heightened awareness between you and the operator. So I would leave that upon you as being a very well knowledgeable, licensed slot route operator in the state that perhaps you and the operator should look at some kind of barrier, rope system, whatever. But I don't believe a condition is necessary at this time. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you.
I would just like to also thank Agent Partey for her work on this. She's always a pleasure to work with.
Great. Thank you. Madam Secretary, does that conclude our restricted agenda?
Yes, it does.
All right, so that leaves us with, we have regulations today as well as a presentation of a individual for the list of excluded persons, as well as a presentation by the Enforcement Division. Is that correct? And then, of course, public comment.
Correct.
All right, it's about 10 minutes after 2. Board members okay with a 20-minute break?
Yes. I'm okay with that.
Okay, we'll be in recess till 2:30. Thank you. All right, we are back on the record. Thank you for that short recess, everybody indulging us for a minute. We will proceed now with the next item on our agenda, Madam Secretary.
The next item for your consideration is the excluded person nomination of Sean Joseph Benward as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. Mike Stomps with the Attorney General's Office. The matter before you today is a determination of whether to nominate Sean Benward for inclusion into Nevada's list of excluded persons. Before I get into the details of that, I want to note for the record that pursuant to Nevada's open meeting law, Mr. Benward was provided written notice of today's meeting and that the board would consider whether to nominate him for inclusion into the list. And I have provided a copy of that written notice to the executive secretary to be included with the record. Now, all of you should have a packet of information that I prepared with the assistance of the Enforcement Division. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to look through that. But all of that is meant to support placing Mr. Benward into the list. And if you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a presentation that lays out the basis for his inclusion and summarizes the evidence. And after that, I can answer questions and you can decide whether or not to nominate him.
Yes, thank you, Senior Deputy Stomps. Please go ahead and go through the background that would support a nomination.
Thank you. So pursuant to NRS 463.151 sub 2, the list may include any person whose presence in a gaming establishment is determined to pose a threat to the interest of Nevada or to licensed gaming or both. In making that determination, you may consider the criteria set forth in NRS 463.151 sub 3. Pursuant to the Commission's Regulation 28.010, if you determine that any one of those criteria is met, the board can nominate Mr. Benward to the list. And with Mr. Benward, he satisfies 4 bases for inclusion. I'll just briefly summarize those. First, he has been convicted of crimes involving a violation of the gaming laws of any state. Second, he's been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. Third, he has a notorious or unsavory reputation that would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. And fourth, he is the subject of written orders of governmental agencies that exclude him from an establishment at which gaming is conducted. Now, before I get into more details on those different bases, I do want to generally describe the activity that Mr. Benward engages in. And I can direct you to the enforcement agent's affidavit where he provides that description at paragraph 12. And I'll just read it into the record. The scheme that Mr. Benward engages in typically, it involves him playing roulette for a few minutes at the far end of the table away from the wheel while he builds a rapport with the dealer. After a few minutes, Mr. Benward will move closer to the wheel and will watch the ball. As the wheel slows, Mr. Benward will make a late wager. Mr. Benward will, for example, hold 6 gaming chips in his hand and announce 6 to the dealer, after which time the dealer places the chips on the table layout corresponding to Mr. Benward's request. After the ball drops and a winning number is determined, Mr. Benward will dispute the placement of his 6 gaming chips with the dealer, arguing that he told the dealer the winning number prior to it being known, and that he was telling the dealer to place 6 chips on the winning number. Mr. Benward often uses an accomplice to confirm his fraudulent claims. So that's broadly why we're here today. That's the type of activity that Mr. Benward engages in. So now I'll go into more detail on each of the criteria. First, Mr. Benward has criminal convictions for crimes that are violations of the gaming laws of any state. On September 8th of 2016 in Pennsylvania, Mr. Benward was convicted of the crime, what they call their gaming person take claim with intent to defraud. That's a misdemeanor in that state, but it is a violation of that state's gaming laws. Evidence of that particular conviction can be found at Exhibit 1 of your packet. That's a certified copy of a certificate of imposition of judgment of sentence. On January 17th of 2017 in Delaware, Mr. Benward was convicted of cheating in a lottery facility. That again is a misdemeanor, but it's a violation of that state's gaming laws. Evidentiary support of that is Exhibit 2 in your packet. It's a certified copy of a sentence order from that state's court. On May 30th of 2019 in Missouri, Mr. Benward was convicted of attempted cheating at a gambling boat, a misdemeanor there, but a violation of Missouri's gaming laws. Evidentiary support for that conviction is Exhibit 3 to your packet, a certified copy of sentence judgment commitment. And then his last conviction was on September 28th of 2021 in Ohio. There he was convicted of attempt. That's a misdemeanor, but it is based on and tied to a violation of Ohio's gaming laws. Evidentiary support for that is Exhibit 4, and that's a document titled Judgment Entry out of that state's court. So with those 4 prior convictions, the criteria of 463.151 sub 3A is satisfied as a basis for placing Mr. Benward on the list. So the second criteria that he satisfied is that he has been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. And each of the 4 convictions that I just described are violations of the gaming laws of other states. They are convictions of crimes involving moral turpitude, given that they are fraud, theft-related crimes. But beyond that, on August 31st of 2022 in Indiana, Mr. Benward was convicted of theft, which is another crime of a moral turpitude. And evidentiary support for that conviction is Exhibit 5 in your packet, a certified copy of the judgment of conviction. So there's another criteria under the statute that is satisfied for placing Mr. Benward on the list. The third criteria that he satisfied is that Mr. Benward has a notorious or unsavory reputation. And all of the previously described convictions are all evidence of Mr. Benward's notorious and unsavory reputation. All of those convictions stem from Mr. Benward's activities where it was alleged that he engaged in or attempted to engage in versions of the roulette scheme that I described, and that Agent Farrell further details in his affidavit. And that's based on his review of law enforcement records and court records and things of that nature. In addition to that, the agent, through his affidavit, describes the numerous incidents where Mr. Benward was arrested, he was charged, he was indicted, whatever it may be, for crimes related to him allegedly engaging in versions of this roulette scheme. And I'm just going to go through those quickly. Mr. Benward was arrested in Pennsylvania on February 25th of 2015 for theft by deception and other crimes that occurred at a Pennsylvania casino. Our agent Farrell describes that in paragraph 13A of his affidavit. Mr. Benward was investigated by board agents on January 4th of 2017 and August 15th of 2017 for his activities at Southern Nevada casinos, where he was suspected of engaging in his roulette scheme. The agent describes that in paragraphs 13D and E. On April 21st of 2018, Mr. Benward was arrested in Missouri for violation of laws pertaining to riverboat gambling. That's paragraph 13F of the agent's affidavit. On December 17th of 2018, Mr. Benward was charged in Iowa for crimes related to cheating at an Iowa casino. That's paragraph 13I of the agent's affidavit. On July 29th of 2019, Mr. Benward was arrested in Indiana on charges that included theft at an Indiana casino. That's paragraph 13J of the agent's affidavit. On December 14th of 2019, Mr. Benward was arrested in Connecticut on charges that included larceny at the Mohegan Sun there. And this again involved the roulette scheme. That's further described by the agent in paragraph 13L. On August 3rd of 2020, an arrest warrant was issued out of Rhode Island for Mr. Benward's activities at a Rhode Island casino. Again, another version of the roulette scheme. That's paragraph 13P of the agent's affidavit. And then the board investigated Mr. Benward for executing his roulette scheme at 9 different Las Vegas casinos in July, August of 2020. That led to his ultimate arrest on numerous charges that included commission of a fraudulent act in a gaming establishment and conspiracy to cheat at gambling. That is detailed in the agent's affidavit again at paragraph 13M through O and Q through T. There's also evidentiary support in your packet at exhibit 7 and 8. Exhibit 7 and 8 are criminal complaints in the Las Vegas Justice Court that lay out all the charges that were brought against him. These two cases were ultimately combined or resolved, I should say, with Mr. Benward pleading guilty on September 8th of 2022, and that is exhibit 9 in your packet. And you can see there that he did plead guilty, but if he stays out of trouble for a year, the charges are apparently going to be dropped. So I don't know what the outcome of that is yet, but that is why this isn't included as a conviction. Otherwise, if he ultimately the charges aren't dismissed, it could be included as a conviction. Most recently, as described by Agent Farrell at paragraph 13U, I believe it's 13U of his affidavit, Mr. Benward was the subject of a board intelligence bulletin that included his activities on June 3rd of this year up at Lake Tahoe casinos, where he was again suspected of engaging in this roulette scheme. Agent Farrell at paragraph 14 of his affidavit also describes Mr. Benward's nationwide history of being the subject of various casino surveillance reports. He's been trespassed, arrest for trespass, and just generally being suspected of engaging in scams. Agent Farrell in his affidavit at paragraph 15 also states that Mr. Benward has been officially trespassed from 17 Nevada casinos. Final support for Mr. Benward's unsavory reputation is that he is the subject of other states' orders of exclusion, which I'm going to describe in a little bit more detail in a second, but this is a third criteria that is satisfied for placing Mr. Benward on the list of excluded persons. So this fourth and final criteria, there are written orders of government agencies that authorize Mr. Benward's exclusion or ejection from gaming establishments. On October 21st of 2015, the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board ordered Mr. Benward's placement on that state's exclusion list. That evidence of that is Exhibit 10 to your packet, a certified copy of the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board's order. You also on that particular exhibit, you can see a picture of him that I included. On June 21st of 2017, the Delaware State Lottery Office placed Mr. Benward on that state's list of people excluded from video lottery facilities. That's Exhibit 11 in your packet, certified letter to Mr. Benward from that agency, notifying him of his placement on the list. On September 18th of 2017, the Michigan Gaming Control Board placed Mr. Benward on that state's excluded persons list. That's Exhibit 12. Is the evidentiary support for that. And then on March 27th of 2019, the Missouri Gaming Commission placed Mr. Benward on that state's exclusion list. That's Exhibit 13. So you have 4 other states that have placed Mr. Benward on their exclusion list, and these orders satisfy this fourth criteria for placing him on Nevada's exclusion list. As I stated earlier, satisfying just one of these criteria is sufficient independently of placing him on the list, but again, he satisfies 4. So this board is in a position, if it so chooses, to nominate Mr. Benward for inclusion on the list. If it does so, this matter would proceed to the commission. Mr. Benward will be notified of the decision today and have an opportunity to ask for a hearing to challenge this if he so chooses. Regardless, it will go before the commission. And I'm here to ask that you make a motion to nominate him to the commission.
Thank you, Senior Deputy Somps. Are there questions or comments from board members?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman. That was an excellent presentation. I have no questions, but I just want to commend you and the agent for the thorough and comprehensive work that went into this case. Thank you.
I would echo those comments. Certainly, the Enforcement Division has quite a bit of contact with this gentleman, and law enforcement in general has extensive contact with this gentleman. And your analysis and presentation lays that all out, as well as you noted, for the record, it would only take one criteria to make him suitable for nomination. He's actually exceeded that fourfold, and in my opinion, becomes an excellent candidate for somebody that should not be involved or allowed to enter into Nevada's gaming establishments that have anything beyond slot machines only. So I will certainly be supporting this nomination, and thank you for all the background material prepared by your office as well as the Enforcement Division on putting this in a concise and easily readable format for us to understand how unsuitable this individual is to be involved anywhere near a gaming establishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I do have one question for clarification purposes. Am I correct in understanding that there are not yet any convictions in Nevada, although he has pled guilty?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, but
that is okay. I mean, under the statute, it doesn't require convictions in Nevada.
Yeah.
Particular criteria.
Okay, yes, I understand that, but that there are convictions in multiple other jurisdictions, as well as him being excluded from numerous casinos in Nevada. And what was that number again?
17. He's been trespassed from 17, at least 17 different casinos in Nevada.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, anything else?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, and I would follow up on what Member Watkins said. If he's been trespassed from 17 gaming establishments in Nevada, you can imagine how many other things this gentleman has done. And I'm not making that as part of the record in terms of my vote today, but you don't get caught every time you do something wrong. So again, I'm certainly saying that this individual should not be allowed near licensed gaming at all, in my opinion. So I will be supporting the nomination today. I would also add that following up on Member Watkins' comment, if this individual has not been convicted in the state of Nevada, perhaps we need to do a better job of explaining to the district attorneys in the state of Nevada. And I would ask your office of the Attorney General to help us go to these district attorneys and explain that individuals like this should not be given a 1-year stay out of trouble and a dismissal of their case. He seems perfectly suited, in my opinion, that if he commits a crime, he should be held to be responsible for his actions rather than being let off the hook. And then he ends up with a record that doesn't show that he has multiple convictions in our state. With that, Judge, if you're willing to make a motion, it would be the proper time.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would just like to add that 151 under NRS 463 has traditionally been used to exclude persons associated with organized crime and notorious gangsters like Sam Giancana, Carl Savella, Nick Savella, Tony Bats Battaglia, Lefty Rosenthal, just to name a few. It's been a long time since organized crime had its foothold in Nevada, and I think we need to move forward and look at cases like this where people who are notorious habitual gaming cheats need to be placed in this list of excluded persons. So the mindset, I think, should change a little bit from what it was back in the days when organized crime had its foothold in Nevada to today's modern, organized, sometimes unorganized criminal activity by cheaters such as Mr. Benward. So with that said, in the matter of the exclusion of Sean Joseph Benward from licensed gaming establishments, excuse me, in the state of Nevada, I move to nominate Mr. Benward to the list of excluded persons based on the criteria specified in NRS 463.151, subsection 2, and NRS 463.151, subsections 3, sub A, sub C, and sub D. This motion for nomination is specifically based on the following. Number one, as presented by Mr. Soames, Mr. Benward has been convicted of crimes involving a violation of the gaming laws of any state. Number two, as presented, Mr. Benward has been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. Number three, as presented, Mr. Benward has a notorious or unsavory reputation that would adversely affect public confidence and trust that gaming in Nevada is free from criminal or corruptive elements. And the fourth criteria, as presented, Mr. Benward is the subject of written orders of government agencies authorizing his exclusion or ejection from establishments at which gaming or parimutuel wagering exists. These written orders are from 4 other states. He's been trespassed 17 times in Nevada alone. And further, that any of these criteria for exclusion independently of others is sufficient to nominate Mr. Benward to Nevada's list of excluded persons.
Thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The motion passes for his nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Deputy Somps. I would also add, following up on Judge Assad's comments, that I do believe it's time that the board review Regulation 28, which is referring to the list of excluded persons. So I've asked Chief Torgerson, when we do a regulatory workshop regarding the Enforcement Division, that we look at Regulation 28 as well. There's quite a few provisions in there that have not been updated in almost 40 years. I think the last update was 20 years. Certainly does not have to do with Mr. Benward. He fulfills multiple times over every criteria in the 463.151, but I do agree with you, Judge, that we should look into that. So we'll look forward to that workshop. Madam Secretary, what's the next item on our agenda?
You have 25 regulation agenda items regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 3, 5, 6, 14, 20, 23, and 26, as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Tiffany Breinig with the Attorney General's Office.
This is the time that we have calendared for regulation potential revisions that were originally presented to the governor's office back in the end of April. Madam Secretary, have we received any public comments via email or specific to these regulations?
No, we have not.
All right. So pursuant to Governor Lombardo's Executive Order 2023-003 dated January 12th, 2023, the Nevada Game Control Board and the Nevada Gaming Commission, along with all executive branch entities, were required to submit a report by May 1st detailing how Nevada's regulations can be, quote, streamlined, clarified, reduced, or otherwise improved. Also, Executive Order 2023-003 placed a freeze on any new regulations until further notice from the governor's office. On June 30th, 2023, Governor Lombardo issued Executive Order 2023-008, instructing all state agencies to begin the process of repealing, streamlining, clarifying, reducing, or otherwise improving the regulations identified in the report submitted pursuant to Executive Order 003. The order also removed the freeze on new regulations in the governor's order from January. Consequently, this agenda item is to move forward with the provisions previously proposed to the governor's office, along with a couple of new revisions required for consistency in drafting as well as other purposes. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, I believe you'll be presenting these regulations to the board today. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, as you mentioned, before you for consideration are proposed amendments and repeals to Nevada Gaming Commission regulations that were previously identified by the board and the commission for inclusion in a report to the governor's office pursuant to Executive Order 2023-03. As you mentioned, the governor has lifted that freeze in a June 30th executive order, but prior to that, the board did hold a public workshop to solicit input from the industry and public regarding all regulations identified for improvement and repeal. And at that workshop, the board did recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission that all of the regulations identified be included into that report. On April 20th, 2023, the Nevada Gaming Commission reviewed the board's recommendation and also moved to include all the identified regulations in the final report to the governor. Accordingly, Jose Torres, Senior Research Specialist for the Commission, compiled all the required information and submitted that final report to the governor's office on April 28th. So with that said, several proposed amendments and repeals are before you for consideration and possible recommendation to the Nevada Gaming Commission for adoption. These changes are all contained in the August 21st, 2023 drafts, and those were made available to the public by posting to the board's website As you mentioned, the board has not received any public comment on any of these changes. The division chiefs and/or their designees are all available today to answer any specific questions you may have, as well as Senior JAG Mike Somps is available to answer specific questions related to employee reports and hosting centers. All changes will be effective upon adoption by the Nevada Gaming Commission. And I'm happy to answer any questions or get started.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you noting for the record that all of these have been posted and available to the public. Most of them were all available back earlier in the year, and then they were reposted again. So that's good to note for the record. I believe it's appropriate that we go through the regulations each one at a time. However, because they were gone through in detail with the public in workshops earlier in the year, we don't need to go through them line by line. I would ask that you briefly state what the revision is and how it was proposed to the governor's office for amendment or removal. And on the ones that have any new edits or additions, we can get a little more detailed on those since the time of April. And then for each regulatory proposal, as we go through them, I'll ask if the public or board members have any questions. With that, please go ahead and proceed.
Okay, regulation 3.100 is a removal, and that removes the entire regulation as it's no longer necessary. And then it also deletes portions referring to the employee report in regulation 3.110. And there are several conforming changes in regulation 5.011, 5.310, 22.010, and 26C.010.
My understanding is that the industry is waiting with bated breath for this one to pass, correct?
I believe so, Chair.
Very good. And so what you're mentioning about the other regulations past 3.100 is that there's been conforming revisions to regulations 5 and the others you stated, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Are there any questions from the public regarding section 3.100? Tell me the other sections again, Deputy Brennig.
There are conforming changes in 3.110, 5.011, 5.310, 22.010, and 26C.010.
Very good. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on any of those matters? Any questions from board members or comments regarding the sections read into the record and presented by Deputy Brennig?
Just to confirm for the record, the conforming changes are those that reference 3.100. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so it's deleting that reference.
Yes, that's correct. Since 3100 will be repealed, we no longer will reference those in those other regulations with the conforming changes.
Thank you. I don't have any. I've had an opportunity to review and I don't have any further questions.
All right, no other comments on that?
No questions.
Good, thank you. Let's move to the next one, Deputy Brennig.
The next one would be regulation 5.025 subsection 3. And this one is a repeal, and it repeals subsection 3, which requires written approval from the board chair to operate Keno games that exceed a $250,000 payout on any one game. There is a difference between this particular draft and what was sent to the governor's office, and that difference is old subsection 4, which will now be new subsection 3, was unintentionally marked as deleted language in the report to the governor.
Understood. So that's just been put back in.
Yes.
Understood. And this revision, I remember correctly, was the fact that we didn't have any other cap on other games besides Keno, and it was quite dated on the fact that it was $250,000. So the recommendation by the board and commission was to remove that cap, which is 5.025 subsection 3, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Great. Thank you. Is there anyone from the public wishing to make comment on this particular proposed recommendation? None? Questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions or concerns.
None by me.
Thank you. Deputy Brennig, the next one, please.
The next one would be Regulation 5.105. This is the removal of subsection 8 regarding the requirement that each licensee submits a written report to the board on or before the 15th day of each month containing the name, gaming registration number, positions held, and date of hire of each gaming employee hired during the immediately preceding month.
That was removal of subsection what?
8.
8.
Very good. And this is exactly how it was proposed to the governor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Any questions from the public regarding potential revision to 5.105 subsection 8? Seeing none, questions or comments from board members?
Can you remind us of why this was removed? Was this, was it because it was duplicative?
I will have to reach out to enforcement for that answer.
Chief Christy Torgerson for the record. In answer to your question, Member Watkins, this is really an antiquated system. It's a manual double check, it's duplicitous. So a lot of this comes in through the system. And then this reporting, it actually was adopted back in December of 2002. So since then, of course, we've evolved in our procedures and in our technology. And we do have a brand new gaming employee registration system coming up that will also fix this. So this has just been very intensive for staff. And really, I'd rather have them do other things that are more productive for the industry.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Judge, questions or comments?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Torgerson. Any questions from the public regarding this? Nope. All right, then, Deputy Brennick, let's move on to the next one.
Next regulation is 5.110, and this one is an amendment to subsection 2 to increase the threshold amount from $1,200 to $5,000, at which licensees are exempt from recording a progressive log on a reoccurring basis. It also removes the word non-restricted so that all licensees can record the progressive amount at least every 7 days, so long as they have a board-approved online slot metering system. This is the same draft that was provided to the governor.
Thank you. Yes, and I remember this as well. It was trying to update those numbers a little bit. It'd been quite a while since it was $1,200, so we were trying to raise that as well as you noted, not making it specific to non-restricted licensees. Are there any comments from the public regarding this proposed recommendation? None. Questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have questions or concerns.
None by me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Brennig. The next one.
Regulation 5.180 is a repeal of subsection 2F to no longer require that operators of inter-casino link systems provide and maintain a terminal and printer to monitor information regarding the system progressive payoff schedules and other relevant data.
Thank you. And if I recall correctly, this just isn't something that's necessary anymore.
I believe that to be the case.
Would this be a question for audit or technology? Chief Barbie?
Good afternoon, Jim Barbie for the record. Yes, Chairman, this is an antiquated requirement. The information that this would provide is readily available to us through other sources, so it's unnecessary to have this type of equipment available to us any longer.
Thank you, Chief Barbie. Are there any questions from the public regarding this proposed recommendation? None. Are there questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have questions or concerns.
None by me. Thank you.
All right, Deputy Brennig, 5.200.
5.200 subsection 3A is set for repeal to no longer require that licensees operating a gaming salon on the property of a resort hotel provide telephonic and electronic mail notification to the board each time a gaming salon is open and closed for patron play. And this is the same draft that was provided to the governor.
Chief Torgerson, if you don't mind stepping forward and telling us why this is no longer necessary.
Chief Torgerson for the record. Definitely, this is something that we've been evaluating throughout the industry as far as salon operations in general, and our licensees have done just a terrific job in managing these salons. This was actually adopted in January of 2002, so we've come a long way. And we deem that there's adequate controls in place now for compliance and our ability to go out and audit these effectively without this.
Thank you for that. And we had a couple of gaming salon applications on our agenda today. I'm guessing that the industry will be very happy to see if the commission removes this particular subsection.
I would think so. It kind of ties their hands and slows them down a little bit, and it's really not necessary. Creates work on our end as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the public regarding this particular recommendation? None. Questions or comments from board members?
Yes, I've had an opportunity to review and think that this is certainly a good amendment. Thank you, Chief Torgerson, for noting that it saves, it provides efficiency to the industry, but saves on our resources as well. So no further questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Deputy Brennig, the next one, please.
The next one would be the repeal of Regulation 5.215. This is to no longer require licensees who operate a system-supported or a system-based gaming device to perform certain actions and provide required information to the board. This draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
And this is significant removal of the entire 5.215, correct?
Yes, that is correct, Chair.
And would this be a technology question?
Yes.
Chief Barbie, can you tell us why you recommended this for the commission to remove?
Certainly, Chair. Jim Barbie for the record. This particular regulation requires that any operator who wishes to offer a system-style game notify the board of certain activities and take certain steps ahead of time. It somewhat slows down that process. This regulation was adopted at a time when the technology was emergent. The technology is mature now and somewhat ubiquitous throughout the industry. This level of oversight by the board is no longer required. We still retain regulatory oversight in that we approve the technology initially, and we do inspect the technology on a periodic basis. It's just no longer necessary for us to do this ahead of time prior to installation or have the licensee go through steps to notify us of who's, for example, accessing the system.
Thank you, Chief.
I would say that this particular regulation dovetails in with another regulation in Reg 14105 that requires the pre-inspection approval of the installation of a system-based game. So when we get to that particular regulation, these two go hand in hand.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the public regarding 5.215? Seeing none, questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have questions or concerns.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Brennig, 5.225.
So this is a repeal of the matter under the flush line of subsection 19 to no longer require licensees to submit wagering account rules before amendment or adoption to the chair. And this is the same draft that was provided to the governor's office.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this from the public? Seeing none, questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions or concerns.
No questions. Thank you.
And again, for the record, that was simply number 19, correct?
The matter under the flush line of subsection 19, yes.
Correct. Yeah, small revision, removal. All right, bringing us to 5.230 hosting centers.
So the hosting centers are an amendment. This draft is different than what was provided to the governor's office. And Senior Deputy Mike Somps was charged with drafting this one, so I will hand it over to him to explain.
Senior Deputy Somps, go ahead and walk us through what may have been originally presented as well as what we're looking at today in terms of revisions from the time it was sent to the governor's office.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say that broadly speaking, the idea that is being pursued by investigations for this particular language change is to pull the hosting center registrations into the more general way registrations are done for other types of registrations in Reg 4.200. So hopefully this makes that whole process more efficient for investigations. So when we started this project, I think, as I recall, we did represent to the governor's office that this was a work in progress. And so since that initial submission to the governor's office, there have been some changes and refinement to to what you have before you today. And I'll just go through those quickly. We have some additional language in, it would be subsection 1. The very last sentence is new language, where registration required by this subsection is not effective until the chair provides written notice that the applicant is registered. That's new language. In subsection 3, that's been modified as compared to what was presented to the governor. It looks like it would be subsection 4C. That language is a bit different than what was presented to the governor, but substantively the idea or the concept being trying to be accomplished there is the same. In subsection 5D, that's this wasn't deleted as proposed to the governor, but it is being proposed to be deleted with this draft. And this kind of dovetails in with the proposed changes in up above in subsection 4C. And then there's new language in what will be a new subsection 5. And this language is just to address the kind of the unique nature of hosting centers, where you're not only registering the hosting center facility itself, but also the individuals that have control over it. And so Investigations was interested in not having the hosting center itself have to renew every 5 years, although the individuals will continue to have to be renewed. And then in what will be a new subsection 6, there's some waiver language that's now proposed to be deleted. That wasn't initially proposed to the governor, but given the changes we're making and just generally, there's not a need for this waiver, that's proposed to be deleted.
Understood. Thank you for going through that and clarifying. To be clear for the record, though, the intent of the revisions here still match the same intent of the recommended revisions that were sent to the governor's office back at the end of April.
That's correct.
Yeah. Do you know if there was any industry input on these revisions?
I'm not aware of any. I would maybe defer to Investigations to see if they received any.
We have not received input.
Do you believe, Chief Hoffman, that these revisions are something that the industry will welcome?
Definitely.
Good. And that again goes back to the intent. Your intent here when you were drafting these with the Attorney General's office was to streamline the process and make it more coherent and coordinated with our other registration processes.
Yeah, it's about alignment and about ease of maneuvering through all of it and applying.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the public regarding 5.230? Are there any questions or comments from board members regarding this section?
Yes, I'd ask Dag Stomps with regard to subsection 1 and that last sentence added. Why was that deemed needed?
If I recall correctly, that is language that is used in for other types of registrations, and we wanted to make sure again for uniformity that these hosting center registrations were treated similarly.
Okay. And then I would turn to Investigations to ask with regard to subsection 5, can you note for the record why the registration of individuals rather than, or renewal of individuals rather than the hosting center itself is deemed adequate every 5 years?
Well, I think the hosting center itself, the operation, can continue, and the variability is going to be in the individuals involved in the control and operation of that, and we want to capture that every 5 years.
So it's more likely that the individuals will change than the operation will stay the same.
Much more likely.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
And board member, I'll just add that with other registrations, they are subject to a renewal every 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
When you say they, do you mean the individuals?
That's correct.
Thank you. Judge?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senior Deputy Somps. Moving on to the next section, Deputy Brennig.
The next regulation is 4.200, and that is just a conforming change with the last reg 5.230. So you're just adding that section to be covered in 4.200.
Very simple. It's just an addition to subsection 1, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Gotcha. Is there any questions or comments from the public regarding that very minor addition? Any questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions.
None by me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Brennig, the next one, please.
Regulation 6.080 subsection 6 removes the requirement that a licensee submit audited or reviewed financial statements to the board in the event of a license termination, and also allows licensees to submit financial statements for a stub period in conjunction with the financial statements for the first full business year, not later than 120 days after the end of the first full business year. This draft is different than what was submitted to the governor, and I will defer to Chief Fremont to explain the difference.
Thank you. Chief Fremont.
Good afternoon. There are two different areas to this, as she mentioned, and it simply just got lost in translation when it made it into the governor's draft. So the requirement or the change that was going to allow for anyone with a new license granted 120 days before a business year end, they were no longer required to submit a waiver to us in order to not submit, or in order to submit their financial statements with the new full business year. So that little stub period, right now we require them to submit a waiver. So the change is we don't require them to submit the waiver if the license was granted within 120 days of the end of the year. So just it's administrative, makes it easier for them and us.
Is it a drafting situation that the industry will be happier now that you've caught the
Yes.
revision?
And so will we.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Are there any questions or comments from the public about this proposed recommendation? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions.
None by me. Thank you.
And thank you, Chief Fremont and your team for catching that revision before it went through for final approval. And that's why we do this process. So thank you for that. Deputy Brennig, the next one, please.
Regulation 6.090. So this is to repeal subsection 2E regarding the requirement that applicants submit an accompanying letter from an independent accountant stating that the applicant's written internal control system has been reviewed by the accountant and complies with the requirements of this section. This draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
And I recall this one and understand that the industry is very happy to not have to go ahead and provide that letter. Is that correct, Chief Fremont? Great. All right. Are there any questions or comments from the public about proposed revision to 6.090? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions.
None by me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Brennig, the next one, please.
The next one is regulation 6.090 subsection 11. And that is to amend to require that licensees submit a complete copy of their internal control system when reporting amendments made since the previous annual report, and to expand those eligible to sign the amendments to a comparable position of the licensee's chief financial officer. And this is the same draft that was provided to the governor.
And I recall this one very well from when we went through it back in April. And again, I believe the industry, Chief Fremont, will be very happy to see this revision, correct? Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from anyone in the public regarding this proposed revision? Are there questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions.
No questions. Thank you.
And to 6.118, Deputy Brennig.
So this is a repeal of subsection 4 of 6.118 regarding credit applications and credit instruments issued by licensees to patrons. And it's just a removal of that entire subsection 4. The draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
This one, I reviewed, but I don't recall our prior conversation. Chief Fremont, do you want to enlighten us a little bit on this one?
Chief Fremont for the record. This is just outdated wording. The credit application had changed many years ago. I want to say back in 2004 or thereabouts. And so this wording right here, we're just removing the wording in the regulation that states that if the credit application is prior to that date, then you do this. Nobody has a credit application from that long ago, so it's just not necessary anymore.
That's right. I remember it now.
Okay.
Thank you for the refresher. Are there any questions or comments from the public regarding this proposed recommendation? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions or comments.
No questions. Thank you.
Deputy Brennig, Regulation 14.
Regulation 14.105. This is repealing this regulation to allow for the installation of a system-based or a system-supported game without the prior written approval of the system network implementation from the chair.
Chief Barbie, which was the section you said would dovetail with the prior recommendation?
This is it, Chair. This dovetails into Reg 5215, the repeal of that regulation. This complements that by allowing licensees to install approved technology without having first get approval of the board for that installation. Basically allows them to get, again, approved technology to their floor more quickly without that additional step. It doesn't weaken our ability to regulate this technology, and that we do perform random inspections, and that we will get the opportunity to view this technology when it's in operation at some point.
So your input from the industry is that they'll be very happy to see this particular subsection removed from Reg 14.
It definitely lightens the requirement to deploy this type of technology.
Thank you.
Chief Barbie, you might not want to leave. I do have a question.
Go
for
ahead.
you. How much more quickly would you estimate that they're able to get these systems into operation with this requirement removed?
I'll describe the process, Member Watkins, and then try to tag some time to that process. What a licensee would first have to do is put together an overall diagram of how these system games would be installed at their location. That's a network diagram. They would submit that to the technology division. Our staff would review it first to determine if it was suitable. Then we would do an on-site inspection to ensure that the technology is implemented the way that it was approved and the way that it was laid out in that diagram. And we would also verify the software at that time as well. That process, I can't speak to how long it would take the licensee to create the paperwork, but from our end of the process, that could take 2 to 3 weeks. So this definitely eliminates the workload on their part for having to prepare that documentation and submit it to the board. And then it frees up our staff from having to review that information as well.
So it sounds like it creates efficiencies on both sides. Is that correct?
Definitely does, Member Watkins. I'm sorry, Member Dr. Watkins.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from the public regarding this proposed removal of 14.105? Seeing none, are there any other questions or comments from board members?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
No questions. Thank you.
And thank you for the explanation, Chief Barbie, and the fact that this will speed up the technology approval process regarding these particular game or system supported games. Deputy Brennig, the next one in Reg 14.
To repeal Regulation 14.160 to no longer require licensees other than manufacturers to receive board approval before duplicating the contents of gaming device program storage media. This draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
Chief Barbie, do you want to give us a very brief explanation, reminder of what this one's intended to do?
Yes, good afternoon, Jim Barbie for the record. This particular regulation currently requires that any licensee who duplicates program storage media, what program storage media would be is you can liken it to your hard drive. That would be the device that a slot machine, for example, operates from. If you want to add a new game to a slot machine, you need to copy the media over to that slot machine somehow. That would be considering duplicating it. This is somewhat antiquated in that originally slot machines used EEPROMs to drive their devices. So you had to get approval to duplicate, literally replicate those EEPROMs. Again, this is from an era when we were a bit more conservative from our regulatory approach. All of our licensees go through an absolute vetting process. This is a bit of regulatory overkill. In my opinion, this lowers the burden on the licensee to have to receive that level of approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the public regarding this proposed removal of 14.160? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
I don't have any question. I appreciate Chief Barbie's thorough explanation.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bringing us to 14.170, Deputy Brennig.
So this is the repeal of subsection 1B2 of 14.170 to no longer require manufacturers to affix the board approval number on all media placed in gaming devices. And this draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
Chief Barbie, anything you need to add on this one? I recall it. Is there anything for the record?
Jim Barbie for the record. Chair, this current requirement is that all program storage media that I was describing in my recent previous testimony have a label affixed to it so that you could visually inspect what is contained on that program storage media. That again would have been an EEPROM. Currently, program storage media is contained, it's typically a hard drive or a flash card or some other type of solid state device. They are either inaccessible or very small, and you can't get all of the required information physically on the media itself. Additionally, we don't verify that visually any longer. We have other mechanisms that we use to verify what's contained on those that program storage media. So this requirement is just no longer necessary.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the public regarding this proposed recommendation? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
Nothing from me, Chair.
No questions. Thank you.
Deputy Brennig, Regulation 14.210.
This is the amendment to 14.210 subsection 2 to no longer require restricted licensees to obtain approval by the chair of the board before the use of promotional device. This draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
Thank you. I recall this one specifically, just a matter of streamlining the process from promotional devices. Chief Barbie, anything you need to add? I got to believe the industry is in support of this.
Yes, definitely. I think this is another example of streamlining our processes by eliminating an unnecessary process. Currently, the regulation requires that a restricted location get two approval. Well, there's two approvals required to operate a promotion at a restricted location. First is the approval of the promotional device itself. Second is approval for that particular promotion. What we're doing is retaining the requirement that the promotional device be approved. However, we're removing the requirement that the individual promotions be approved. What that will do is allow restricted locations to offer promotions a bit more freely without going through the process of getting each of those approved.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the public regarding this proposed recommendation? Seeing none, any questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions or concerns.
No questions. Thank you.
Deputy Brennig.
The next regulation is 20.030, and it's an amendment to subsection 7 to align with the deadline in subsection 3 of NRS 463.369 to the 15th day of the month to submit monthly reports of the amounts wagered at the buyer's or user's establishment of races and events for which a disseminator supplies the buyer or user with a horse or other racing information. And this draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
Thank you. So we're just moving the date from the 24th to the 15th.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
Why was the date changed? Remind me.
It is for the deadline to comply with subsection 3 of NRS 463.369. So it is in statute.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, any questions, comments?
None by me. Thank you.
All right. Deputy Brennig, Reg 20.070 sub 1. Did I skip one?
Nope.
Nope.
I did.
Okay.
So this is to amend subsection 1 of 20.070 to eliminate the requirement for reviewed financial statements covering the period since the previously submitted financial statements in the event of license terminations. It also allows licensees to submit 1 copy of reviewed financial statements instead of 2 copies to allow licensees to submit financial statements for a stub period in conjunction with the financial statements for the first full business year, not later than 120 days after the end of the first full business year. This one is a different draft than what was provided to the governor, so I will hand it over to Chief Fremont.
Thank you.
Chief Fremont, for the record. This is the same thing as in Regulation 6080. This applies to disseminators. And so it's the same concept. There were 2 ideas here, one for brand new licensees, one for licensee terminations. But in this one, the one about the licensee terminations got lost in translation. So we're just making sure we get that back in.
So the revisions that have been made since the time they were sent to the governor's office is something that the industry would still be in support of.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Again, they are everything that we're doing in these 2 regulations, just eliminate needs for waivers for the licensees. So less administrative stuff.
Great. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the public regarding this proposed recommendation on 20.070? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions or comments.
No questions by me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Brennig, Regulation 23.040 sub 3.
So this amends subsection 3 of 23.040 to allow licensees to utilize the casino cage in lieu of a card room bank without written approval. This draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
Thank you. I've got to believe that the industry will be happy about this for not having to seek board approval. Which division is this from? Audit? And you've reviewed this or heard from the industry that they're happy with this revision? Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the public regarding this proposed recommendation to the Nevada Gaming Commission? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
I've had an opportunity to review and don't have any questions or comments.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to Regulation 26.060, Deputy Brennig.
So this regulation is an amendment of subsection 1 to 26.060, and this updates the correct commission percentage of 18% as reflected in NRS 464.040 subsection 1, and it amends subsection 2 to update the correct tax percentage of 3% that licensees pay on the total commission deducted on all parimutuel wagers as reflected in NRS 464.040 subsection 3. This draft is the same that was provided to the governor.
Thank you. And I remember this one well. It's just a matter of us updating our regulations from the commission to be sure that they correspond directly to the Nevada revised statutes, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the public? And when I say members of the public, I've also been checking our video to Carson City and have not seen anyone step up. So we're asking for public comment from Las Vegas and Carson City. Is there anyone here wishing to make comment on this or any of the other regulations we've gone through today? Seeing none, are there questions or comments from board members?
With regard to this one, I do not have any questions or comments.
No questions. Thank you.
Deputy Brennig, excellent job. Thank you for going through those. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senior Deputy Somps. Thank you for your assistance in going through the ones that have been revised. Thank you to all the chiefs. And now, without putting all of the division chiefs on the spot, I'd like to ask if any of you have had response from the gaming industry since the time these were submitted to the governor. Has there been any positive or negative response that you've received? And if so, which are the ones that they're really waiting on the commission to act upon? Anybody feel free to jump up. Chief Hoffman.
Industry has told me how much they hate 3100 and they can't wait to get.
Great. Very good.
I can tell you submission of the rules.
Go ahead now.
Chief Fremont, for the record, submission of the rules for the wagering accounts, as well as all of the stuff related to the internal controls where they don't have to get the letters. So anything that's related to any submissions or waivers, we've been hearing good things about that as well.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else? Wonderful. All right. Then I presume, do we need one motion, Madam Secretary?
I believe one motion should be good.
Okay. I would entertain a motion then on recommendations to the Nevada Gaming Commission regarding these proposed amendments.
I would move that we recommend these changes to the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Madam Secretary.
Dag Thompson, will that motion suffice?
You could just reference the regs as they were read in record by Madam Secretary, just
I would amend that to include the recommendations that have been read into the record by Deputy Brennick.
As well as on the agenda and as read into the record by Madam Secretary. Is that acceptable?
that works.
Is that okay with you, Judge?
It's okay.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes and we send that forward to the Nevada Gaming Commission. I would ask that the chiefs of the divisions and or your designees be available when the commission goes through these in case they have any questions as well. And thank you all and your staff for all of your help in presenting these back earlier in the year and for reviewing them again for us before today's meeting. We appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda this afternoon.
Our next item are the Nevada Gaming Control Board Division reports. I believe that this month we are hearing the Enforcement Division.
Thank you. This time has been placed on our agenda to allow the chief of a game control board division or their designee to update the public and the industry and the board on matters that we may not otherwise be aware of, and to be sure that the public is aware of all the hard and good work that the gaming agents do for the state of Nevada. Chief Torgerson, will you be making a presentation this afternoon? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. Enforcement Division Chief Christy Torgerson for the record. Today, I will be providing an overview of the division's structure and our primary duties. My presentation will conclude with Staff Officer Rebecca Garcia sharing a sneak peek of a new technology project, which I believe will have significant impact on our Nevada licensees. Get this to go. The Enforcement Division is a law enforcement arm of the board. The board employs 122 Enforcement Division personnel, 94 Nevada State Peace officers, and 28 administrative personnel. And the division operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in 5 offices throughout the state, to include Las Vegas, Laughlin, Reno, Carson City, and Elko. Enforcement Division agents have college degrees or an equivalent combination of education and investigative experience. All new hire applicants must meet the minimum physical fitness requirements and obtain a Nevada Post certificate within 1 year of employment. I do have a little thing here. We are hiring. We are currently hiring lateral or sworn officers and will potentially be hiring additional non-sworn candidates again in the spring of next year. Our Las Vegas operations are divided into 2 investigative bureaus. We have an investigative service bureau and a support service bureau. The investigative services bureau is made up of 2 units, the field services and special investigations unit. So a little bit about our field services unit. Field services unit takes calls for service from members of the public and our licensees 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Their primary responsibility are to conduct criminal and regulatory investigations and to investigate disputes between patrons and licensees. Subsequently, agents must write detailed investigative reports in support of criminal prosecution and to document licensee violations for board consideration. Field service agents issue criminal citations, they make arrests, extradite prisoners in state, testify in court, and conduct security for all board and commission meetings. I would also like to highlight the Enforcement Division's work at Nevada annual horse racing events this year. Pursuant to Reg 30, Enforcement Division agents oversees events in Elko and Ely each year. Northern office staff process all licensing and fees for racing participants, and they work with racing stewards to ensure the integrity of the races and all wagering. The second unit within our investigative bureau is our Special Investigations Unit. Special Investigations agents, they conduct complex investigations, they gather criminal and intelligence information, and make recommendations on potential candidates for the list of excluded persons. In their investigative capacity, agents are responsible for interviewing witnesses and complainants, interrogating suspects, conducting covert surveillance operations, and obtaining information from confidential informants and other cooperating witnesses. Notably, a new SI duty is to manage incoming NGCB cyber notifications industry-wide. The types of investigations that SI conducts are illegal, gambling and bookmaking, money laundering cases, structuring, skimming, counterfeit money, and excluded person nominations. This work is often performed in conjunction with allied law enforcement partners, including local, state, or federal agencies. The division currently has 4 full-time task force officers embedded with federal agencies, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security, Drug Enforcement Agency, IRS, and we have a part-time partnership with the United States Secret Service. Additionally, all of our special investigations agents have clearances to work in part-time partnerships as well. We also have a special agent who acts as a liaison with local law enforcement and regulatory partners to help develop intelligence and solve crimes throughout the state. So the second bureau in enforcement is our Support Services Bureau. Primary responsibilities for the Support Services Bureau are regulatory approvals, background investigations, intelligence collection, and division support to include dispatch and clerical operations. Also, due to the nature of their assignments, we have a few superstars that frequently engage in public speaking to train and educate a diverse set of board stakeholders. The first unit to be highlighted is the division's analyst unit. The analyst unit is primarily tasked with providing analytical and strategic support to field services and special investigations agents. Analysts also work with allied law enforcement partners to procure sensitive intelligence information and to identify crime patterns. Agency assists are also something that is numerous within the analyst ranks. We engage with allied partners frequently, and they also, the analysts, provide logistical support by processing Regulation 5.055, which are gaming employee terminations. They also analyze book wagering and suspicious transaction reports. Lastly, the analysts provide division support to our investigators by conducting a variety of database checks. They also provide support with phono lineups, facial recognition imaging, and analysis of financial records. The next unit up is our clerical unit. Our clerical unit processes all division casework to include arrest cases, citations, and affidavits. Staff also provides support in processing and mailing all of the division approvals that we generate within it's including, for instance, all of our race and sportsbook approvals and those things that we're doing on behalf of the chair as well, per his designee. The next unit is the operations unit. So they have a regulatory mission, of course. They are, of course, sworn officers. They're just TDY to a specialized unit. So they still maintain their sworn status. The operations unit has a regulatory mission and responds to industry questions. They evaluate new industry concepts and conduct licensee inspections. Operations unit agents work with a diverse set of stakeholders to include nonprofit groups for lottery and charitable gaming events. The ops unit also processes a variety of board approvals to include surveillance systems, club venues, gaming salons, slot tracking, race and sports books, charitable lotteries, chips and tokens, and new game applications. And additionally, the unit is responsible for the management of all evidence and board revolving funds. So operations agents frequently engage in special projects and meetings. A few things that have come to my radar are revisions to the surveillance standards, maybe now to Regulation 28 as well. And also, they have been receiving a lot of industry requests for streaming and guidance on that. So they're looking to stream maybe gaming operations, and they're looking for best practices and, kind of the board's guidance with that. The team and operations, they continue monthly meetings with staff and also with, sports integrity meetings and just looking at best practices and new concepts and industry trends. The next unit up is our employee registration unit. So ERU actually serves the entire state of Nevada by processing thousands of gaming employee registrations each year. In 2022, ERU processed 42,859, an increase of 6.75% from the previous year. Additionally, ERU staffs a 24/7 call center and performs dispatch services to support division agents. ERU personnel also manage all NGCB warrants. And one thing I did put on this slide is we did have a change to our enforcement division phone numbers earlier in the year. So we do have enforcement division, the main number, and also gaming employee registration number. So the last unit I would like to highlight is the background investigations unit. Background investigators are responsible for conducting investigations and registration of all Nevada gaming employees. Agents determine an applicant's suitability to obtain or maintain gaming employee registration in the state of Nevada. And they also determine if security officers can carry firearms in accordance with state and federal laws. Agents also attend BI hearings in support of objected registrants and manage the limited work card program. With that being said, in summary, to wrap things up, the Enforcement Division conducts non-traditional law enforcement operations. We're the largest division at the board, and we have the broadest set of stakeholders. Enforcement Division agents experience impactful training opportunities, along with a great workplace and culture. That concludes my overview of the Enforcement Division. We have a lot of units, a lot going on. But before I introduce Staff Officer Garcia, do you have any questions for me?
Any questions from board members for Chief Torgerson?
Thank you for your presentation, Chief Torgerson. It was very thorough. Just one question. You mentioned that the majority, I believe you mentioned earlier that the majority of personnel in the Enforcement Division are sworn officers, and
Correct.
that was 92? 94. Can you identify what types of positions don't require you to be a sworn officer to be employed with the Enforcement Division at the board?
So the PCNs that we have that are deemed to be classified personnel are actually our admin staff. So we have, admin 2s, 3s, and 4. We have 1 4 within the division. That would be my administrative assistant. All others are required to be sworn and go through all those certifications that we have each year and the training annually.
And you'll be opening up, you said you'll be hiring for those positions when?
So at this point in time, we've actually filled 3 positions. We're waiting for the backgrounds. They're pending. Those 3 individuals, they're not sworn yet. We're actually sponsoring them to go to a police academy. And so it takes a little bit longer for those folks to step up. But if their backgrounds are clear, we hope to send them in November. And then that leaves the rest of our vacancies. We're hoping to get lateral or sworn officers from other departments or other jurisdictions that have post-reciprocity.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I would thank you for that excellent presentation.
You're welcome.
Very informative, and I would just like to extend my appreciation and thanks for you and all of your agents for basically putting your lives on the line. You're the front line of protection here for all of us and for the community and the gaming industry, and we can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Judge Assad. All right. With that being said, I would now like to introduce Staff Officer Rebecca Garcia to offer a sneak peek of our plans for a new gaming employee registration system.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chief Torgerson, Chair Hendrick, board members, Madam Secretary. So my part of the presentation, just find it here. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to be presenting a little bit of information today regarding the new gaming employee registration system, which is set to launch, if all goes according to plan, in the first quarter of 2024. We've actually been working on this since January of 2021, so it's been a very heavy lift in conjunction with the HTC cyber representatives as well. So I just have a couple of screenshots here to share from the new system. You'll notice it's a very different UI design from our current system, which was developed in 2009. Well, it was developed in 2007 and 8 and then released in 2009, actually. So the new UI design greatly improves functionality and ease of usability of the actual interface itself for licensees, for our applicants, as well as for board staff. So I believe it's a much better representation of the board's brand, and it fixes various issues that have been identified within the existing system over these years. It kind of ties up some loose ends and fixes various things to provide better functionality. So what we're looking at here, this is improved functionality for our human resources representatives with our licensees via the GCB app system. So this will provide the ability for licensees to self-manage subordinate accounts within each licensee within the GCB app system, as they do today for submissions such as tax forms, book wagering reports, and suspicious transaction reports. That will extend that same functionality into the gaming registration system and thereby remove that burden from board staff and having to administer those accounts manually and give the licensees more control over maintaining that accuracy within their own establishments within the system. It provides for streamlined application processing and tracking. As you can see here, it utilizes and introduces a new concept of a dashboard view with responsive widgets to show applications in various stages of processing, and it allows for filtering and searching for data. So this is an example of the first tab, applications in process, which shows different categories of applications where a licensee can click in and the widgets will shift and show whatever information it is that they're looking to synopsize there within the dashboard view. It also replaces present-day paper processes and workflows with new, more sophisticated mechanisms for electronic data exchange and storage within the system. And it provides for better handling of applicants working at multiple properties, of which we have many in today's workforce. This will enable easier application process and more accurate tracking by the board of these employees and by the licensees, I should add. The new system, very importantly, will introduce the ability to register an individual to more than one property at a time, which is absent from the current system and is a significant weakness. So this will accommodate that nicely. Also provide for better handling of applicants who do not have a social security number to be able to process through the system as well without having to assign sort of an internal placeholder social. So this is the view of an applications in process screen. And the second snip that I have here is existing employee transactions, whereby a licensee would perform renewals, terminations of existing gaming employees, and things of that nature. As you can see, it's the same dashboard view with the widgets as well. So they have, for both new employees as well as their existing employees, those same types of features to manage all of their employees within their locations. In the second portion here, this is a new public login portal. The new public login portal will be integrated with GCB apps. This is on the applicant side. It will provide a much better applicant experience, a more smooth, modern look and feel to the applicant screens. So this is a couple of snips showing where an applicant will receive an email, basically an invitation to create a new account within the board's public login portal. And then that individual would log into the public login portal and manage and complete whatever applications are assigned to them at that point. The design is also extensible across various platforms such as desktops, laptops, tablets, smartphones to better accommodate the public's usage of the system. The current legacy system has some challenges in that area. Sometimes individuals are trying to fill out an application on something other than a desktop, and it doesn't always behave quite as nicely. So the new application has taken that under consideration and will perform much better on whatever type of device they might be utilizing. This is just a screenshot of the public login portal. So you can kind of see along the left-hand side where it tracks as an applicant goes through the application process and gives either a green check mark if everything is complete or some sort of a little yellow caution symbol if something needs updated, or a little red. I believe it's an exclamation mark if something requires further attention from the applicant. So kind of to wrap up, so I would ask the licensees to be looking and listening for forthcoming communication in the coming months regarding training and more details about the rollout plan for the new gaming employee registration system. It's certainly our intent to provide adequate training, make sure that the licensees feel comfortable and confident about the new system, and that our staff here at the board feels prepared to administer the system and support it for the licensees and applicants as well.
Great. Thank you. Wonderful presentation, and glad to hear that the system and gaming enterprise SAGE process is working. Look forward to this happening, and I'm sure the industry does as well. So thank you for that. And thank you, Chief Torgerson, as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any questions from board members?
Thank you for your presentation. It's much appreciated and very thorough. I do have one question. You mentioned that this new system will allow applicants to be registered at multiple locations at the same time. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And so how significant is the number of applicants who need to be registered at multiple locations? Just trying to have an understanding of like the time savings that this will provide.
Sure, and it's not only a time savings, but also increased accuracy and effectiveness as far as tracking those work locations. I don't really have any numbers handy, but where we find these types of instances is depending on the business model of our licensees, the corporations that are employing these folks. It just depends on whether they intend to employ that individual at one property, or if you take a large group of casinos under common management, sometimes they will have like subsets within their corporate structure where an individual might work at properties A, B, and C, for example, or some of our sister locations in the northern part of the state are in close proximity where they'll hire an individual within the company umbrella, but essentially utilize that person wherever he or she may be needed on a daily basis. And so we've kind of had to develop a workaround with the existing system to eliminate the need for multiple transactions. And we've used a construct of group codes, which is, it's been a bit of a trade-off. It solves one problem of additional time and transaction fees for the public. However, it creates additional administrative problems on the board side. So it was the best available option, but not a perfect fix by any means. And in this instance, the licensees will be able to simply select one or many or all of the locations that they manage where an individual works. And so it'll be pretty significant in the measure of effectiveness that it provides in tracking the work locations. I do anticipate that it will also reduce the time spent on the process by both board staff as well as licensees, particularly just because the group codes is a bit of a confusing implementation that we'll be removing from the equation and then properly tracking individuals by the actual license location at which they work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that explanation.
Judge.
Yeah, thank you. That was an excellent presentation, very informative. Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our last item on today's agenda, correct?
Correct.
Go ahead and read that in.
This is our public comment item. It is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. Let's first go to Carson City. Seeing no one in Carson City, is there anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Board members wishing to make public comment?
None for me, Chair.
I'll make a couple quick notes. First of all, I believe Deputy Brennig left, but again, want to thank her and Senior Deputy Somps on helping us prepare the regulations today, as well as recognize the commission's #1 employee, Jose Torres, for all of his work. He was here very late last night working on the regulations as well. So thank you for that. I also want to thank Commissioner Marcantonis for sitting through our very long meeting today. Thank you for joining us, as well as my sincere thanks to all of you who are still here and missed lunch today. My apologies. We tried to build in a short time for lunch and we missed. So we will try to do better next time so that we have time for lunch so that everybody gets a chance to enjoy the second half of the meeting in the afternoon. So with that, if there's no other public comment, we'll close the public comment section. And that concludes our meeting today. Thank you all for joining us here or in person or virtually. We are adjourned.